Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 34, Misfortune. Within the demonic wolf settlement, enveloped in deep calm darkness, various howls resounded. Each carried extreme pain and desperation before gradually turning muffled and receding into the soft sway of the wind. The demonic wolves that resided within the kingdom of Evernight began losing control. Some writhing, barely being able to crawl before turning into hideous monsters, looking to devour everything. Some turning into a pile of maggots crawling on the ground, attaching itself onto weathered walls, or burrowing into other creatures. It was chaos and madness all around, with the land of illnesses, air turning increasingly thick with the scent of blood mixed with other filth. Mountains of flesh formed, mixing with maggots, and the now fallen marionettes on the ground. More agonizing howls sounded with the darkness and grayish-white fog in the settlement receding. The faint illumination of the stars dotted the starry sky, casting their gaze onto the peak of a mountain range. These stars shone brightly, making them stand out. An 8-legged enormous demonic wolf, covered in black wavering fur with translucent maggots burrowing out of his skin, out of every orifice, and dying on the spot. His entire body was disassociating with his desperately beating crystallized heart, and the almost completely invisible tangible fog that covered his body, slowly weakening and dissipating respectively. He wailed, whimpered, trying to conceal himself, to escape within the fog of history, to fool it, to control the thousands and thousands, possibly million worms that formed most his body. But he was utterly incapable of completing any of these tasks, only driven by his instincts at this point, unable to stop the inevitable end. Thus, as a last resort, the Evernight demonic wolf instinctively began to spread out his very self onto every demonic wolf, his subsidiary gods, as well every creature of Fool and darkness. Even if he did not possess the characteristics and the uniqueness of Fool anymore, there still remained the mystical connection which linked him to all of his race, one he could exploit. What he instinctively wished to achieve was his resurrection in one of his race, preferably a subsidiary god. But his maddened state seemed to spread more efficiently in all those considered his kin, causing most to lose control on the spot, or disappear from existence. This greatly affected his subsidiary gods, especially the siblings, Milanda and Antigonus, who had both received boons from their father, allowing them to contend against Sapphira Castle's proxy, and the traitress, Ammonices. But these boons turned out to be curses, with the siblings being in a frenzied and dissociative state, mirroring their fathers almost instantly. The two demonic wolves fell to the ravaged ground, with Antigonus turning into maggots, while Milanda's limbs, fur, body all mutated to varying degrees. In her state of despair, her fragment of sanity forced her to extend a hand to the nearby agitated worms of spirits, as if trying to soothe them. In the battlefield involving sanguines, mutant, and demonic wolves, the army of Evernight, consisting primarily of demonic wolves, undeads, and marionettes, quickly began to flatter, as the former lost control on the spot, while many fell to the ground, as if their strings were cut off. This caused a sudden halt to occur from both sides as they observed the demonic wolves, shifting their gaze onto the god of death and the god of miracles, the latter suddenly turning into a giant vortex of translucent worms, looking to grasp the spirit body threads of everything in the surrounding 20 kilometers. The god of death, on the other hand, simply backed down, killing the various attacks around him while making his undead army resume its assault. Master. In the demonic wolf settlement, just outside the Divine Chapel, piles of bodies gathered, encircling the entire exterior of the Divine Chapel of Serenity, while the distorting mess that was the annihilation demonic wolf somehow navigated into it, using the faint darkness. There was no crimson to illuminate his figure anymore, only the deep darkness that permeated the chapel, concealing within it the night approaching its end. The distorted divine being laid on the ground, now covered with all manners of corpses he typically left concealed. A wave of darkness gathered around his figure, caging him at his place, as his body began to shake, causing him to fanatically conceal and reveal everything, melted in darkness, or put even immaterial to repose. Instincts were this crumbling divine being's last sentient remains. However, an image flashed before his mind. It was that of an ancient majestic palace, looking grand and lofty with an ancient dome propped up by various pillars of varying highest. Under the dome laid a grand bluish-black door of light, with a high-backed chair at front. The image of Sapphira Castle. In all his life, from the moment he rose to the Fool to this very moment of his end, Phlegria had tirelessly searched for one singular thing, making it essentially his life goal. The Sapphira Castle, the divine kingdom of the great ruler of the spirit world. This desire to find the ancient relic was also what led to his nearing its final destination. It was ironic considering Phlegria knew full well it was a trap. He knew he was being led, and yet swayed to their beat. One after another, misfortune befell on him, from being conveniently fooled by Faster, or being cursed and pulled into a deadly trap by this mutant king, cashing him to incur an end, one he knew if done right, he could still survive through it. However, this all failed as he came before Sapphira Castle's proxy. No, its master. In fact, true misfortune had fallen onto him quite some time ago. From the first time he had gazed at Sapphira Castle's fog. Suddenly, a name surfaced in his mind, causing his maddened state to further condense into anarchy. Ammonices. It was the same day this goddess of misfortune had abruptly left the settlement for a short time, leading to Phlegria, in a rare moment of clarity to trace his intuition, eventually setting his eyes on the unforgettable grayish-white fog. Like a snowball effect, his misfortune formed and grew one after another, such as giant barriers of gray fog erupting within the settlement, the disappearance of each and every human in the settlement, the attack that was delivered to him the day of the eclipse by the giant looming shadow from the astral world itself, worsening his condition. Eventually, she had betrayed him. Even he had never expected her to join hands with the owner of Sapphira Castle. To have Ammonices as his subsidiary goddess was Phlegria's greatest misfortune. Suddenly a thick grayish-white fog enveloped his darkening vision, causing the dying demonic wolf to slightly hoist himself upwards, before dropping back to the cold floor. Though, he suddenly felt a piercing chest pain, no, his heart. Whimpering, the god of puppets Antigonus suddenly felt his condition somewhat stabilize, as the dissociation in his entire being came to an abrupt end. Immediately he looked over at his sister, the goddess of concealment Melantha, witnessing her form recover as well, though the piercing sensation in her heart remained. Antigonus fully reorganized his body as he gently bit her neck to help her stand. "Are you okay?" he asked, pausing in between to catch his breath, while his gaze remained worryingly fixed at his sister. Melantha wearily lifted her gaze and gently nodded at him, panting as well. Suddenly, her breaths halted, while her eyes widened. "Master." Melantha blurted out, causing Antigonus' gaze to stiffen as fear and dread flooded in. They both remained silent for some moments, before being enveloped by a wave of darkness. Though weaker, Melantha used her abilities to help them navigate the littered and pungent surroundings more efficiently, discreetly heading towards the divine chapel. Within the flickering darkness, Antigonus felt a shiver run down his spine upon seeing the death and destruction around him. As far as he sighted, his senses could perceive, not even a single entity remained standing. Even the undead creatures that had lost control and turned inactive soon after. Melantha also felt herself tensioning, taking note of the lack of Ammonices and the Sapphira Castle's proxy. She feared that if they were to be attacked right now, there was simply no chance of either of them surviving. Thus, she remained absolutely vigilant, treading through the dead land. Eventually they made their way safely to the divine chapel at the center of what remained of the demonic wolf settlement. Immediately they noticed the piles of bodies, flesh and blood that lined the entrance, and the deep dark hush blanketing the place. The siblings subtly glanced at each other before walking in, one step at a time. Suddenly, they both froze. Antigonus' eyes widened, horror dawning his face, which he quickly restrained with his body control, while his sister applied some concealment. Crimson creaked back into the place, as the moon returned to its position in the sky, though it no longer held the same glow as before. It was darker and more terrifying as if the streaks of crimson had eyes of their own. This crimson creaked within the divine chapel, drilling through its intricate windows, illuminating a scene. It was the Evernight demonic wolf, the king of demonic wolves and the father of Melantha and Antigonus, laid on the crimson-dyed floor, surrounded by innumerable dead bodies, pools of crimson blood, and the wave of darkness that was slowly receding away. In front of him stood a beautiful figure shrouded in grayish-white fog. She wore a plain black dress, a veil rested before her face, concealing its top half. Yet, her dark, emotionless eyes stood out. There was crimson blood splattered all over her, dyeing a part of her face, and dampening her dress. In her hand was a scythe conjured from pitch-black darkness, its sharp end piercing the Evernight demonic wolf's heart, causing blood to spew out, complementing the glow shined upon by crimson moon. The Evernight demonic wolf let out a small whimper, gazing up at the goddess of misfortune, his greatest misfortune, before his vision darkened, fully extinguished. The end had come. The one to deliver it was always present. The annihilation demonic wolf breathes his last. Antigonus' breath grew increasingly heavier and heavier, his eyelids twitching while his gaze remained fixed at Ammonices. Why? He wanted to ask her. Why? Why had she betrayed them? Why had she done this? What was her reason? Just. Why? 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 She had just killed their father, her master, the king of demonic wolves. What happened to the Ammonices Antigonus knew. The serene and always calm, loyal, and steadfast goddess of misfortune. Where did she go? What happened to her, just what caused her to do all this? Antigonus wished it was a dream, a prank being pulled on him by his sister. Yet, as the cold wind swayed, and the scythe conjured by darkness dissipated from the dead body of the king of demonic wolves, reality hit. It was not a dream. Everything he once knew was destroyed. We need to run, Melandha whispered, immediately enveloping the both of them in darkness, causing Antigonus' gaze to flatter as darkness enveloped his vision that was fixed on Ammonices. He tried to open his mouth yet no words came through. Suddenly, a thick grayish-white fog erupted within the darkness causing Melandha and Antigonus to be separated. Antigonus, on alert, immediately looked around spotting himself to be within the fog of history. What? Antigonus tried to leave the fog of history, but found himself incapable of doing so. Saphira Castle's proxy. Antigonus gulped, feeling terrified, but then something landed on his fur. Antigonus gritted his teeth, as he prepared substitutes brought from this very history and projections, so it could buy him some time to make a wish. But he didn't have to. Following his intuition, Antigonus took a deep breath and examined the object that had fallen on his fur. A translucent black curtain, illusory, almost completely transparent. He felt a strange attraction towards it as if he wanted to absorb or devour it. Of course, he brought his instincts under control. The fog of history began to clear up as Antigonus now found himself in an unknown location, in front of him, Melandha. Anti. She shouted, running towards her brother, examining him for any anomaly. Immediately she noticed the thin translucent black curtain on him, causing her to grow apprehensive. What happened? Antigonus asked, to which Melandha shook her head and replied. I don't know. There was a grey fog that suddenly erupted within the concealed space and then I found myself here. She briefly elaborated before pausing and continuing. What's this on you? Antigonus shifted his attention back to the curtain, feeling enchanted by it. He remained silent before shaking his head in no. Melandha noted this reaction, deeply thinking to herself before speaking. Could it be the objects that seep out once creatures like us die? Antigonus looked up at her, and then back at the curtain. Taking his strange attraction towards it for as a hint, Antigonus nodded in affirmation. His gaze then became wary, as the memory of the previous incident flashed past his mind. Melandha gazed at her brother, letting out a serene aura as she nuzzled her head against his. Listen to what I am about to say very closely. Observing his silence, the goddess of concealment continued. We can no longer live here. With the death of Father, the demonic wolves will be driven to extinction and there is a fair chance you and I will also get hunted. I have no answer for what happened earlier, but we have to move. Melandha paused, remembering Salinger's words. An eye absolute, and she took a deep breath, and gently bit one of Antigonus' many limbs while moving forward. It's only you and me now. Just you and me. We will get out of here, out of this continent, we will leave everything behind and live a new life. You understand, Anti? Antigonus felt a turmoil within him. The face of Ammonices flashing past his eyes over and over, as the scene of her killing their father repeated itself in his head. Eventually, after a while, he looked back up to his sister, wearing a hollow expression and simply nodded, tightly holding onto the curtain. Melandha deeply returns the gaze as she nuzzles further with him. The two of them began to move, head towards a new future. The grey fog of Saphira Castle veiled Ammonices as she gazed at the corpse of the one she once called master. She then turned her head to peer at the door, noticing the sudden appearance of a thick white fog which soon dissipated. Before Ammonices could make any assumption or deduction, she witnessed her surroundings rapidly changing, morphing from the deep dark divine chapel, illuminated by crimson, to an open sky and plain land. A cold breeze ran past her, fluttering her silky long hair and her plain black dress covered in blood. The breeze also caused Ammonices' veil to fly away from her head, revealing her serene dark eyes which had been instinctively closed and the two sharp wolf ears on her head which twitched repeatedly from the breeze. Ammonices opened her eyes, examining the one standing before her, a man wearing a white shirt, yellow tie and a black windbreaker with the undersides being yellow, as well as pants and shoes of the same color. He held a silver cane in his hands, with resplendent tiny stars gathered at its tip. The man had black hair, black eyes with a tiny hint of golden yellow, and overall ordinary features, with a comically tall top hat resting on his head. Ammonices felt her gaze softening upon seeing him, while her lips curled up into a smile. Klein. She uttered in a sweet tone. Klein also smiled, lifting his hand as he took off his top hat and gave a gentlemanly bow to the beautiful woman. Ammonices almost instantly noticed the strangeness with the top hat. Nice. Things went far smoother than I expected, to be honest. Klein said, his tone noticeably different carrying with its strange mischievousness. Ammonices raised an eyebrow, before nodding and replying. Same here. Fighting in the territory of the one wielding misfortune and somehow not being affected by it is a massive achievement. Amon-Isis suddenly paused, her eyes slightly widening. Before she could utter anything, Klein's smile widened as he asked. Can you feel it? The effects of the ritual. Suddenly the Night of Misfortune ritual surfaced in Amon-Isis' mind. Be the herald of misfortune, and cause the greatest misfortune to a seemingly insurmountable opponent. Chapter 35, A Knight Carrying a Burden. Can you feel it? The effects of ritual. Just as Klein said that, the gigantic dead body of the Evernight demonic wolf appeared in front of Amon-Isis. On it lay three things, three crystallized near-transparent dark hearts seemingly absorbing all illumination around them, concealing and cursing the surroundings to an unfortunate end. The Night of Misfortune characteristics. However, Amon-Isis's gaze was drawn to the empty space which seemed to cause all three characteristics to rotate around it. She instinctively extended her hand, but froze in place as her instinct was stolen by Klein's. This is the uniqueness of darkness. He commented as he controlled the empty space to move it towards him, while sealing the characteristics of those who wished to follow it. Amon-Isis restrained herself, yet her gaze remained fixed on the uniqueness. I see nothing, in fact, if not for this primal attraction, convergence, I would completely forget it's here. She absent-mindedly muttered, earning a nod from Klein. It makes sense, if you simply examine your own authorities as a servant of concealment. Amon-Isis nodded, as two of the Night of Misfortune beyonder characteristics appeared before him. For now, I will keep the uniqueness in the last sequence one characteristic within Sapphira Castle, and slowly chip away Phlegria remaining will form them. It's a uniqueness so it will take quite a long time for that to be done. Suddenly, Klein paused, his pupil dilating while his gaze remained fixed at darkness uniqueness. This. Mystical patterns appeared in his eyes as he examined the characteristics and Phlegria's corpse as well. Amon-Isis noticed this sudden change in demeanor, but before she voiced a question, Klein relaxed while the sealed Night of Misfortune characteristic and the darkness uniqueness vanished, entering Sapphira Castle. As for these two, Klein resumed as if nothing had happened, turning to the remaining characteristics while he pulled the projection of a cauldron and let it lay before Amon-Isis. I can seal the mental imprint of Phlegria within them. Mind you, this does not include the primordial will of the characteristics, only the imprint of the previous owner. Amon-Isis keenly noted, watching as Klein put the two characteristics within the summoned cauldron. He then crouched down before the body of the annihilation demonic wolves, and said. To craft a potion requires two sets of ingredients. The main ingredients being the potion itself, and then there are supplementary ingredients which are used to lessen the corruption brought about by drinking the potion. Just as Klein said that, he brought out a knife and a small tube, stabbing Phlegria's dead body, causing blood to pour out, which Klein then collected in the small tube. While he could simply steal the blood from the corpse, he suddenly felt the need to take his time drawing it. As for why a knife could pierce through the flesh of a dead god, that was because Klein had applied a controlled version of space destruction on the tip of the knife. Watching him made Amon-Isis recall the potion formula of Night of Misfortune. Night of Misfortune. Main ingredients, 1 Night of Misfortune characteristic. Supplementary ingredients, 30 ml blood of a dead Night of Misfortune. Amon-Isis gulped, while Klein poured the blood inside the cauldron. Almost immediately, a black fog was ejected from the vessel, covering the mountain range in seconds. The cauldron shook as the characteristics and the crimson liquid combined together, forming a shapeless dark void within. Amon-Isis looked around, noticing thin, almost invisible strands of hair protruding out of the dark shapeless void within the cauldron. Klein took out a bottle and poured the shapeless void in the bottle, stirring it out around a little, before turning towards Amon-Isis. The beautiful women let out a sigh, gazing at the shapeless void, the Night of Misfortune potion. The potion seemed to devour all bits of lightning and illumination, akin to a pool of pure darkness. Amon-Isis fixed her gaze at the potion for a long time, feeling her heartbeat quicken. Klein noticed this and assured her, "Don't worry, you have completed the ritual. It will help you anchor yourself during the advancement." Amon-Isis extended her hand, taking hold of the potion. She deeply sighed, pausing as a thought occurred to her. You said you could seal the mental imprint of Moss, Phlegria. Seeing Klein nod, Amon-Isis narrowed her gaze and continued. I have an idea, but I don't know how feasible it is. You once told me existence at our level needs to have anchors to fight against corruption from the original will of the characteristic. How about instead of sealing Phlegria's mental imprint, I use it to fend off the will of eternal darkness? Klein lifted his hand, caressing his chin. I don't have too many anchors, so this would be a better way to take care of this issue and achieve stability. By having Phlegria's remnant take care of the mental imprint within the characteristic, I can then have my anchors act as a pillar for support. Klein remained silent for some moments, keeping his gaze fixed on her. After a while, he slowly spoke in a serious tone. This would work, but on the basis that you can handle the... Klein paused, his voice becoming distant. Wills within the characteristics during ascension and can act fast enough to immediately direct Phlegria's will onto the original imprints. Amon-Isis nodded with a smile. Have faith in me. Klein chuckled upon hearing that, a smile likewise forming on his face. That I do. They locked eyes, dark eyes reflecting each other, before Amon-Isis took hold of the potion, and brought it to her lips. Her eyes remained fixed on her friend while doing so. The shapeless dark void, that was the potion, seeped into her mouth, down into her throat entering her body. In an instant, Amon-Isis felt herself fall into a never-ending pit of obliviousness. The more she fell, the less she felt as her senses dulled, her powers followed, and then her memories were mostly erased. She was rapidly approaching a state of complete isolation. Her memories especially flared, showing her past homes, her parents, her work, all these cherished memories seemed to work against her, feeling more and more distant, as if she could never reach them. Maybe she really never could. The realization caused Amon-Isis's eyes to flutter open, as she squinted them, and tried to overcome the fall, as well as the all-encompassing darkness. But she was at an impasse. This darkness felt endless, insurmountable, terrifying. She was scared, she was alone. She was once more going to lose herself into it, with no chance of waking up. It was at this moment that she felt a weight on her. The endless darkness seemed to move as a gigantic shadow formed, one reminiscent of a primordial demonic wolf. The wolf howled, and his once distant sound grew in intensity, until it resonated with Amon-Isis. Or more precisely, the characteristics she had just consumed. The resonance made her more attuned with the darkness, as she stabilized her fall and recovered her other senses fully, her memories following as her identity and sense of self were whole once again. She then walked, seemingly defying gravity as she ascended the pit, aiming to get out of it. As she did, the feeling in her back increased, its weight doubled, no, it tripled, or quadrupled. It seemed endless. Phlegria. Amon-Isis thought as the gigantic shadow of this true deity moved, and fused with hers, carrying with it an endless amount of demonic wolves, undead creatures, humans, and beings of all other races, with the demonic wolves being the most prevalent. They all seemed to latch onto her, as if wanting her to sink in all their misery. However, Amon-Isis continued her ascension, not ignoring their unfortunate and disparaging wails, but instead carrying them on the ever-growing weight on her back. This was her burden, one she had created by bringing in misfortunate end to an unstoppable obstacle. And one she would carry with her everywhere she went. Her burden. The more she moved, the more things cleared as a river, the river of fate seemed to appear on her back, a main tributary attaching to her burden as well, but she didn't stop to analyze it. However, one thing did draw her attention. She turned and peeked at the pit below, endless, boundless. She knew she had merely grazed its surface, and if she wished to stand by his side, then she'll have to one day plunge completely into its depths. She let out a sigh, and turned back to peer at the light above. She pacified the raging will of Phlegria within the night of misfortune beyond her characteristics, and then used it to fend off the primal will of the eternal darkness, and another mysterious will she couldn't fully comprehend. Nevertheless, she proceeded with it, and at this time she realized that her facing Phlegria for her ritual was the perfect scenario. This was because the misfortune and resentment he felt for her could resonate with his will within her, and seek to fuse with it. Through this, the will could be stabilized for a more efficient use. Phlegria's blood aided greatly with this fusion. Amon-Isis felt slightly enlightened as she understood something. A knight indeed had to carry a burden with them, but this wasn't a disadvantage, as it could be effectively used to exert their will. This was an acting principle she could make on the spot due to her favorable ritual, but she still needed to actively act on it in the real world in order for digestion and a positive feedback to be felt from her potion. After the wills all reached a standstill, she used her faint anchors to further stabilize herself, and finally walked out of the pit. In the real world, standing quietly, motionless, Klein, wearing an empty expression, observed the spot Amon-Isis stood at before, now only laying a glass bottle as the goddess of misfortune had vanished upon drinking her potion, as if having instinctively concealed herself. Suddenly, the half-fool's intuition was triggered, as he noticed his surroundings grow dark once again, prompting him to crack a smile. A figure suddenly outlined itself from thin air, a beautiful woman wearing a simple plain black dress, seemingly enhanced by darkness. Her silky, long black hair fell to her knees, and partly covered her fair arms. The woman had an extremely beautiful face, with two large wolf ears protruding from the top of her head, while a fluffy tail peeked out from the back. Her deep dark eyes fluttered open, realizing a sense of serenity, repose, but also an incomprehensibly large burden streaming from an endless stream of misfortune which instinctively caused the ever-cautious Klein to feel goosebumps. He sighed and relaxed himself, watching as the woman's lips curled, while her head slightly tilted. Klein tipped his top hat, giving a gentlemanly bow, his action repeated by the women who curtsied by holding the helm of her dress and giving a faint bow. As he straightened his back, Klein placed his hat back, and redirected his eyes to the floating woman, who did the same. After a while, he softly spoke. "Shall I honor this night upon successful advancement?" A chuckle escaped from the women, the new king of angels, the sole knight of misfortune. Amon-Isis. Chapter 36, Age of Madness. Massive thanks to Chaotic Writer for the entire chapter LOL. The Death Consul, Salinger's undead chain of command froze as his deathly presence dominated the war-filled land. As the representative of death herself, he could dominate any area littered with the aura of death, in spite of being at a disadvantage. A disadvantage he believed his troops possessed, even when faced against the weakened forces of the mutant army and the Sanguines. However, madness, corruption, and extreme affinity with the final destination of all things, death. Within a fraction of a second, Salinger's deathly gaze swept through the entire battlefield, passing through the many gaps that marred the fog of war deployed by the symbol of strife of the mutant army. From what he could gather, all forces, including the demonic wolves led by the god of miracles, Kotur, were in an extremely precarious situation. The symptoms faced by the mutant army and the Sanguines are similar, which might imply the mutated king and the Sanguine ancestor are in an interesting position. Salinger's giant body seemed to lose in luster, but he still refrained from doing anything drastic. As one under the dominion of death, he knew very well that those at the top of the world tended to have a very strong influence over those directly below them. And Kotur's state. Salinger's focus shifted to Kotur's true body as well as the numerous demonic wolves under him, many of which had suddenly refrained from venturing into the fog of history. Instead, they all randomly created substitutes and marionettes attacking both ally and foe alike. Of course, the creation of marionettes involved killing a target, and thus, Salinger had no problem preventing more dissociating demonic wolves, as well as his undead forces to fall. He also subtly directed his rampaging allies towards the extremely agitated and frenzied mutants and Sanguines, to buy him more time to think. The same logic seems to apply for the annihilation demonic wolf. Salinger took a deep breath, as a thought echoed in his mind. The end of an era is nigh. At this moment, the god of the dead made a decision. His body as well as his entire undead legion consisting of demonic wolves, humans, elves, Sanguines, mutants and so on, seemed to tremble before returning to normalcy. None in the battlefield, including Ornia who still has some rationality, realized the change. Salinger had subtly molted, and he together with his legion had not only been replaced, but had already soon vanished. This was the molting of a death consul, boosted by death herself. A death consul could shed their essence, freeing themselves from ailments, curses, and all sorts of negative status, imposed and binding restrictions, and so on, in a short while. With Grey's blessing, Salinger could take it to the next level, and break away from the pact he had made with the annihilation demonic wolf back when he was but a mere snakelet. From there, blink versions of himself and his legion will take over the shed essence, and substitute them as they real ones return to the underworld. Salinger had always valued himself far above anything else. Thus, the moment he was sent to search for traces of a foreign existence with abilities similar to Antigonus and Kotur, separating him from Phlegria for a few instances, he took the opportunity to connect with the underworld, ruled by death. Not wanting to let an opportunity to wound and embarrass her mortal enemy pass, Grace accepted the deal, and thus subtly aided Salinger in changing his allegiances. This was an open conspiracy, one which even if Phlegria knew and wasn't insane enough, his authority over horror, concealment and darkness, couldn't stop this. After all, Salinger was first and foremost a death consul, and thus, always under death. The real god of the dead, Salinger appeared within a fluctuating pale kingdom, with one of its many illusory doors opening to let he and his forces walk through. He naturally didn't hesitate and jumped in, but halfway through, he suddenly froze, his motions completely halting. The entire battlefield, Sanguines, mutants, the maddened demonic wolves, all suddenly halted, their minds frozen, while their expression became dazed. Medici and Sasra, who both watched the battle from another dimension also momentarily froze, but for different reasons. The half-fool is born. A sigh parted Sasra who wasn't really affected by the worldwide fooling simply due to his connection to his lord. While Medici and numerous forces down at the battlefield were still stunned, he let a sea of all colors appear before his omniscient brass eyes, as he made a prophecy. Far from the battlefield, in the sea of collective subconscious, which suddenly didn't follow normalcy due to the sudden disturbance, the dragon of imagination, Ankwelt's imagined figure blinked, before sighing as his all-seeing eyes peered at the elf king who had likewise severed the fooling effect. It seems like we'll be unexpectedly entangled more often. Words appeared directly in the mind of Siniathrim's many soldiers as the elf king examined them. Naturally, he had always redirected the words spoken by this visionary to his soldiers just in case. After all, this foe of his often changed the flow of logic and concepts to his omniscient eyes' liking. Whatever you mean by that. The Elf King didn't need to observe to know that his fraudulent arch-nemesis had stopped maintaining his imagined form, and vanished from the sea of collective subconscious. However, Siniathrim's eyes suddenly widened as he looked up, peering into the astral world, at the crimson moon which had started to become visible, but then dimmed significantly. Lilith. In an instant, the entire sea of collective subconscious, air, oceans, seemed to awaken, dispersing the fooling effect, which still affected the lower life forms. Armor. The corresponding tyrannical, mystical effect and knowledge immediately appeared before the giant king's eye, which had instantly recovered from the fooling, and peered at the battlefield. It seems getting the conqueror won't appease him. He calmly decrypted, but then shook his head as he sensed a terrifying sea, one containing all colors, guiding the god of war's characteristic to an unknown location. I've gathered enough. The most optimal path isn't something only that a dragon can peer through. His prying eyes seemed to take in the battlefield, still filled with confused species. Greg Race, who had automatically killed the fooling effect on herself, had vanished upon witnessing the dimming crimson moon in the astral world, and the sun suddenly appearing above this realm. The eye then dispersed into a torrent of information, covered in decay, as the actual giant king, together with his queen, solidified the defenses around the kingdom of silver, and his divine kingdom against the sudden and rigorous elven assault led by the elf king. In the battlefield, which was now filled with many of the mutants shifting between a masculine and feminine form, all while appearing dazed, Ornia was the first to regain cognition as she felt the connection between her and Crimson Moon return. Ancestor. Ornia moved, and with this connection, and the Naturewalker trait of the sanguine ancestor, she could finally find a way to breach through the primordial chaos of all possibilities and chains that further isolated the mirror dimension. This barrier that had been weakened by Fleegria's escape, and then the worldwide fooling effect, weakening it further. Concurrently, this strengthened the connection between Ornia and her ancestor, as the former fervently wished to return to the latter's embrace. No. A single word suddenly resonated in Ornia's mind, halting her in the air. Ancestor. Kvastor is no more. Even Ornia's eyes widened at this. This was a true god, one who had reigned at the top of the world for millenniums. Of course, the worsening state of the mutated army, with their restrained emotions fully exposed, proved this. But I, too, will follow. Ornia felt her blood turn cold upon hearing this. But the worst was the fact that she, of all sanguines, knew exactly why. The pervading and curse thrown by Kvastor will consume Lilith in a few moments, and this sanguine queen could feel it. There's no time. You know what to do. As my first child, no, the queen of the sanguines, you know what matters more. Ornia was instantly seen through by her mother. She had just planned to at least regain the moon from the mirror dimension so she could carry her mother with her in hopes of one day granting her new life. It is dangerous. Lilith's voice continued. The fall of the ruler of the mirror world has brought primordial chaos everywhere. I cannot allow you to perish here. My children still need a guide. How can they lose both their ancestor and queen? Ornia felt a great pain, one which couldn't be compared to the ones she inquired in her previous battles. One side of her wished to ignore the order, region, and perish with her mother. While the other, the sense of duty, knew what needed to be done. And not wanting to let this go on for longer, Lilith made the latter side of Ornia, her sense of duty, flourish with vitality, causing the beauty goddess to shed tears as she used her authority and connected with the still confused sanguines, departing from the battlefield. So long as the race lives, I'll always be alive. Lilith's parting words resonated in Ornia's ears. Kotor suddenly felt like himself once again, and immediately quelled his worms of spirits who still wished to rebel. Thoughts like, what happened? Where is Salinger? The thought about the king of Sapphira Castle didn't surface in his main mind, as he only had one wish. My wish is to get to safety. And the god of miracles' wish was granted, as a sea containing all colors carried him away. Suddenly, following the departure of the god of miracle, an ocean of purifying light descended from the astral plane itself, washing over mutants and demonic wolves alike. Within the astral world, Grisha observed the vague situation of the Sea of Collective Subconscious, the Hornassus mountain range, the giant king battling the elves, the effects of Siniathrim's rage he had mostly quelled and redirected to his followers, the vague underworld, the demon monarch who had reached a place he couldn't peer into, the battlefield of the mutants and sanguines, Ornia and her subjects meeting the elf queen, and the mirror dimension. A sigh escaped from what seemed to be a shadow hidden behind curtains as he let his omniscient eyes within it close. Slowly, his body began to expand, stretching outwards in an illusory manner as he turned into the sun, while a shadow seemed to appear, supporting the world itself. As it happened, he purified and rectified the landscape devastated by the battle, and let the book he previously held disperse into the chaos sea. From it, Sasra's real body, holding the blasphemy slate which connected to the sea, appeared. He raised his eyes to peer at God, and then prostrated himself. Within his mind, and into the chaos sea surface, the words of God appeared. An enduring mutant and cowardly demonic wolf make their escape from the purifying ocean, the unexpected and beautiful sibling bond blooms, as mysteries awaits, the life return subtly created by the half-mother is obstructed, letting the essence of the crimson moon navigate into the void, eventually seeking solace and completing its cycle. Beauty, once serene, vows revenge, while the decaying and deceitful giant plans, his insidious moves, the elves grow agitated and sever their bonds with the giants, while the dragons silently observe the shifting trends of time. The fool and the knight carrying an immense burden meet face to face. The curtain falls, obstructing prying eyes as an incandescent sun illuminates a path to salvation for the once oppressed humans. And thus concludes the Age of Madness. Chapter 37, Towards a New Beginning. Shrouded in the thick grayish-white fog, stood the ancient majestic palace, looking grand and lofty, with a vast dome supported by ancient pillars of varying length. Under the dome was an ancient long copper-mottled table, with 22 high-backed chairs, 10 at both the sides and 2 at its ends. At the long end of the table, on the divine throne of the fool sat Klein, with his one leg propped on the other, his fists curled together, while his black eyes shimmered with dots of gold and yellow. On the right of his, at the chair closest to the fool, sat the newly ascended king of angels, the knight of misfortune, annihilating. The beautiful lady's eyes were tightly shut, as she focused on further stabilizing herself, while also inspecting her current status and the new abilities she had obtained. Klein was also doing something similar. Fooling authority. After having accommodated the fool uniqueness, Klein had gained the authority over the full pathway, his status elevating to half a sequence 0 or half fool. A sigh escaped him, as Klein closed his eyes deeply inspecting the gained authority. The fooling authority, huh? Fitting name. This authority in itself contains domain over history, fate, time, concealment, and the mind domain. Interesting. History, fate, and time makes much more sense considering one needs to fool any of these for the apotheosis ritual. Concealment and mind domain are a bit of a surprise to be honest. Klein tilted his head, as he inspected his gained authorities deeply. I can fool history to split apart past, present, and future, essentially returning an object or person to its previous position or state. This allows me to also swap the corresponding conditions of a target, making the past become the present and the present to become the past. Klein's eyes glimmered, as his gaze narrowed. I can use this application to actually pull out a version of myself that has accommodated the uniqueness. Pulling the uniqueness in any way is not possible since the fog of history does not record such special entities. But for me, the fool holding dominance over the fog of history, and the corresponding authority over the pathway. I can fool history itself to split the past version of myself from my present self, essentially creating two me. This way, my past and present can exist simultaneously, while also disconnected from each other, allowing the uniqueness to exist separately. This way, I can then conceal myself from the world and simply take hold of my past version. Though, I am not sure if this can be done for other existents who have accommodated a uniqueness. Splitting a past version of myself, and splitting a past version of someone else are two fundamentally different things. Klein made a mental note of this fact and moved on to the next authority. Time. I can fool time to change the order of events, making them play out in an advantageous manner, or I can temporarily fool the space-time continuum, separating myself from the flow of time to get rid of various time manipulation abilities. This is quite literally a direct counter to the time authority of the error pathway. Then, there is fate. I can fool mine or others' fate. Essentially this grants me a deeper level of control of symbolisms, of sequence 0 and partially even the above the sequence level symbolism, than the other existence of the same level. I can connect and disconnect fate itself, tamper with it or even alter it to certain extents, while also able to overlap the corresponding trajectory of fate. I can also foresee it and exert influence over it. Klein then took note of a particular fact, causing a smile to form on his face. It seems the method used to accommodate the uniqueness directly exert influence over the fooling authority. For example, if one were to fool history to achieve the ritual and then accommodate the fool uniqueness, their authority over history would be much stronger than the authority over fate and time. If one were to fool time to achieve the ritual, their authority would be stronger in that domain than in history and fate. Now, in my case, I have fooled all, history, fate, and time. My authority over all of the domains is much stronger than even the previous fool, Phlegria. Klein smirked, while making sure his facial expressions were hidden from annihilating who sat beside him. Coming back to topic, there is concealment and mind domain. I have a level of authority over concealment, which can be used in various manners, the most particular one being my own divine kingdom. My divine kingdom is now complete. The realm of mysteries. I'll explore it a bit more later, possibly going to the astral world and testing it. Other than this, the authority over concealment allows me to conceal things, or objects from even history itself. In fact, to an extent I could even prevent true deities from deciphering my concealment. Klein nodded, tilting his head to the other side, while shifting his attention to the last authority he had gained. Mind domain. There is not too much I can do with this actually, but what I can do is extremely important and possibly the most useful. Blind stupidity. The simplest application of the fooling authority. What type of fool would I be if I can't make a fool out of others? Blind stupidity allows me to greatly lower the IQ of any and all beings including even sequence 0 deities, greatly lowering their ability to form coherent thoughts, or make any decision. Klein smirked widened, developing into a full grin. I can also use the mind domain to fool others, making their analytical and thinking ability weaken to a level they won't even notice. This can make them have severe lapse in their judgment, making them draw the wrong conclusion. If used correctly, even the sequence 0 deities can be affected. Klein adjusted his posture, fixing the position of his top hat, the uniqueness of full pathway, at his head. He took out a coin from the fog of history, and fiddled with it at his fingers. The most important thing about Beyonder abilities is to have the right thought process to use them correctly. There are no useless Beyonder abilities, only useless Beyonders. To be able to reduce one's intelligence has to be one of the strongest abilities of any pathway. If you can't even think straight, how will you use your abilities? Klein let out a chuckle, before nodding seriously and thinking straight. Though, I shouldn't let myself be led astray. Existence at sequence 0 level are likely to have some sort of instinctive measures or maybe even countermeasures against such abilities. Also, this type of ability probably won't work on sequence 0, visionary, or at least it won't affect them to that extent. Their authority is over the mind domain after all. Klein seriously nodded once again, making a mental note. Still, this is insane. No wonder those who accommodate the uniqueness are called half-sequence 0. Hee, well in my case I am much more than that. Klein discreetly looked up at the starry sky, housing innumerable constellations. He then turned his gaze towards his right arm, a symbol consisting of 4 dots in a rectangular manner, surfaced in his right arm. This symbol represented the luck enhancement ritual, subsequently representing Klein's connection to Sapphira Castle. Klein was the owner of his corresponding sequence 0 Sapphira. This status allowed Klein to borrow strength from Sapphira Castle itself as he was equivalent to its master. Each time Klein advanced the sequence, his connection with the Sapphira only grew deeper. This, of course, carried over to his current status, as the half-fool. His connection with Sapphira Castle had deepened, much more than before. With his connection to this Sapphira acting as the last missing attendant of mystery's characteristic, Klein was able to elevate his status to that of a true sequence 0 deity. Not only was he equivalent to a true sequence 0 in terms of strength and authority, but the corresponding symbolism he carried was also on their level. Klein was a false deity. By definable standard, he was a half-sequence 0, but going by actual strength and authority, Klein was a true sequence 0 of full pathway. He was the fool in every sense of the title. But there was much more than this. Klein had gained absolute authority over Sapphira Castle. His connection with the Sapphira Castle had gone through a similar change to when he had ascended to a scholar of yore. He had become its true owner, gaining near complete control. His connection with Sapphira Castle had reached a point where not even a sequence 0 can affect it by any means, only an existence at above the sequence could truly affect Klein's status or cut off his connection. Yet, there was only one restriction that was still put on Klein. He could not accommodate the Sapphira. For Klein to begin to accommodate it, he would have to go through the qualitative change brought about by the ascension to a true sequence 0, something Klein had only partially gone through. Regardless, Klein was possibly one of the strongest deities in all of history, with the most clear path of rising to above the sequence, the Lord of Mysteries. In fact, I am pretty sure once I became a true sequence 0, my status would instantly be elevated to above the sequence, half a great old one, half Lord of Mysteries. Klein pondered over this, before shaking his head, dropping the thought to when he would reach that level. Probably in another thousands and thousands of years. He slightly teased himself, before smirking as he shifted his attention to his other authorities, ones he had gained from his extremely deepened connection to Sapphira Castle. The Error and Door Authority. Up until now, Klein had the ability to use Error and Door abilities from Sapphira Castle. This was the major contributor to his status as King of Angels, as Klein simultaneously was equivalent to Attendant of Mysteries, Key of Stars, and Worm of Time, having the ability to use nearly every ability under sequence 0 from all 3 pathways. Now having gained the authority of the full pathway, it was only natural that Klein had also gained the authority of the Error and Door pathway. That is, Error and Door all having a myriad of abilities and utilization. It was very much equivalent to having also accommodated the Error and Door uniqueness. In fact, due to Klein's authority stemming from Sapphira Castle itself, a relic far above uniqueness, Klein's overall authority over the 2 pathways was much more than those that held the uniqueness. Klein was almost equivalent to a triple pathway true deity. Almost. Well, the choice to accommodate the uniqueness was a wise one. I am mostly unbeatable unless an outer deity were to drop down. I no longer have to worry about facing the other ancient deities, they can't do anything to me. Though I probably won't be able to do anything to them either. Okay, maybe I can record some abilities, and later replicate them. I should keep a track of my other powers too. Klein repeatedly nodded his head, smiling, before sighing and leaning back at his chair. He shifted his gaze towards Amon-Isis, whom had remained still the entire time since they had entered Sapphira Castle. Klein observed her beautiful face for a moment, noticing the serenity radiating from her figure, as well as feeling the slight urge to lay his head down and sleep. He tilted his head, staring at her, before a mischievous idea crossed his mind. Maybe I should do a trial run of my newly gained authority, hee. Klein fully turned his head towards Amon-Isis, attracting the women's attention. She opened her eyes and tried to turn her head towards the staring Klein, before her actions came to an immediate halt, while her gaze became extremely distant. All of Amon-Isis' actions, including her breathing, came to an abrupt halt, while her pupils became completely relaxed and distant, as if not focusing. Thus, Amon-Isis sat there, her head half turned while her body was completely still. At the same time, her thoughts turned muddled, incoherent, with her body turning immobile. Blind stupidity. Amon-Isis' intelligence was lowered to a point where she could no longer make any decision, causing her body's activities to come to a sudden halt. The woman blankly stared ahead, at the grayish-white fog surrounding her seat, the ancient long copper-mottled table, and the entirety of Majestic Palace. Klein chuckled at this. As expected, it's extremely effective even against a king of angels. Shaking his head with a smile, Klein lifted the blind stupidity effect from her. Coming to her senses, Amon-Isis remained motionless, yet confusion dawned on her face. She looked down at her arms, while raising a bow, letting out a hum. Weird. What just happened? Amon-Isis thought, tilting her head. Actually, what was I doing just now? More confusion took shape on her beautiful face, earning a chuckle from the fool sitting beside her. This prompted her to shift her attention to him. Maybe it worked a little too well. Klein lampooned, regaining his composure as he too focused on her. How are you feeling? Amon-Isis seemed to snap out of her stupor as she processed the question. Yeah. She uttered in a weird tone. What am I doing? She lightly coughed, straightening her loose posture. Much better. Though it also contributes to the isolation you provided in my mind. Amon-Isis remarked, her tone serene and soft. After Amon-Isis' accession to Knight of Misfortune, Klein had used the door-sealing ability to isolate the chaos in Amon-Isis' mind, one that had been birthed from the remaining imprint of Evernight Demonic Wolf and the Primal Will's battle for control. This allowed the woman to not only better stabilize her condition after such rapid advancement, but also better manage herself and not be constantly nagged by the ushering wills. My condition is mostly stabilized and the idea of Phlegria's will fighting against the primal will of eternal darkness is working wonderfully. Amon-Isis' eyes fluttered as her speech came to a halt. She deeply gazed at Klein, as if contemplating, but then finally mused. By the way, there is something extra. It's like a foreign influence lingering within the characteristics, much stronger and fiercer than even the primal will of the characteristics. Amon-Isis took a big pause, her gaze suddenly becoming a bit distant before stabilizing. There is another thing. Ever since I have advanced there is this strange feeling, it's like an irresistible attraction when I look at you. Enchanting, imposable, it makes me want to inch closer to you, like an illusory voice, it keeps ringing in my head, especially here, telling me to become one with you. Klein's smile slowly vanished. He let out a soft sigh as his expression grew serious while reviewing certain memories. It was when he had picked up the darkness uniqueness for the first time. The invisible fog, having been released from the Evernight Demonic Wolf's corpse, naturally had his imprint within. The same could be said for the three Knight of Misfortune beyonder characteristics. It was then Klein had sensed something in the uniqueness and the characteristics. An illusory voice, a raving that seeped out of them. It was piercing, violent, as if madness itself had been incarnated. It was a raving. Klein, upon listening to it, immediately found it familiar. After all, how couldn't he? It was a raving Klein had heard countless times in the past when entering Sapphira Castle. A raving which constantly permeated his mind, even with the seal of mysterious origins. It was the ravings of the celestial worthy of heaven and earth. The previous Lord of Mysteries. For his mental imprint to be present in the darkness uniqueness could only mean one thing. Klein's weary eyes flickered, as his lips parted. What you are feeling is convergence. Amon-Isis' expression returned to confusion, as she spoke. Convergence. I thought it was supposed to be between neighboring pathways. From what you told me, the Fool and Darkness pathways aren't neighboring. Klein nodded, reclining in his chair, before leisurely replying, it seems, at some point in time, the singularity of all, space-time in one, and the King of Space and Time, Beacon of Destiny, used to be one and the same. Singularity of all. Space-time in one. Before Amon-Isis could form her questions, she saw Klein sitting straight and utter in a deep tone, one that echoed through the entire Sapphira Castle, and into her ears. Eternal darkness. Singularity of all. Space-time in one. Silence dawned over as Amon-Isis' eyes widened greatly, while her body completely froze. Klein let her digest this information while habitually ruminating to himself. Due to one hectic thing after another, I never had the time to actually speculate what other Sapphira the celestial worthy of heaven and earth and primordial God Almighty had accommodated back in the first epoch. But now it seems, at least the celestial worthy of heaven and earth had accommodated the river of eternal darkness, becoming the eternal darkness great old one, surpassing the pillar's strength and authority. It actually makes very sense when considered the honorific name of eternal darkness, the spacetime in one. It is very likely he is the part of, or perhaps, the actual indestructible psyche within the characteristics and uniqueness. Klein caressed his chin as he thought further. After all, he is a pillar, an existence far surpassing other great old ones. He let out a sigh, diving within himself, coming face to face with the illusory seal that was erected within him. The seal was like a wall separating Klein's mind, body, and soul from the imposing pitch-black darkness that laid behind it, waiting. In the starting days, when Klein had just woken up in the Second Epoch, this illusory wall-like seal was continuously being banged on by the darkness that lay beyond, wanting to break it, corrupt Klein, and take over him. Yet, shortly, the darkness found itself completely incapable of doing any damage to the seal. The very embodiment of a seal was sealed by a foreign seal. And thus, after a long clash with it, the darkness calmed itself, waiting for the eventual day the seal would be broken. Klein observed the seal for a moment, noting the silent will that was trapped by it. He let out another sigh, taking back hold over his body. It was then, Isis, having somewhat digested this information, turned her head towards Klein, and asked in a cautious tone. Lord of Mysteries had accommodated an additional Sapphira. Klein nodded. Not just him, God Almighty too. Isis took a deep breath, remembering the info of the two pillars having fought each other to the death in the first epoch. Does this have to do with their death, and the reason they fought? Actually, Klein, what even is a pillar? Klein deeply stared for a moment in thought. Should be a good time to tell her, also that. He deeply breathed out before beginning to elaborate. The pillar is the highest level of power one can attain, while maintaining a minimum level of stability. It is the very limit of stability, without being consumed by convergence. Like you already know, within the entire cosmos, exist only three great old ones with the status of a true pillar. Those are, the Lord of Mysteries, the God Almighty, and the Mother Goddess of Depravity. As I said before, a pillar is the strongest one can be, without fully losing themselves, hence, many existences aim for that level of symbolism. This is the case for the great old ones who wish to invade Earth. They wish to accommodate the Sapphira, uniquenesses, and high-sequence characteristics which are compatible with their symbolism, essentially bringing most infinitely close to the symbolism of a pillar. At least, that is my current guess for most of them. Isis nodded, and while she had even more questions forming in her mind, she let Klein continue. In the first epoch, God Almighty and the Lord of Mysteries for unknown reasons began accommodating additional Sapphira that bore a level of correspondence with their authorities, leading to them going beyond the level of pillars, but also losing stability. In this state, the convergence ruled, leading to madness even to these existence, which resulted in them fighting over and killing each other. Klein shook his head, observing Isis' keen and calm reaction. As a pillar of the universe, it is only natural the will of the Lord of Mysteries would remain in the characteristics and uniqueness he once possessed. More than likely, he is possibly the domineering will rather than the primal of the characteristics, or the will of eternal darkness. Isis narrowed her eyes, turning her head straight ahead to gaze at an empty chair. To think the madness I have been dealing with all this time didn't even stem from my pathway. Klein also shifted his head focus elsewhere ahead, deep in thoughts. What other pathways could he have accommodated? Actually, now that I look at it this way, aren't mine and Isis' fate too entwined? In both timelines, we have been closely associated with, like how I transmigrated into the body of a person who was a devout believer of the goddess, or the fact that she blessed me, or that as I rose in sequence, I grew closer to her. Klein's lips twitched. Or, the fact that I made Isis my friend. My eagerness to make her an acquaintance upon my arrival at this time. I have never paid attention to this, but wasn't it too reasonable for me to do so? Klein suddenly came to a realization. It was convergence that made him and Isis come together, not just in this timeline, but even in the original one. Convergence truly works in wondrous ways. Fate itself. He breathed out, then subtly but his lips. Isis transmigrating into the body of a demonic wolf and later rising to sequence 0, darkness, one of the pathways the celestial worthy of heaven and earth held authority over, cannot be a coincidence. If I go by this logic, then Roselle transmigrating into the body of a human who then abruptly switched paths, soon becoming a black emperor, could signify that the celestial worthy of heaven and earth probably had accommodated the nation of disorder, becoming the shadow of order. Klein lifted his hand, touching his top hat. Also, it makes sense that Phlegria was both fool and darkness. It wasn't a coincidence he found both the uniqueness, but that the uniqueness of darkness and fool probably merged together, or more like coagulated after the Lord of Mysteries' death, leading to it not being found for so long. It was probably concealed by the mashing authorities and later fell in the hands of Phlegria, whom was a sequence 1 of darkness and fool. Also, all of the Fool and Darkness pathway was accumulated into one place, the demonic wolf settlement, later Evernights Church controlling the Fool pathway as well as Darkness. There's also how Greg Race has the door authority, and the River of Eternal Darkness was the first Sapphira to leak from the western continent. By this logic, Ormer should have something related to error. Maybe a worm of time, as Grisha has uniqueness. And then there is me and Amon Isis. Even among the many pathways accommodated by the celestial worthy of heaven and earth, it seems Fool and Darkness have the most extreme level of convergence towards each other. Klein gulped, gazing over at his friend. He thought for a moment, before inwardly chuckling. But that does not change anything between her and me. He witnessed Amon Isis' head turning back towards him. It's honestly mind-boggling just how much lies hidden deep beneath history. Can't agree less. They both left out soft chuckled, before Amon Isis seriously commented. It makes more sense now as to why Phlegria's state was more unstable than the other ancient deities. In their case, the primal will of non-neighboring characteristics and uniqueness ends balancing each other out, but in his case, he was suffering from the same will twice now. Klein nodded, tapping the armrest of his chair. Yes. With the subsequent events that happened afterwards, and the occurrence of the trends of time, Phlegria's condition only became more destabilized before eventually completely collapsing. Silence followed as the Knight of Misfortune and the Fool silently ruminated, before both letting out synchronized sighs. So much has happened since the past few days, no, years. Amon Isis reclined at her chair, assuming a casual posture. 3 deities have perished. 3 ancient existences that have ruled a part of this world for so long, perished just like that. She let out a weary chuckle, causing Klein's lips to curl upwards, forming a smile, as he too assumed a casual and calm demeanor. Well, I won't say, just like that. It took an intensive planning and lots of reasonable developments to actually reach the end. Not to count the arrangement of the various deities, the mythical races, to maintain each of their stance, so as to not introduce a variable in the plan. Klein deeply elaborated, sighing at the end as he internally thought. To think Amon Isis and Grisha did all of this alone in the other timeline, I wonder how much more chaotic that went. Slightly lampooning, he straightened his legs. I know all of that, I was the one who had most doubts about its success, but oh well, it went better than expected anyways. With the fall of Sanguine Ancestor, Mutant King, and the Evernight Demonic Wolf, the 3 races have suffered devastating blows, with the mutant race nearly wiped out completely by the incandescent sun, and the demonic wolves too suffering the same fate, but by the hands of one of their own instead as. With a smirk, Amon Isis thought back to her days as the subsidiary god within the kingdom of demonic wolves. The cruel and wild nature of those around her, the madness that plagued each and everyone, and the oppression as well as the annihilation suffered by the various races entrapped by the other subsidiary gods. Amon Isis remembered her loneliness and the fear she felt back, treading in a foreign body of a monster, trying to desperately research her way back home, all while maintaining the act of someone she found herself familiar yet unfamiliar with. But now it was over. She was no longer alone, having possibly one of the bestest company of her life. No longer weak, to say, and no longer in fear and oppression. She could act however she wished, not having to maintain the persona of the goddess of misfortune. Closing her eyes, the Knight of Misfortune deeply sighed. Before her eyelids rose back up, a thought surfaced in her mind. Speaking of which, what happened to Salinger and Kotar? Or to Antigonus and Melantha? Klein, who had been observing her all this time, replied without a change in expression. Salinger turned to the Phoenix Ancestor, becoming her new subsidiary god. Kotar, reasonably, escaped from the battlefield upon regaining stability following my accommodation of the Fool uniqueness. Antigonus and Melantha actually bore witness to you killing their father, and managed to escape unnoticed. They are now making their way towards the northern continent. Amon Isis' gaze became slightly weary, but before she could speak, Klein continued with a giggle. No. There is no need to hunt any of them. For Melantha and Antigonus, they know better than themselves that causing chaos would attract attention towards them, something they desperately wish not to do so in their weakened and unprotected states. It is likely, they would discreetly set up their own little town like ours, and try to gain more believers to stabilize their condition. In short, they'll be living in harmony. Klein paused, observing Amon Isis' features soften. Salinger, as I said, has turned away. There is no need to pursue him, not like we realistically could right now. As for Kotar, I may have some plans with him. His voice grew distant by the end, while some of his worms of spirit used the door authority to immediately locate the god of miracles and discreetly gaze at the running demonic wolf. Plans? That does not sound right. Amon Isis had a weird feeling but decided not to voice it. She shook her head, letting the thoughts of demonic wolf and her former fellow subsidiary gods collect dust in her vast mind. Thinking back to other factors, she took a deep breath before beginning to speak. Then, that should conclude most of it. The sanguine race is the sole survivor of the incident, due to the dying grace of their ancestor, using the abilities of Crimson and her blood connection to every sanguine, allowing all of them to retreat from the battlefield, as well as from the Moon City itself. This should have left behind all the humans though. Klein nodded and continued from her statement. Yes, those humans were protected by Red Angel and Dark Angel while the purifying light from the astral plane wiped out the remaining mutant army. Hence, due to this act of kindness, all human residents of Moon City have become believers of the Sun God. As expected of him. Amon-Isis shook her head in mild annoyance. With the betrayal of the Giant King, the alliance between the humanoid race has been broken. The remaining sanguines, now under the rule of Elven King, will likely seek revenge for this. A new era of chaos and war on shore. Klein did not speak, remaining silent. After a while, he tapped the armrest of his chair with his slender fingers, while a few words seemingly erupting from the river of fate itself, sounded in Sapphira Castle. One of many. Silence lingered for many more moments, before being torn apart by the sweet, serene voice of Amon-Isis. This is all insane. Never in my life did I think I would ever experience these things in front of my eyes. It all feels like a dream, yet one I am sure not be. Suddenly, Klein gulped. Amon-Isis continued. You know, I never really had many friends, just few acquaintances here and there, and then when I grew up, I was married off to my work. This led me to become more or less distant and turn towards reading stories, playing games, and all that jazz. Amon-Isis contemplate over her past life, causing her eyes to visibly soften while various memories surfaced in her mind. If only the past me knew, she would one day be the center of one of those many stories. Magical, cruel, deprecating, eldritch, what do I even classify this as? She softly giggled, not noticing Klein's darkening expression. To be honest, I hate this world. I hate being here, being a part of it. It sounds good if it was just a novel I could read in my past. This world is interesting, with many characters all possessing their own goals and aspirations, all while dealing with their own wretchedness and madness. Oftentimes, we wish to be transported to some fantasy ruin world, to be free from responsibility and the cruelty of the mundane, completely discarding the dangers and challenges, all because we view it through a romanticist lens. I wasn't an exception to this, wanting to leave it all behind. Now that I have, I desperately wish to return back. You were right, Klein. Mundane itself is the name of humanity. We so desperately wish to escape it, but when granted, we wish to return. We aspire to be strong, yet do not wish to forge the path needed to become one. We wish to be extraordinary, yet wish to maintain the simplicity of life. Godhood itself is a contradiction. Amon-Isis stated, her voice distant echoing in the entire Sapphira Castle, while her eyes fluttered repeatedly. I wish to return to my home. Even if there is no path right now, I'll continue searching for it, until the end of time, until the end of you and me. Solidifying her resolve, she finally turned her gaze towards the King of Yellow and Black. Suddenly, confusion dawned over Klein. Amon-Isis immediately noticed his twisted expression, something Klein did not attempt to hide at all. His face had darkened, his eyelids wrinkled, while his gaze became somewhat hollow. Amon-Isis had a bad premonition. Suddenly, Klein stood up, prompting her to do the same. Klein. She softly uttered, reaching out to him, resting her hand on his shoulder. Klein stood motionless, his gaze fixed at her pretty figure. He then took her hand in his, sighing as he spoke in a weary tone. No longer. There is something I should tell you. Amon-Isis gulped. Before she could have asked him anything, a grayish-white fog filled her vision, obstructing her view. Soon it cleared up, as Amon-Isis now found herself in an unfamiliar spot. In front of her stood Klein, still holding onto her hands. Immediately she noticed the dark surroundings, the black clouds that predated the sky, the countless deep dark shadows that seemingly moved about in the place. Countless lightning strikes happened at once, causing an ear-shattering boom to resound in the air, yet the two mythical creatures remained unaffected. Amon-Isis, do you trust me? Klein asked seriously, squeezing her hands. The woman, confused yet understood the implications of his question. She did not have to think about an answer, as one had always remained in her heart. Yes. Suddenly, she felt his squeezing grip lightening while his somewhat empty eyes lingered on to their right. Amon-Isis followed his gaze, noticing a giant looming and withering structure. It was a building with grayish-white architecture, composed of layers of grayish-white matter. It looked old, yet its appearance made Amon-Isis instantly recognize its style. You wish to return to your world. To our world. Amon-Isis' heart skipped a beat. No, it was as if her beating heart had suddenly come to a halt. Her eyes, reflecting the view of the structure, slowly widened, her pupils continuously contracting and expanding. Back to your family, to your brother, to the mundane of life itself. Her blood ran cold, while the thin strands of hair on her body rose up. The chilling dry air breezed past her, fluttering her hair and her dress, yet the woman remained unaffected. Her mind had gone too numb from shock to form any thoughts. Suddenly, her breathing quickened, while Klein's softly spoken words echoed in her ears, jolting her awake. Yet, I am afraid that's not possible. After all, how could one return if they have never even left Chernobyl? Home. Reality exploded, the sun rose from the edges of Earth, illuminating the land, fostering life itself. Shining upon the dark structure, upon the night of misfortune and the fool. The early era of fire ushered to a close. Bear with me, this is gonna be a long one. So first off, yes, the early era of fire has officially ushered to a close. This first part of the Second Epoch is done. A lot of hitch and hikes here and there, especially towards the end, but it's finally done. This chapter was insanely chaotic to write, with all these things happening at once, and then finally the ending, something which I have had in my mind since forever. I have imagined that moment, when Amon-Isis gets to know the truth countless times in my head. To be able to actually write it down was a feeling I so fantastically enjoyed. I hope you do too. What's next now? Dual Era and Rise of Ancient Sun God. Though this should not come out as a surprise, but yeah, I am taking a small break so that both me and Chaotic could take a rest, work on our own things, and then roll back to write this FIC again. How long of a break? 10 days. Next update. 16th of January, and we will be returning to the normal schedule of Thursday and Sunday. Overall personal thought. I love this project, and a lot of thought went into actually making it. We have learned that all of this happened in the Second Epoch, this and that died, and this used to be the case, but to actually write the stuff in detail and connect it to the world to make it as closely possible to LOTM was certainly a task, and I proudly proclaim something I would never have been able to do alone. Henceforth, massive, and I mean massive, thanks to Chaotic. Absolutely amazing editor and an even more amazing friend. Chapter 38, Mockery. The world was born from madness. The sun rose from the edges of Earth, illuminating countless paths, radiating among the bright ocean of blue and twilight, waking the countless slumbering beings that rested in the forever stretching lands. Birds chirped, animals ran to hunt or hide, humans woke up for another hell. A new morning arose. With the dawn of a new day, the rays of twilight creaked in, its illumination causing a man's eyes to flutter open. The man, his black eyes closed while panting and massaging his temples. His eyes fluttered open once more as he examined the room's ceiling. His breath slowly settled down, while his gaze remained unwavered. The sounds of chirping birds echoed in his ears, providing peace to his restless mind, prompting a weary sigh out of his lips. He sat straight, his attention wandering down to his blanket before settling on the open window of his room, from which rays of sunlight entered. Klein Moretti, the false fool, sighed again, shaking his head. He removed his blanket as his feet touched the cool, wooden floor. He stood up from his bed, stretching his body slightly, fixing his disheveled hair, before walking up to the open windows. His eyelids lowered slightly, his gaze attention shifting to the nearby birds in the misty sky, to the vivid garden encompassing moon flowers and vanilla extract that laid ahead of him, with a lone figure seated on a chair before a round table, seemingly lost in thought. His eyelids instantly grew heavier, with his emotions turning dull. His gaze remained fixed on the figure for an unknown amount of time, observing its deathly stillness that occasionally rippled with some small moments. Klein took a deep breath, closing his eyes, averting his gaze entirely. He looked down at the wooden floor, sighing once again, before retreating from the window and leaving his room. Stepping into the garden area of the house, Klein slowly approached the slender feminine beauty clad in a simple plain black dress, her silky long hair slightly flowed about with the soft wind. Her head was fixed at the slumbering moonflowers and vanilla extract garden that laid before her. Her arm was laid on the wooden table while in her right hand was a porcelain teacup, with fresh, hot tea gently stirring with the motions of her hand. She brought the cup up to her lips, took a sip, before setting it back on the table, while resting her arm on her lap. As if sensing the nearby footsteps, she extended her other arm and grabbed the nearby porcelain kettle, emptying some of its contents into her cup. Klein, who had halted his steps upon seeing this, closed his eyes and shook his head. He resumed his walk, and pulled the chair opposite Amon-Isis, taking a seat. Almost immediately, he took notice of her pale face that bore little to no emotions, her hair slightly disheveled, forming messy bangs which obscured her eyes. Her attention seemed to remain on the garden beyond Klein, as if ignoring him, all while she enjoyed her tea. Klein could feel his heartbeat, his pupil dilating, though his body didn't make a move. For the longest of time, he maintained his silence, as if unable to find any words to break it. After letting out a sigh, he withdrew his eyes and observed a wooden sign placed at the entrance that spelled out, "Entry of Klein Moretti is prohibited in these premises. Amon-Isis." The wind gently swayed, fluttering the woman's plain black dress, and prompting Klein to hold onto his top hat, though he could always steal the wind's momentum. He closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair, sighing, before opening his mouth to speak. When the stars are right, chaos will rise from the ground, and the great oldest one will awaken. Klein uttered out the prophecy he had read on the internet back before his transmigration. He took note of Amon-Isis's unchanged expression and the lack of reaction over his words. He could tell she was very much listening to him by the sudden twitch of her ears, at the top of her head. He remained silent for a while, before continuing in a weary and low tone. In the pre-epoch times, perhaps years after our transmigration, the original creator awoke from his slumber, and brought about the cataclysm to this world. It destroyed most of what we are familiar with. Even the continents slightly changed, most notably, Australia is gone, having turned into the abyss with Africa, Europe and the Middle East combining to form the Eastern continent. The Americas have remained mostly unchanged, while Greenland became the Sonia Island. Most of Asia turned into the Western continent, sealed behind the fog beyond Moon City. The various constellations observable from Earth changed, and the original creator himself split apart into 6 spheroids and 16 uniqueness alongside countless characteristics. This was also the point when Tenebrous World, Broodhive, and Nation of Disorder were split apart from their respective outer deities due to the convergence and divergence effect from the original creator. Finally, what remained of him formed the astral barrier around Earth, shielding it from outer deities. And thus, the time when you and I were born, lived in and nurtured, concluded. The dark and chaotic era marched, the Lord of Mysteries and God Almighty awoke, the first epoch had begun. Klein took a deep breath, looking up at the sky gazing at the astral barrier around Earth. The barrier still remained strong, with no visible signs of weakening or cracking. He took another deep breath, turning his head back at Amon-Isis. He stared at her for several moments, waiting for her to speak, yet the woman remained silent. Klein's lips twitched indescribably. He sighed again, witnessing Amon-Isis pour another cup of tea in her Proclean cup. Our transmigration was caused by the previous Lord of Mysteries. Amon-Isis bringing the cup to her lips suffered slight pause on hearing that. Yet, her head remained unmoved as she resumed drinking her tea. Klein, watching this, only continued. Even before the pre-epoch times, the original creator fell into a state of slumber. His contradicting existence caused his psyche to suffer divergence and split apart into many personas, though all were similarly in slumber. Despite this, they were able to exert their influence on the world through their symbolisms, authorities, and characteristics, making preparations for when the inevitable disassociation of the slumbering creator would occur. Many of the folklores and mythical tales we know in modern day were in fact based on actual mysterious events. Klein paused for a moment, looking down at the round wooden table. Among these personas, God Almighty and the Lord of Mysteries were the most active and strongest of the great old ones on Earth. The Lord of Mysteries, wielding the highest authority over divination, managed to sense his end long before the awakening of the original creator. Thus, he began to seize various people from across the globe and place them around Sapphira Castle as a part of his resurrection plan. You and I were part of this. In the modern era, our souls were dragged out of our bodies, following a number of specific acts from our body and enclosed in a cocoon of light above the Sapphira Castle, above the door of light, the Sapphira itself. Then, thousands of years after the Lord of Mysteries' death, the two of us were released in varying intervals, with Sapphira Castle facing a malfunction due to unknown reasons, causing it to be unable to deliver the fate of becoming the Fool to you. It did not happen to me. Klein caressed his chin, propping his right leg on top of his left. The rest is history. He muttered, just quietly enough for Amon-Isis to hear it. Silence creaked in again, as the woman didn't say a word while the men continued to stare at her, waiting for her to say something, anything. Amon-Isis took the last sip from her cup before placing it on the table. She straightened her arms, resting them on her lap, while taking slow breaths. Klein took note of all this, and the silence that accompanied them. He pondered over something, eventually deciding to speak up. Sometime after my transmigration, I came to know of the truth of this world. Even before I got to know of the source of transmigration. Then, I came to realize the inevitable fate I possessed, and the danger that came with it. Klein lightly chuckled, looking towards the garden. We strive to return, only to realize we never left. Just like you, I once wanted to return by any means necessary. I searched for ways, looked for anything that bore semblance to the old world. Then, eventually, I came across Chernobyl. Klein ruminated over his own past, remembering the times when he searched for Roselle's diary pages. When he learned mysticism so as to research his way back home, and then when he was kidnapped by Amon and taken to the forsaken land of gods. In a singular moment, countless memories vividly surfaced in his mind. Klein was reminded of his own grief upon discovering or perhaps being told of the truth. The realization and the pain that followed with this revelation. He, who had avoided forging bonds and relationships so as to not leave regrets, had come to realize it was for naught. Rising in sequence, risking his own life, plunging himself in madness, all for nothing. One could not return if they had never left, a truth he so desperately did not wish to accept yet forced to do so. Life really is just a joke, huh? Klein commented, looking down at the grassy field. He let out another chuckle and shook his head, before returning his attention to her. Suddenly fear creaked in. Do you hate me? Klein uttered, his tone weary, displaying emotion that resembled sadness and understanding. He turned his head towards the garden once again, holding a tired expression on his face. No. Klein's eyes slightly widened, his head snapping back to her. Isis slowly raised her head, and finally observed him. Her ears twitched, straightening, while a gentle breeze passed them. Klein's eyebrow twitched upon seeing her reddened eyeballs. There were dark spots under her eye, with her beauty having lost its luster under her disheveled state. I don't hate you. In fact, I don't bear any negativity towards you. Isis spoke gently, yet there was a cruel dryness in her voice, almost as if she was holding back some hiccups. Your conjecture over me was correct. If, on our first meeting, you revealed everything, I would have lost control. After all, the hope of going back was all I truly had back then. Isis uttered, closing her eyes. She took a deep breath, before opening her eyes and gazing deeply at Klein. I began to live with you so as to understand you better. Perhaps out of curiosity, or loneliness. You had always been an interesting person. A contradiction to divinity itself. To be able to maintain interest in the mundane yet, be infinitely closer to becoming a true god. You held secrets far beyond my understanding and I was endlessly curious about them. Isis paused, a slight chuckle escaping her. I have now spent over years learning about you more, and the type of person you are, eventually even placing my uttermost trust in you. Thus, I understand your intentions. They are completely valid. To hate you after knowing you so well. She paused for a moment and then said, would be a mockery. Hating you would be a mockery to this friendship, to this relationship. Just as Isis said that, her lips slowly curled up while her eyelids began to twitch. She giggled again before speaking in a broken, pained tone. It hurts to know this truth. You know. Klein watched Isis turn her head back at the garden, her expression slowly twisting back to normal. Klein's gaze was fixated on her, his silence maintained, his heart beating loudly in his chest, while his gaze constantly rippled. Her silence doesn't originate from anger, but from the lack of words. Klein sighed inwardly, feeling the burden of lie lesser its weight on his shoulder. He came to a realization that Isis had a better understanding of him than he had of her. The one he was familiar with was the Evernight goddess, not Isis, at least before coming to this time. Same way the world was familiar with Mr. Fool, not Klein Moretti, nor Zhou Mingyuri who laid underneath. He had intentionally avoided getting close to anyone after transmigration, so as to not leave regrets. When he finally got to know the truth, it was far too late for him to forge any deep relationship. Neither did he ever attempt to get close to anyone, nor did he present the opportunity for anyone to be close to him. After all, he was a mortal playing a god. Dangers lurked with every step he took. This friendship was perhaps Klein's first real relationship. The only time he did not have a need to maintain a facade. Thus originated his greatest fear, their state of relationship after Isis became aware of truth. Would she come to hate him for withholding something so precious to her? The answer was, no, she could never. It was at this moment, Klein for the first time ever since his transmigration, found a strong urge to grow closer to her, to understand her better, and perhaps even. Perhaps. He followed her gaze towards the swaying moonflower and vanilla extract and gently replied. It does. He sighed deeply, extending his left hand and soon taking hold of her right, gently caressing it with his thumb. But in the end, there is nothing that can be done. The past is but a fleeting memory now among countless many. Even if I were to somehow go back to that point in time. He silently added in his head. Isis slightly nodded, letting the slender fingers of her right hand entwine with the left of his. They both ruminated in silence, with the rays of sun becoming more apparent. What happened to our original body? Klein maintained his gaze on her and answered. They committed suicide shortly after. Klein remembered the scene of his real body, the body of Zhou Mingyuri jumping off the balcony of his apartment. He then heard a dry chuckle from Isis, followed by words. Well, at least it's a closure to our stories and to our previous life. Klein's pupil dilated, his lips curled up into a small smile while he shook his head. Yeah. It's the end of one journey, only to be thrown into another. He paused for a moment then continued. Dying is better than facing this burden. Won't you agree, oh, knight of misfortune? Isis lowered her gaze down to the round table then back at Klein. What now? She asked. Klein thought about it for a moment, before lifting his free hand. He took off his top hat, the manifestation of full uniqueness, and rested it on Isis' head. What can be? You know the truth, what we can do is live with our lives. He paused, looking up at the sky. And prepare for the inevitable. But that's a long while before that. Saying that he got up from his chair, and let go of her hand. His face formed a beautiful smile, a radiant one, while he bowed down extending his hands towards her. For now what I propose is, let's fix your hairstyle, eat breakfast and play some games to lighten your mood. Once you feel a bit better, we can resume our travels. Amon Isis looked down at his fair palm, before shifting her eyes towards his face. She remained motionless for some moments, before extending her hand and resting it on his. A small smile formed on her face. She slowly got up from her seat, looking over at the cups that had mysteriously disappeared. She shook her head, lifting her hand to fix the position of the top hat on her head, with Klein maintaining his gaze on her. And thus, the duo walked back to their house. A new day was upon them. Chapter 39, not a smile, but a grimace. In the foggy, desolate plains, with the faint light of dawn filtering through the dark clouds in the weary sky, illuminating an amalgamation of grotesque structures, majestic buildings that had long lost their luster, with their surfaces ridden in flesh and blood. The many straight and winding paths leading to the heart of this massive city was ridden with decaying corpses. However, among this was a dark ancient divine chapel, its many windows now shattered, exposing its dreadful and putrid-filled interior to the elements. This imposing structure was now a shadow of its past, a very recent but turbulent one, with its previous terrifying aura gone. Then suddenly, from the very edges of the dead settlement, erupted a thick grayish-white fog, like an enormous wave. It swept the entire desolate land, cloaking all structures, bodies, blood, grotesque flesh, and the innumerable distinct objects, the various gleaming characteristics that had seeped out. The fog quickly enveloped the entire place within itself, concealing it from the outside world. Cloaked within the grayish-white fog, the innumerable characteristics belonging to darkness and full pathways suddenly began to shake and churn around, before disappearing from their spots. One by one all of the characteristics that laid around in the dead settlement disappeared into the grayish fog. As the last characteristic vanished, the fog thickened even further, creaking into every single spot within the settlement. The ground, buildings, and bodies, everything began to shake violently, as countless cracks took form in reality itself. The space itself began to be torn apart. The very space in which the dead settlement that once belonged to the demonic wolves existed, was being torn apart and annihilated. The grayish-white fog gently swayed around, consuming the space it had enveloped, folding it, destroying all buildings and bodies in the process, returning all matter within the space to void. In just some moments, the entire area was shattered and consumed by the void, leaving not even the faint lingering godhood. Then, the space-like area transformed and rearranged itself into a plain field, perfectly blending with the surrounding plains as the fog vanished. A hush soon settled in, a gentle breeze passed by, fluttering the blades of grass on the ground, which were now illuminated by the morning sun. A light far-reaching, eclipsing the previous, and soon-to-be-forgotten darkness and dread. Jolted awake, Fred opened his eyes to the damp rays of sun pouring in through the cracks on the walls that acted as windows. Immediately, he took a sharp intake of stale air, then breathed heavily as he struggled to move around, before slowly regaining his composure and settling down on the rough, ragged floor. His eyes rolled back, while his body quivered, shaking uncontrollably. For many moments, he laid there silently with only the sounds of his breath bringing life to his minuscule room. Then, he gradually stood up while taking support on a nearby wall. As he steadied his breath and shaky legs, he turned his attention to the large crack on the wall, the window. Fred slightly narrowed his eye, ignored the sight outside and approached the opened and weathered wooden door in the room. Exiting the room, he slowly made his way along the crumbled hallway, avoiding the scattered glass, the bits and pieces of stone arches, and the absolute mess of furniture and concrete. Fred eventually arrived at an open barn in the messy and overturned garden, spotting a number of people having already gathered at the place. Fred. He heard a familiar voice and witnessed a man, his friend Kin, approach him with a worried expression. His dirty skin and hair were messy, with a streak of crimson originating from his forehead blending with his tattered clothes. Kin immediately put his arms around Fred's shoulder, supporting his limping friend, and soon placed him onto a small stone chair. "How are your injuries? Are you feeling all right?" Kin asked, his weary voice laced with worry with a hint of dryness from a sore throat. Fred gazed at his friend, his eyes closing and opening repeatedly, before settling eventually. Instead of answering, he looked around himself, noting the many people, some of which were his friends, people he had lived with or worked together with, all either in a similar state as him, badly injured, or dead. He let out a deep breath before erupting into a coughing fit. Kin quickly leaned forward, giving light taps to Fred's back repeatedly while rubbing his chest. After settling down once more, Fred looked towards his friend and asked in a hoarse voice. Where is Jeez?" Still rubbing his friend's chest, Kin shook his head and replied. "She is fine, but not here anymore. She left for the main city earlier." Fred suddenly felt a huge burden vanish hearing this, as he hung his head low. They both remained in silence, peering in on the nearby murmurs, agonizing groans, and cries resounding in the large barn. "What's the situation?" Fred eventually broke the silence as Kin turned his head around, constantly shifting his gaze, observing. "Messy. Countless are injured, many are missing. Only a few of us are still in a somewhat good condition, so we are taking the lead in caring for those that are not. Some like Jeez went to the main city to further evaluate the situation and to collect necessary resources." Kin gave a surface-level explanation. He then moved away from Fred, standing back up on his feet. You stay there. I'll go get some water. Saying that, Kin hastily walked away towards one of the barns. Fred, witnessing his friend's departure, examined himself once more, before shifting his gaze at the sky. A scene surfaced in his mind. Following the sudden disappearance of every sanguine and vampire from the Moon City, bright rays of purifying light descended from an infinite height, washing over the entire landscape, engulfing the entire Moon City and the terrible battlefield that seemed to encompass most of that landmass beyond the city. It burned away the countless mutants, undead, demonic wolves, scorching and washing away all ailments and curses. It shined brightly, illuminating every edge, every corner of the world, leaving not a shadow of darkness beneath it. It was like a saving grace to the innumerable abandoned innocents that were left behind by their masters to tragically perish. Within a few moments, the entire armies belonging to the mythical races, lying outside the Moon City, were annihilated. Witnessing such a spectacle, the denizens of the Moon City were thrown in disarray. Having been abandoned by their masters, a sense of loss quickly washed over even the calmest ones. Some held the hope of their return, while others, quick to seize the opportunity, began to brutally sack the city of sanguines, savoring their freedom. A clash between the two groups was unavoidable, and thus chaos and disorder quickly spread outwards, embroiling even those that have yet to take a side. Eventually, some level of order was restored as a group of servants previously belonging to the Blood Moon Queen Ornia retaliated with alleged support of an outside force. The city gained a new order, one that was led by humans. Yet, what can order do, if the city itself is a crumbling mess? This thought crossed Fred's mind, before he noticed his friend Kin taking long strides towards him, with his left hand grasping a mug filled with water. Fred reached out with his hand, taking hold of the mug and bringing it to his lips. He gulped the water down his throat, quenching some of his thirst which he had not realized until now. Feeling better, Kin took the mug from his hand, resting it on the ground. He then laid down on the floor, while dropping his head low. Unfortunately, we are running low on food, and the injured need it at the moment. I am sorry, Fred. He spoke in a low, hesitant tone, only to witness a small smile forming in Fred's dried, tired face. Go and do your work. Don't hold back for me, he spoke out, before standing up with a grunt. Kin immediately stood up to support his limping friend, but was gently shoved back. I am fine. I'll go to the central, too. Fred's voice grew distant and hesitant, his dark brown eyes reflected a distinct figure within them. It was the figure of a man with black hair and black eyes, donning a black overhanging robe, with a red scarf draped around his neck. His pants had a checkered pattern of dark black lines, and a classical hat adorned with red feathers rested at his head. The wandering magician Merlin Hermes. To see things out myself. Out of nowhere, Fred's sentence took shape in his head, spilling out of his mouth without his control. Before Kin could refute him and notice the nearby magician, Fred suddenly felt fully rejuvenated, with his bruised leg instantly healed. The change caused his eyes to widen as he moved his legs under the bewildered eyes of Kin. Before he could utter a word, a snap sounded, and was quickly followed by numerous confused and joyful gasps. The injured, whether with a few cuts and bruises, or those with missing limbs, organs among other injuries, were healed. Even those on the brink of death were brought back to their peak, with those feeling weary, mentally tired, hungry, thirsty, all were rejuvenated. This was a miracle. Kin, observing all of this, was shocked beyond belief. It was then that he too took notice of his condition suddenly improving. His mind was as calm as ever, while his body as a whole felt fresh, freed from the previous fatigue and stress. Not only Kin but everyone gathered around him shared the same sentiments. It was as if divine blessings had suddenly been bestowed upon them, providing them strength against these harsh and unforeseeable times. The previously somber environment turned joyful, blossoming with new vitality and vigor. The worries that had gnawed at them were all washed away in an instant. Unfortunately, some still grieved at those who still remained dead, however, their corpses were now in pristine conditions, as if they had all died peacefully. Fred, initially walking slowly, eventually broke into a sprint, following the faint illusory spectrum of the wandering magician appearing at the corner of his eyes, shattering the next instant. Without holding any awareness, he left the ruining crumbles of Lord Quan's mansion, running along the path that led towards the sprawling but devastated Moon City. He ignored the deathly silent wilderness around him, something he had remained wary of his entire life. He ignored the increasingly bright shining sun, its rays illuminating the very path he was marching on. He ignored his own condition. Before he knew it, Fred was now on the destroyed walls of Moon City. Immediately he took notice of the fallen giant concrete arches, the thrashed buildings and roads, burned wood, and destroyed cobble. Moon City, once interconnected with eloquent infrastructure and architecture, now only featured ruins. Scattered around, Fred looked over at some dead bodies buried within the debris. His nose immediately picked the dried scent of blood and rotten flesh, while his mind instinctively took note of the city's silence, causing his previously ignored weariness to creep in. But then, a voice, distinctly familiar, sounded in his ears. Fred. He snapped his head to witness the familiar figure of his friend, Jeez, approach him with an hesitant pace. She soon stood before the silent Fred, noting the absent-minded smile that had taken form on his face. What are you doing here? You should be resting back in the manor. She shouted at him and took him into an embrace. I am fine. There is no need for this. Fred refuted, trying to escape from her grasp, yet found himself incapable of doing so. Where is Kin? Or anyone? Did you come alone? One by one, Fred was overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, leaving him unable to answer any of them. Before he halted her, they both perked up at the sound of approaching footsteps and turned towards a group of people approaching from a destroyed corner. The group consisted of both men and women, dressed in white clergyman robes. Silence dawned over for some moments, before it was broken by one among them. A man with light bread and short stature coughed twice before speaking. Forgive me, but could you two step aside? If you are looking for food or other resources, there is a tent about a few blocks away from where we came. We can take you there. His voice carried a strange reverie, calming those that heard his soft-spoken words. No, we have already obtained some. We just came from there. Please excuse us. Jeez immediately replied in earnest while offering a simple bow. She squeezed Fred's hand, dragging him with her towards the temporary setup of living quarters in a still somewhat standing district of the city, far away from the group of people. The duo walked in silence for a while, before resting at a spot among crumbled arches and stone towers. Now, tell me, why are you here? Jeez asked with an authoritative tone, seriously questioning her friend. Fred scratched the back of his head, his eyes darting around, trying to catch a glimpse of the wandering magician, yet there was nothing to see bar rumbled and decaying corpses. Well, I was just worried, and I wanted to see things for myself. As for my condition, look, I am completely fine. It was a miracle. All my wounds are healed. Fred turned his body around, bending down, lifting the folds of his pants up to reveal a perfectly fine leg with no sign of bruise or strain. This momentarily shook Jeez, as the possibility of the powerful healers that were the Sanguines crossed her mind. However, she soon discarded the possibility. This was because, in such a scenario, neither of them would be currently walking freely in this once grand city. She bent down, extending her hand, running her rough fingers against his calf, before letting out a low, but astonishing gasp. Truly a miracle. How did this? Her words were cut off, as she turned her head around, and pushed Fred behind her. They both witnessed a bright light shine from a certain area in the living quarters, attracting the attention of all those in the vicinity. Fred and Jeez were no exception. They exchanged glances before sharing a nod as they quickened their pace towards the light. For some reason, this light seemed to be calling out for them. With Jeez' familiarity over the many routes of the city, even though destroyed, they soon arrived at the large square. The sight that greeted them was miraculous to say the least. This was the patient area of the city, housing the children, the elderly, the dead and the injured. All those who had indiscriminately lost something in the war between mythical races. Walking through this area only gave a grim reminder of what the average human suffered during a war in which they were mere bystanders. The countless lost souls, and the suffering that those closer to them felt. Yet, the sight before Fred and Jeez was an exact opposite of this. The injured suddenly had their wounds healed, their state revitalized. The elderly felt a new and flourishing youth taking over, feeling energetic. The grim and sobbing children suddenly broke into astonishing cries, as they all tried to form smiles. The monotone environment suddenly turned lively. Then, Fred picked up on something. He saw a woman appearing in her late 40s, drop down to her knees and clasp her hands together, close her eyes, and murmur. "Oh, Sun God. I give thanks and praise for showering us with your love." She chanted the same prayer over and over in a reverie, all while looking up at the bright sun. Standing a few feet away, a certain figure suddenly felt his lips twitch repeatedly. Sun God. Seriously. Sun God. Turning his head towards Jeez, Fred displayed confusion, caught her attention. Jeez grumbled inwardly for a moment before speaking. You remember the holy brilliance at the end of the twilight of crimson? Seeing Fred nod in acknowledgement, Jeez looked up at the sky, putting a hand over her eyes to shield them from the increasingly bright blazing sun. It was only natural. Having been abandoned by their masters and their goddess, people desperately looked for hope in their treacherous situation. That's exactly when the purifying rays of light descended from the sky itself, shattering suffering and stirring our inevitable fate of death by the hands of Sanguine's enemy. Looking back at Fred, she momentarily paused before uttering, a new faith emerged. The sun began to be praised in reverie. You remember how an external force helped the previous servants of the Blood Queen in restoring some order in the city, right? That external force are the believers or angels under the sun god, whom had also protected the moon city from the shadows the entire time the war went on. The people from before were also these peoples that have fully converted their faith to the sun god, as well as most of the residents of the city. Fred's eyes slightly widened, and he turned his head to peer at the sky, and the blazing ball of light that continuously rose higher and higher. He then shifted his gaze back towards the people, some dawning confusion, other excitement and amazement, while many, just like the woman in her 40s, began to pray in reverie. But that's a miracle invoked by a wandering magician. This thought reverberated in Fred's mind. Before he could say anything, his vision was suddenly engulfed by a bright brilliance. Almost immediately he slightly glanced up at the illuminated sky, his motion followed by each and everyone around him. Everyone around Moon City, those at its outskirts, far beyond it, including those slumbering, looked up at the sun. They gazed at the endless brilliance and empowering light that had grown to encompass the entire skies. Though, strangely, it didn't hurt any attempting to peer at it. The gentle and warm rays carried with them a message, yet more so of a thought that made itself aware in their very mind. The Lord knew everything, and so did his people. The sun returned to its original form, yet still shining brightly. But the humans that had gazed at it felt their minds resonating with the most precious thoughts. They had received a command, all of them. The command being, the entire Moon City is to be displaced from these barren and shattered lands, and start anew on the foggy and western edge. This alone resulted in great shock, but those that still had a moment of clarity found it reasonable and understandable. With this command came a string of words descended from heavens themselves. One by one, suddenly many people looked up at the sky while dropping down on their knees. They clapped their hands together, closed their eyes and spoke in a hushed tone. The Lord that created everything. The omnipotent and omniscient, the source of everything great, the beginning and the end, the God of gods. Ruler of the vast astral world. A single chorus resounded in the air. Fred remained the only one standing, with even G's having crouched down on her knees and began praying. He bore witness to this spectacle with his continuously dilating and contracting eyes. It was then, a figure suddenly reflected in the corner of his eyes. He looked up, gazing over at a stone tower that was still in a relatively good condition. At its top stood a figure, his cloak gently swaying in the air, and his white-gloved hand pressed the classical hat on his head. His face held not a smile, but a grimace. Standing within a vortex of light and ocean, the sun god Grisha overlooked the Moon City in its entirety, watching over the countless humans that had gathered together to discuss God's plan for them. His face held an innocent smile while his golden, glistening eyes shimmered. He let out a soft chuckle before turning around, facing a man wearing a robe, checkered pants, his gloved hand held onto his classical hat adorned with red feathers, that was pressed against his chest. His black eyes reflected Grisha's figure, and his black messy hair formed bangs at his forehead. "Has this been our first proper meeting after the war?" Grisha asked in a soft tone, to which Merlin simply chuckled and replied in a calm, steady voice. "Technically not. While I am sure you have already discerned, the one standing here is an avatar. The main body has better things to deal with. I'm on Ices, am I right?" Merlin did not reply, instead presenting a calm smile. "Regardless, meeting you is equivalent to meeting with the real body." Grisha paused for a moment, and giggled. "Will we have a meeting this Monday?" Merlin remained motionless for a moment before nodding in affirmation. "Our alliance hasn't officially reached its conclusion," he stated leisurely. "Which brings me to my main objective for this meeting." Grisha nodded and lifted his hand, gently putting it within his clergyman robe. "I am aware." Slowly, he pulled out his hand, which now held a bright crimson-colored orb, with dark spots dotted about in its spherical structure. It was akin to a miniature crimson moon, yet the radiance from it was perhaps even brighter than the original. The moon uniqueness. I still do not see your reasoning for wanting this. It neither neighbors your pathways nor ammonizes. Grisha displayed a very slight hint of confusion in his voice, while the moon uniqueness gently floated at his fingertips. Merlin rested his hat on his head, while taking a step forward, stopping just a feet away from Grisha. "You can say." He extended his hand, taking hold of the moon uniqueness from Grisha's fingertips. "I am nonetheless interested." After he recovered the moon uniqueness, Merlin let out a sigh, taking hold of it before flinging it up in the air, as it disappeared into Sapphira Castle. Merlin then narrowed his eyes, and gently said in a weary tone, "Your honorific name." Before he could have completed his sentence, Grisha's smile twisted into a weird one, as he turned around and disappeared into the sea of Quanta. Merlin was left with his mouth slightly hung open. Don't tell me. He was too embarrassed to discuss his honorific name. God Almighty. Creator, Maker. The Omnipotent and Omniscient. Lord of the Astral World. Klein had a weird expression on his face. This is the third time someone has made an honorific name, and it's completely on point correct without their knowledge. He grumbled inwardly, while the corner of his lips repeatedly twitched. I suppose that is what fate is all about. He nodded repeatedly with a serious expression. He then relaxed his expression and sighed. The people of Moon City are in better condition now. I should still observe them closely for some time. He thought about Fred for a moment, before sighing again. I should meet him too. I can only imagine what he is currently thinking. He slightly leaned back and shifted his focus to other matters. Interesting. In the original timeline, Moon City's human denizens were made to follow a prophecy from Grisha, which was why they settled right beside the western continent's barrier. The prophecy itself was to guard the place and notify him if someone were to walk out of the fog. That someone was me. Klein ruminated for a moment before continuing his train of thought. Since I am already here, the prophecy cannot be that. But that begs the question of what it could be. Countless mysterious symbols took form in Klein's eyes as he tried to deduce the meaning of this new prophecy. This resulted in failure due to a combination of his lack of comprehensive knowledge to form any reasonable linkage, and the level involved. Figured. I'll have to closely observe Moon City and Grisha's attitude towards the Western Continent's seal. Klein mentally took a note. There is also the moon uniqueness. Klein had come to realize a slight problem. Amon Isis and Grisha's attitude towards each other was not particularly good. The former often eyed the latter, building up tension. There were also problems with Amon-Is's involvement and knowledge over the extensive events. She was not aware of Lilith's survival. At least she should be alive if things went the way they should have. I hope she is. Combined with her comprehensive knowledge of great old ones and pathways, Amon-Isis naturally, neither was aware nor desired to obtain the moon uniqueness. After all, what benefit could she reap from a non-neighboring pathway, except bringing more problems to herself? Uniqueness was after all unique. While using it as a sealed artifact was great, it naturally came with an extreme amount of disadvantages. Thus, the thought never even crossed her mind in this timeline. This was a problem as in the original timeline, Amon Isis had obtained the moon uniqueness from Grisha and was later known as Lady of Crimson. For the sake of maintaining the core events of history, Klein, a professional scholar of yore, took it as his duty to obtain the moon uniqueness himself and maintain this part of the timeline he was familiar with. But getting it was something. A scene surfaced in Klein's head. You want the moon uniqueness? Asked Grisha with a curious glance. Quite so. The man in clergyman Rob rubbed his chin with his fingers and pondered for a moment. And what might I receive for this transaction? Klein smiled quietly and lowered his eyelids. You remember how I once helped you in obtaining your red angel? I am pretty sure that help does not equate to the worth of an entire uniqueness. Grisha did not attempt to hide his weirded expression as he observed Klein. After further negotiations, they both formed a notarized deal and Grisha agreed to offering Klein the moon uniqueness. Back in the present day, Klein shook his head and thought to himself. Things I do for this woman. I'll later go to Sapphira Castle to inspect it. Then I should. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a low-sounding groan and then a shuffling movement. Klein's original body looked down and saw Amon Isis, whom sat by his feet, mewed in satisfaction. Her ears twitched repeatedly, as she took the gentle feeling of Klein's fingers and the comb in his hand gently flowing on her silky hair. He was combing her silky black hair. Klein smiled and chuckled upon seeing such a reaction. You seem to be enjoying it a lot. Amon Isis ever so slightly turned her head, the corner of her dark eyes peering at her friend. It does feel really nice. It's like you were brushing my fur. Klein maintained his smile while gently shook his head. His finger gently flowed by the strands of hair, straightening them, while the comb followed after his fingers. Occasionally his fingers would come in contact with her ears, causing Amon Isis to let out a hiccup. After combing her hair in silence and small occasional talk, Klein tied the long overflowing hair into an extremely low ponytail, letting a part of her hair form beautiful bangs at her forehead and around the side of her head, giving Amon Isis a completely new look. She lifted her hands and touched the tied part of her hair, displaying confusion over her look. Then suddenly, a mirror akin to the one in her room appeared in front of her. Amon Isis took a look at herself, finding her new appearance to be proper. Not bad. I like it. She gently smiled, fully turning to Klein. The latter opened his mouth, but no words came. Instead, what he felt was a warm feeling in his chest. He let out a sigh and nodded gently. I need to give her the moon uniqueness, maybe on her upcoming birthday. Klein let the thought flow past his mind and he soon noticed Amon Isis looking down at her stomach, causing him to stand up from the couch. I'll make something for us. It's nearly lunchtime anyway. As he began to walk towards the kitchen, Amon Isis, narrowing her gaze, stood up from the ground, followed behind him and tapped at his back. Mind if I help? She asked curiously, leaning downward, pinching her lips outwards. Klein, observing her behavior, pondered for a moment before unceremoniously swatting her away. Of course, no. Amon Isis grinned at this, but followed him anyway. That day, their house, in a twist of misfortune, had nearly burned down. Chapter 40, Apprentice. Shrouded in the thick grayish-white fog, within the ancient majestic palace was the fool, Klein, who fully reclined in his high chair all while crossing a leg over the other and gazing at the modeled table before him. His eyes wandered to the 21th high-backed chairs that rested empty before him. A sigh escaped him, as he momentarily closed his eyes before opening them again. He slowly extended his hand, causing the fog around him to rumble and gather in his palm. Immediately, crimson rays diverged outwardly, causing the fog to slightly ripple before parting from Klein's hand. Floating at his fingertips was a bright miniature crimson moon, its illumination dyed the entire place red. This was the moon uniqueness. Klein, who now possessed it, deeply examined it, various thoughts forming in his mind. Indeed. If it wasn't for Sapphira Castle, the deep influence radiating from the uniqueness could potentially have an effect on me. Klein narrowed his eyes, and tapped the armrest of his chair. No wonder Lilith was like that. This uniqueness is beyond corrupted, accommodation is equivalent to committing suicide. Klein's lips twitched indescribably, as he shook the uniqueness in his hand. How did the Evernight goddess even possess this without going completely insane? Actually, now that I think about it, she wasn't particularly sane either. He slightly lampooned and giggled, before emitting a light cough and resuming his train of thought. On a serious note, it was probably due to Grisha's help. He reflected as countless mysterious symbols suddenly took form in his eyes, while his gaze remained on the uniqueness. As a sealed artifact, the uniqueness passively radiates a crimson glow around itself which affects the spirituality of all those who bathe in it. It can be either used to amplify or deplete one's spirituality entirely. In addition to that, the uniqueness can be used to temporarily bring about a blood moon which can have severe effects on a designated land, including but not limited to, amplifying all negativity and evil in the particular land, allowing it to rampage the lands. The spirit world, astral world, and the real world will all deeply interact and fuse, bringing terrifying results. Klein sighed as he continued his analysis. At its current state, merely holding it, or being influenced by it could prove extremely dangerous even for a true god. The influence of Mother Goddess of Depravity is far too strong, causing the uniqueness to be deeply corrupted by it. I and Grisha can resist its deep influence with our respective Spherote, but the same cannot be said for anyone else. No wonder Lilith had to perish. She was a veritable ticking time bomb. The sturdy world barrier prevented this former pillar from completely taking over Lilith. Makes me wonder why Mother Uniqueness clearly didn't seem to have such a problem. If it wasn't for this still extremely stable barrier, Klein would not have dared even bringing this uniqueness close to Sapphira Castle out of caution. He silently tapped his chin, deep in contemplation. Then, his lips curled, as the moon uniqueness suddenly began to ascend in the air. The fog around it churned, while the whole of Sapphira Castle began to shake. The moon uniqueness shined ever so brightly, but then suddenly its illumination dampened as the fog around it stabbed the uniqueness from all direction, deeply ingraining itself onto it. In resistance, the uniqueness tried to stir the spirituality of all creation around itself, but in the face of Spherote that held the utmost authority over seals, its attempts were futile. Eventually, the castle returned to normalcy. The grayish-white fog gently swayed, covering the vast inches of endlessness. Now, floating at Klein's fingertips, the moon uniqueness was completely sealed. Engraved on its surface was the sacred emblem formed by pupil-less eyes and contorted lines, representing secrecy and change. That's better. While it is still not so safe to carry around in the real world. With time, the uniqueness would be bathed in the aura and deeply corrupted by Sapphira Castle, which would make it relatively safer for Ammonices to carry around. Of course, I'll need to periodically supply the seal. Klein let out a deep sigh, before breaking into a soft chuckle. Dealing with corruption by inducing even more corruption. He shook his hand in front of his head, before settling back in his chair. Klein inspected the uniqueness for one more second, before taking a firm hold of the sphere and flinging his hand, throwing the miniature moon in his junk pile. The moon uniqueness crash-landed onto a pile of beyonder characteristics belonging to darkness and full pathway, spilling the mountain of characteristic everywhere, causing the surrounding pile of characteristics to suffer the same. The moon uniqueness simply rolled out, crashing onto Lai, and then at Guardian Hammer, before finally settling beside the darkness uniqueness. Klein did not pay any mind to this, and instead shifted his focus to other matters. Now that I have settled this mess, we can resume our travels. Klein's smile unknowingly widened. He closed his eyes and proceeded with his thoughts. The main question is, where? There is nothing particularly interesting in the northern continent. Klein pondered for some moments, tracking his knowledge of events within the dual era. The eastern continent will be the most active part of the world currently. Not only will Grisha rise in power and status, the giants, devils, phoenixes, elves, and dragons all will remain in a constant turmoil. This is also the point when humanity would begin to prosper. Klein slightly leaned to his sides. I have long deduced and confirmed that connecting with humanity can help us strengthen it. To bear witness to the struggles and to help them overcome it. Facing the joyous moments of life, and to remain close to the mundane while being even more infinitely close to the divine. Klein deeply sighed, shaking his head. Ironic. When I was a mortal, I was acting like a god, Now that I am a god, I am trying to act like a human. He chuckled inwardly, rubbing his temples. Considering all of this, the eastern continent seems like the best location. With the fall of the sanguines, mutants, and demonic wolves, a major power vacuum has appeared, and the enslaved humans have started rising. This is the best opportunity for me and Amon-Isis. We can both go around and explore the newly set up settlements, which will gradually transition into something grander. It's also perfect for her to act. Thinking for a second more, Klein had come to a decision. I am sure Amon-Isis would roll with whatever I have in mind. He repeatedly nodded his head. As he began to formulate a plan, Klein quickly realized a problem: Tingen. Last time, we were without worries and responsibilities. That's not the case anymore. We have an entire town to manage. Leaving to explore like previously is not feasible since the people need us. Not only that, but Amon-Isis needs more anchors for her eventual accession to Sequence 0 is nigh within this epoch. We need to expand our territory. One by one more worries and problems popped up in Klein's head. He reclined his initial train of thoughts and began to ponder over a solution. After thinking over it for a long time, Klein couldn't help but grumble to himself. If only Amon-Isis could make avatars of herself, then an idea popped in his head. Wait, this could work. He mumbled under his breath, putting a hand over his mouth. After thinking for a while, his lips curled up into a smile while his head turned towards the ceremonious chair of his Knight of Misfortune. Let's experiment, hee. Bored. Amon-Isis thought while lazily rolling around on the large couch. It's so silent too. Where is Klein? She let her gaze wander around within the house, and to the entire Tingen city beyond. Finding no trace of her dear friend, Amon-Isis felt even more bored and hindered. It's been over an hour since I have seen him. I am feeling lonely now. You don't leave a lady all alone without warning. Does he have no manners? Amon-Isis slightly pouted her cheeks and buried her face in her pillow. A chuckle sounded in the living room, as Amon-Isis broke into soft giggles. Jokes aside, I am incredibly bored. Amon-Isis shook her head around, and used her hand to prop her blanket upwards, blanketing her whole body. She had, of course, brought her bedroom's blanket to the living room. Might as well go to sleep if there is nothing to do. The thought reverberated in her head, and she turned her body sideways, curling her legs together, putting her arms around them before pressing them against her chest. But just as she was about to fall asleep, her vision was engulfed by a familiar crimson hue. The very next moment, she found herself sitting in front of an ancient long copper-mottled table, her surroundings shrouded in grayish-white fog. What the? Habitually Amon-Isis turned her head towards the long end of the table, her eyes meeting with that of the fool Klein. Forgive me if I startled you. Klein said with a smile, his tone laden with mischievousness. Amon-Isis shook her head and replied, it's not a problem. What's the matter? For Klein to directly summon her within Sapphira Castle could only mean it was either something urgent or peculiar. Amon-Isis knew this and hence she began to ponder over the reason, feeling slightly nerved by Klein's tone and smile. I have a feeling this might not be good. She thought and made an awkward expression crept on her face. No need to be so wary, I just want to experiment. Amon-Isis tilted her head as her suspiciously narrowing eyes remained on Klein. The latter sighed and elaborated, let me start from the beginning, then. I propose we should travel to the eastern continent due to the flourishing and rising of humans, following the formation of the massive power vacuum. Amon-Isis's eyes moved slightly, as she gave a nod of approval. But just as I began to plan things out further, I quickly ran into a problem that is Tingen. We can't just leave it like that, it is our responsibility after all. The people need us and we need the people. Pausing for a moment, Klein recalled back to the days when the new city of Silver and Moon City were in the process of establishing the Church of the Fool. He unknowingly closed his eyes and smiled, an action which didn't go unnoticed by Amon-Isis. She tried to gauge his current emotions but his expression returned to its usual mischief. There is also the need to expand our territory for the eventual day when you become darkness. Amon-Isis' expression twisted into a weary one. Sequence 0. She bent her head down, gazing at the long copper-mottled table. Klein, noticing this shift, deeply sighed and said. But, that's a long time from now. We have much more to do and much more to explore in this new world. He paused for a moment, smiling deeply. Besides, I will always be there with you. Amon-Isis looked back up, entwining her gaze with his. Neither of them spoke for a while, looking at the reflected figure in each other's eyes. Finally, Klein broke the silence, as I was saying, we have the responsibility of Tingen, which means we need some sort of substitute to handle this town. This is not a problem for me since I can just leave an avatar here. You on the other hand can't. Klein clasped his hand together, and leaned towards her. But I have an idea. All you need to do is comply with my requests. Amon-Isis had a bad premonition. Is it dangerous? She asked in a hesitant tone. Not at all. It's just a bit tedious. Klein replied in a bright auspicious tone that only made him appear more suspicious in Amon-Icy's eyes. Nonetheless she gave a nod of approval. Already trust him with my life. There is no backing down now. She grumbled in her mind and watched as Klein leaned back, stood up from his chair and walked towards her. Stopping just by her side, he leaned himself on the copper-mottled long table and extended his hand outwards in the grayish-white fog. Klein waited for a moment before pulling his hand back, taking out a feminine figure from the historical void. It was a beautiful tall woman, with a slender figure, cloaked in a dark black plain dress. Her silky black hair flowed out nicely, while her gorgeous sharp-featured face held an emotionless expression. It was Amon-Icy's herself. Amon-Icy's looked at her historical projection, before moving her gaze to Klein. She tilted her head displaying confusion, to which the fool simply shook his head and spoke. Can you split a portion of your consciousness? You mean split my psyche into parts? Amon-Icy's curiously questioned before nodding in affirmation and answering. Yeah, I can do that, at least I am sure I can. Amon-Icy's naturally had never tried to split portions of her consciousness, for the thought itself never even crossed her mind. Excellent. Try it then, split a portion of your consciousness from your main self and then conceal your main consciousness and descend into this projection. What? Amon-Icy's was momentarily stunned but then complied. She closed her eyes, and focused on her mind compiling her psyche before splitting a small portion of it. She then left the small portion of the consciousness within her main body, while concealing the main psyche, allowing her to descend into her historical projection summoned by Klein. Opening her eyes, Amon-Icy's now felt herself primarily in the body of her historical projection that was also a king of angels, a knight of misfortune, but at the same time within her main body, giving her phantom sensation. It worked. Amon-Icy's commented, amused, and turned her head towards Klein. Indeed. He said, raising his hand upwards, snapping his fingers. The grayish-white fog suddenly churned while the innumerable stars in the sky of Sapphire Castle brightened. Amon-Icy suddenly felt a change occur to her historical projection, causing her to run a deep inspection. But she was interrupted by Klein's chuckle, as her historical projection and her astral projection turned to him. Indeed it worked. He commented, maintaining his smile. Noticing the confused gazes from the two, Klein completely leaned back into his chair. I am currently not maintaining the projection, he said, causing Amon-Icy's to let out a surprised sound. You aren't, but then how is this projection able to exist? As far as Amon-Icy's knew, a scholar of your had to actively maintain a historical projection with the cost of their spirituality. Klein smiled at this, as he had begun to love explaining to her various matters. After clearing his throat, he went on, a historical projection is just that, a you from the past. It isn't real, and of course needs to be maintained. But, what happens if the real body's consciousness descends into the projection? Of course, this knight of misfortune knew of this, and thus she recognized the fact that her friend still needed to get to the point. Thus, she replied, the scholar of your won't need to control their actions, nor would the spiritual cost be as steep. Klein crossed a leg as he nodded and continued. Indeed. The main consciousness now controls the projection, essentially embodying their past self. This correlation can be exploited. His smile grew as he observed the raised brow on both the historical projection and astral projection, prompting him to elaborate. The sequence 0 of the Marauder pathway can create and exploit existing loopholes, and in this case the fact that the real body now possesses the historical projection. The similarity is enough for this, and hence, a bug can formed, making the projection become the real body as well. Of course, your actual body will still exist. Though with this, you can comfortably be at different locations. The astral and historical projections of Amon-Icy's both had their mouths hung open in shock. Was the Marauder pathway, the one controlled by the giants, always this crazy? Though, he said the sequence 0 of the Marauder pathway, so not even the giant king can do that, or maybe he has the corresponding uniqueness, and thus can. Apart from this, the abilities of true deities are truly terrifying. Amon-Icy's let out a sigh as she turned to her astral projection, which stared back at her. While she was embroiled in her thoughts, Klein also pondered. This is quite the runabout method, but it'll do. Though, to be honest, I had other options. For example, giving her a high-level blink charm, or grafing certain abilities. Stealing abilities like avatar creation from Sapphire Castle and then gifting them should also be an option, but I assume it'll cause issues. After all, these abilities are all essentially part of me, hence, someone taking them into themselves would be a recipe for a quick death. Unless, of course, they have the corresponding level, or abilities that can negate this. Sometimes, his many abilities and their possible applications gave him the feeling of his brain being overloaded. Of course, his many worms won't have an issue processing them, especially as a senior cryptologist. Makes me wonder about the White Tower pathway. With the knowledge of the ritual for Wisdom Angel in the second blasphemy slate back at the Corpse Cathedral, and a cryptologist's powers, I could deduce some of its abilities. For example, they will always make the wisest and correct decision. This is actually a good counter to blind stupidity, at least for the actual White Tower. The ritual for a wisdom angel was, prophesize a highly unlikely future/possibility and choose all the right options to make said future happen. The further into the future and the more complex and high-level the prophecy is, the better the ritual. Through this information and the abilities of a cryptologist at the near-true deity level, Klein could deduce most of the abilities of all sequences. As for the rest, I would have to at least look at the corresponding uniquenesses, or the mythical creature form of the corresponding true god. Klein silently lampooned. It was then another idea popped into his mind, causing his smile to widen further. Isis quickly took notice of this, as she once more had a bad premonition. Klein. She wearily called out his name, causing the men to turn towards her and spoke out in a mischievous tone. You know, Isis, at times we should let go of seriousness and give into a bit of mischief and tomfoolery. Hearing this statement from the fool himself, even if a false one, felt quite ironic to Isis. I feel like I already act stupid enough around you. She lampooned in her head but then narrowed her gaze and awkwardly spoke. I might not be catching what you were trying to say. Klein chuckled extensively before tilting his head and replying simply. I mean, it seems your wandering magician might be in need of an apprentice. It was a foggy day. Dark clouds channeled in the sky, dampened any and all illumination radiating from the sun, the far-stretching lands bathed in shadows and an illusory darkness that seemed to creak into the void itself. Strolling outside the small town of Henshin, one of the station guards deeply scrutinized the area as ordered by the town's council. After the catastrophic events that led to the fall of Sanguine Ancestor, Mutant King, and Annihilation Demonic Wolf, only the giants remained within the eastern continent, leaving the entire territory to their sole rule. Yet, they too had been caught up by repeated elven assaults, making expansion a hassle. This allowed the previously many oppressed small towns and villages to flourish and gain a sentiment of control over their territories. As the guard roamed by, exercising caution, he came to notice the sudden appearance of a grayish-white fog that had blanketed the land for as far as his gaze could wander. Weird. What's with the fog? Just as he muttered in curiosity, his ears picked up a distant echo. Silently, he clenched his rough bronze spear and turned his body around, his gaze peering through to observe two silhouettes slowly making their way towards him. The sound of their footsteps echoed, yet with the exception of this particular guard, not a single soul had their attention attracted by the two seemingly ordinary silhouettes. As they grew closer, the guard gritted, squinted his eyes, and assumed a defensive position, all while trying to better discern the strangers. One was a young man wearing strange clothes, nothing like the ones the guard was familiar with. The particular thing he could roughly recognize was the checkered pants, the white glove, the hat adorned with red feathers, the red scarf around his neck and the beautiful patterned cloak draped over him. While his clothing appeared expensive, his looks were nothing notable, appearing ordinary in every sense. The guard's gaze then wandered to the figure walking beside him. It was a feminine figure, a little taller than the men, with deep dark silky hair that gently flowed about up to her knees, gently swaying with every step she took. Her attire was hard to discern, appearing foreign just like that of the men besides her, yet the guard could make out the white-colored pants, with streaks of black running about its sides, the black hooded robe with mysterious symbols draped over her figure, her face was covered by a translucent veil, and her hands rested within the pockets of her robe. The two individuals seemed to have noticed the guard's gaze as they continued to approach him, soon some distance from him. The guard, having unconsciously taken several steps back, gulped as his hand's grip on his spear further tightened and he kept the bronze tip pointed at them. Who are you? State your identity. He shouted, his tone trying to sound as rough and domineering as possible. Hee, no need for such hostility. The man, smiling, took off his hat, causing the guard to unconsciously relax. He witnessed the man pressing his hat against his chest, and bowing down followed by the women besides him. We are just ordinary wandering magicians that go from town to town, and fulfill people's wishes or read their misfortune. The woman beside him finished his sentence. After straightening his back, the male magician rested his hat back on his head and upon noticing the guard's still somewhat weary demeanor, smiled brightly and spoke. Myself, Merlin Hermes, and she is. Turning his head towards the woman, Merlin chuckled and said. My apprentice magician, Morgan Nix, 1. All sources taken from Wikipedia. 1. Morgan, in the Arthurian mythology, is the supernatural elder sister of King Arthur established by the Romance authors in the 12th century. But in the later works in the 13th century, she was described as the youngest daughter of Arthur Mother Igraine and her first husband Gorlois. Arthur, son of Igraine and Eutherpen Dragon, is thus Morgan half-brother. She, later in her life, became an apprentice of Merlin. Nyx, in ancient Greek mythology, is the goddess and personification of night. Chapter 41, Visage of Horror. As the clouds in the sky receded, warm, bright rays shone upon the land, shining over the bustling town of Henshin, with people of all ages coming, going, and interacting with each other. While this town was quite small in terms of area, its population was far from compact. As one of the only towns that was left standing after the terrible night without the crimson moon, it became one of the last bastions of humanity within an area over 2,000 kilometers in radius. Due to this, the densely populated town was mostly filled with refugees, seeking asylum. Within one of the randomly made, dense and littered streets of this town, a man and a woman stood out as they walked along, taking in their surroundings. From a nearby alleyway which could really only fit about 2 male adults side to side, a little girl emerged, stormed through the ragged people and eventually, stubbed her toe on a wooden fence. Yet, before the people could react, she ignored the pain and resumed her run, as in a sacred manner. However, while she could beat with the pain, her frail body couldn't, and she soon started limping amidst the stares of the people around her. She once more stumbled, but was suddenly caught by a fair hand gripping gently on the collar of her rags, which were dubbed as clothes. The little girl's eyes widened, her already rapid heartbeat and irregular breaths quickening as extreme fear settled in. She witnessed the ground before her move away as she was casually lifted. This caused her to close her eyes shut, as she prepared for the inevitable pain that would befall on her. However, it never came as her back was straightened, her dust-filled messy black hair patted, and all her fears and anxiety vanished. This also included the pain radiating from her toe she had tried her best to ignore, as well as the numerous chronic pains that plagued her body. All of them suddenly vanished, as if they never existed. Her eyes snapped open in shock, as she turned her head to peer at the figure of the crouched person before her, but the tears running down her eyes caused the image to appear blurry. She reflexively used her hands to wipe her tears, as her eyes focused on this person. It was a woman, cloaked in a black hooded robe. Her face, bar her curled red lips and chin, was covered by a thin black veil, with her long hair leaking through her hood and falling to her chest. While it appeared hidden at first, the girl could faintly discern the serene dark eyes behind the veil, peering back at her. The woman extended her hand, a gesture which would have normally caused the girl to reflexively flinch, but instead, she was calm as the hand landed on her now clean, but still disordered hair. The girl felt an unprecedented serenity, as the woman brushed her hair, her soothing smiling growing. The woman tilted her head, observing the small girl, before her attention was captured by the crashing sound behind her. Turning her head, the woman witnessed a man, his figure plump and a bit roundish and his looks nothing out of ordinary, bar the ugly scowl plastered on his face as he approached them, occasionally shook aside the passerbys, most of them distancing themselves from him. Gripped in his hand, was a wooden plank with a trail of crimson painted at its edges. The woman nonchalantly turned back to the girl, noticing the distinct red that had appeared on her fair hand. Upon noticing the plump man, the little girl flinched and immediately tried to run away, but was immediately stunned as she almost stumbled back, but was steadied by the woman. It was clear that the girl hadn't gotten used to her afflicted freed body. As a result, she shifted her focus back to the woman, who stood up, the surroundings growing faint, as the people around ignored them. Her soothing smile remained as she observed the ruckus created by the men in the surroundings. The plump man continuously snapped around, as if looking for something or someone. His gaze kept darting from one vagabond to another, occasionally threatening some to reveal what they had just seen and experienced. However, none seemed to recall anything peculiar. Ammonize's focus shifted back to the girl, who was now frozen solid, as if she had seen a nightmare. The girl's heavy heart suddenly felt at ease as a hand grabbed her tiny, calloused hand. She reflexively let out a deep breath she had been holding, and looked up at the mysterious, tall, and beautiful woman, seemingly being able to see into her kind eyes. "Is that a bad person?" The woman's voice, like a gentle wave, sounded in her ears. This caused the girl's gaze to flicker to the man, who was furiously racking his surroundings as if venting. After a while, he gestured to some men and women beside him, all possessing similar bearings to him, before departing into a crooked alleyway. The girl initially tried to respond, but she coughed a bit. Clearly, she wasn't used to the brand new feelings of her vocal cords. Unfortunately, after years of a nightmarish life, they had mostly been wasted. She bit her lips, and slightly nodded, causing the woman to return the gesture and look ahead, to where the men had run to. "Where I'm from, there's the saying which goes, turn and expose the other cheek when someone slaps the other. However, I believe it only applies in specific situations, very specific ones." It seemed more like Ammonize was talking to herself, as she didn't expect the girl to understand what she meant. Strangely enough, she seemed to grasp her intent, as she looked up at the woman with pleading eyes. "Please, please save us. My sister," the others. Tears threatened to explode out of her eyes as she forced them back, but let her gaze remain on the tall woman. The girl knew, she just knew, that randomly trusting a stranger was the worst mistake one could commit. This was exactly how she, and her dear sister, were abducted. However, after all that had recently transpired, she couldn't help but feel a resurgence of the sentiment she had always ruthlessly shoved away. Hope. Hope that someone will free them from their nightmares. Ammonize's eyes darkened, and the world seemed to stretch and turn distant, and cloaked with a veil of darkness. Despite this, a faint light shimmered, one carrying all sorts of scenarios, possibilities, and much more. The River of Fate. By shouldering one's, another's, or an object's burden, a knight of misfortune could enter and walk through the river of fate, where destinies were created and intertwined. Concealment was futile before one such as them, wielding authority over concealment. From there, they could use the burden they shouldered and convert it into a medium that connected them to their designated targets. In this instance, Amon-Isis carried the girl's burden, connecting to all those who were directly or indirectly linked to her. And now, a destined end would befall on most of them as they succumbed to their worst nightmares. The crimson moon shone, night dawned over. Streets, once bustling, now stood bathed in an unsettling silence. The crimson light illuminated numerous, haphazardly placed dilapidated wooden buildings, casting eerie shadows upon the littered streets. Its many alleyways reeked of decay, filled with discarded refuse and the faint scent of mildew clinging to the air. In one of the alleyways, huddled underneath the long shadows, a child stumbled forward. His small feet, marred in filth, barely made a sound as they navigated along the road. Clad in a tattered tunic that did little to shield him from the night's biting chill, he moved aimlessly, his vision constantly flickering between being blurry and clear. As he walked by, a shift. A tremor in the air arose. A rough hand, wrapped in frayed cloth, lunged from the darkness and seized his wrist. It was neither firm nor tender, just unyielding. Cold, unfeeling. The boy stiffened, eyes widening in fear, before another hand, thick and calloused, clamped over his mouth, trapping his breath in his throat. From the surrounding void, two figures emerged. One, tall and lean, the other, a hunched and stocky brute, his bulk filling the narrow passageway. Their faces, hidden beneath deep hoods, revealed only glimpses of jagged teeth as they moved, maintaining the silence in the alleyway. With practiced ease, the boy was hoisted into the air. His limbs jerked, his cries muffled by the hand still pressed against his lips and nose. A jagged edge suddenly pressed against his ribs, neither piercing nor gentle, just a silent threat, which had positive effects as he stopped resisting. The taller figure's focus flickered towards the empty street, then to the shadowed mouth of the alley. With a brief exchange of nods, they began to walk into a certain direction, navigating the dark twisted alleyways with familiarity, taking the child with them. The child's eyes watered, his eyes going shut, as if he had realized what awaited him, a world of pain or worse. Then, the world shifted. One moment, the smaller of the cloaked duo strode through the alleys, the child's compliant form resting on his shoulder while his accomplice led the way. The next, a void, an inky darkness swallowing all sound, all unnecessary movement, leaving him alone in its wake. He stopped, as if frozen by the unexpected change. The weight of the child in his grasp, gone. The presence of his accomplice, vanished. Only empty air remained. His fingers curled around nothing but the cold, damp fabric of his own robe. A breath hitched against his neck. He turned, gaze darting wildly to what were once the walls of the allée, now only darkness loomed. Suddenly, it stretched, twisted and moved towards him in a big way to devour the oddity with it. His own ragged breath sounded distant, like whispers carried by the dry wind. The crimson moon above, now encompassing the entire sky, flickered, its glow faltering like a dying ember, embracing all evil. Then, a sound. A moan. Small, broken. A child's whimper drifting through the thickening dark, slithering into the man's ears like a parasite seeking to burrow into his skull. It came from nowhere. It came from everywhere. He gulped, his mouth dry. The darkness surrounding him cloaked his figure, carrying an intense frigidity and bringing out his deep-seated fears. His legs twitched, ready to flee, but his body felt heavier with every breath, as though unseen hands were pressing him down, holding him in place. The moan came again. Closer. Clearer. Laced in sorrow, in agony. A child's voice, one not pleading but condemning. The men knew that voice. He had heard it before, in another time, in another alley, in another night steeped in the same crimson glow. A whisper rasped against the shell of his ear, cold as the grave. Why? He lurched forward, staggering blindly through the never-ending darkness. However, he came to an abrupt stop as his weathered sandals splashed into something thick, viscous. He looked down. Blood. A sea of it. Dark red and endless, stretching in every direction. His feet sank, the cold biting through fabric, seeping into his skin like a creeping chill. The scent and feeling of decay flooded all his senses. The still darkness was wet with rot. A giggle. High-pitched. Mirthless. His gaze shot up. And there, standing where the alley had once stretched into the distant night, was a shape. Small, trembling. A child. Its skin decayed, peeling like old parchment, its eyes black pits weeping streaks of crimson. Its lips curled into a grotesque grin, the corners of its mouth splitting wide, revealing shattered teeth. He staggered back, bile rising in his throat. No. No, it's not real. The child took a step forward. The blood beneath them rippled. Another step. A wet squelch. And then the giggle grew. Louder. Distorted. Splitting, multiplying, a chorus of voices merging into one monstrous shriek of laughter. Hands shot up from the blood. Small hands, skeletal, clawing at his robes, at his arms, at his throat. He choked, gasping, thrashing, but the hands only pulled tighter, dragging him down, dragging him under. And the last thing he saw before the world drowned in red was the child's gaping maw splitting open, whispering in a voice laced with 1,000 damned souls. Why? The horrors did not end with one. Across the rotting alleyways and the decayed buildings where slavers and kidnappers among other criminals lay in restless slumber, the nightmare spread like a plague. Each one, wrapped in the illusion of safety, was wrenched into the same darkness. A man now found himself stripped bare, crawling through a corridor of grasping arms, each pair, small, rotting, mangles of flesh sticking out. Their fingers dug into his flesh, peeling it away in strips as he screamed, his voice swallowed, never to be heard by any. Another, a brute who prided himself in breaking those too weak to resist, now found himself bound in unseen chains. Darkness cloaking shadows, their faces warped, twisted parodies of small kids. Their whispers crawled into his ears, a cacophony, their small hands pressing into his chest, their weight dragging him into the cold depths of inky darkness. Elsewhere, a merchant of flesh awoke, or thought he did. The walls of his chamber bled, the wooden beams twisting into skeletal limbs. The floor beneath him pulsed, a mass of writhing bodies sporting faces, half-formed, their silent screams pressing against his ears. He tried to run, but the nearby door distanced itself, its surface distorting into shark-like mouths, mocking him. Far away from this carnage, or perhaps creaking in its very depth, two figures walked in silence. Hand in hand, Amon Isis and the little girl silently tread upon the flowing current of the silver river, the river of fate. The water-like fluid did not churn beneath them, nor did it ripple at their passing, it merely carried them forward, its silver sheen reflecting fractured glimpses of past and present alike. Currently though, part of its surface reflected horrifying carnage. Apart from this, faint images swirled beneath it, a child's laughter swallowed by silence, fingers clutched in desperation, shackles rusting in forgotten corners. The girl's grip on Amon-Is's hand tightened, though she said nothing. It was then that Amon-Isis paused, a thought forming into her mind, was this child not far too young to witness such horrors? She turned her gaze, already preparing to conceal the girl's vision and corresponding memories. However, she paused, examining the girl's face. Cold, emotionless eyes, deep dark, held within them a firm, unyielding spirit. It was like akin to a judge's gaze when passing sentence upon the condemned, or a soul driven by vengeance long overdue. Amon-Isis narrowed her eyes, her breath stilling as a quiet whisper echoed through her spiritual intuition. Leave her be. A grayish mist curled at the river's edge, stretching forever onto every distributary of the river of fate. Looming structures, neither whole nor broken, flickered in and out of existence beyond the mist. A world that was and was not. No sky, no stars, only the boundless twilight above. After a long walk, the river slowly declined, with the figures of Amon-Isis and the little girl flickering in and out of reality, their forms constantly shifting before finally settling. When they emerged fully, they stood before a wooden structure, its exterior fractured and cold, the air thick with the scent of blood and rot, as if the walls themselves had absorbed years of suffering. Inside. The little girl unexpectedly spoke louder than she had wanted, slipping from Amon-Is's grasp as she ran into the depleted building. Her hurried steps echoed through the dilapidated structure, cutting through the silence like a blade. A moment later, a shrill cry resounded, followed by a cascade of murmurs, fragile. Amon-Isis took a deep breath and stepped forward. Inside the building, the air was heavy, thick with the remnants of fear, yet now quivering with something else entirely. Scattered across the dim expanse of crimson were children, their clothes tattered, their eyes containing no luster of young ones. Some recoiled at the sudden intrusion, displaying immense fear, while others merely sat in silence. But then a sob, sharp and breathless, pierced through the murmurs. A girl, thin and trembling, rose from a darkened corner. Her eyes, wide with disbelief, locked onto the child who had burst through the doorway. Sister. The little girl halted, her breath caught in her throat. For a moment, hesitation, uncertainty, given how she looked a little different, better than she had always remembered. But then, as if drawn by an unseen force, she rushed forward, arms outstretched. The two collided in an embrace, limbs tightening, clutching, pressing, as if afraid the other would vanish should they let go. Tears, warm and unending, slipped down dirt-streaked cheeks. The older girl's fingers curled into the fabric of her sister's tunic, holding on as though anchoring herself to something. Around them, the murmurs grew. One by one, the other haggard children turned, watching. Something unfamiliar seemed to flicker within their hollowed eyes. A longing, a yearning. Some clutched their own trembling hands, others pressed against one another, as if seeking a warmth long lost to them. Amon-Isis stood at the threshold, watching in silence. A deep sigh parted her lips, shaking her head. Beneath her veil, a smile took shape. She turned, her dark gaze sweeping over the countless children scattered across the depleted wooden structure. Then her eyes flickered. A tide of calm and serenity washed over them. Fear was unraveled, terror was turned to dust. Their wounds, raw and fresh, shimmered, turning illusory before vanishing altogether, as though pain itself had been a mere dream. Exhaustion, once carved into their small bodies, dissolved like mist before the dawn. The children stilled. A moment later, each with widened eyes and gasping as their fingers began tracing where the scars and chronic pain had become all too familiar. Surprisingly, they only found smooth and round skin. Breath, once ragged and sharp, now came light, steady. Their eyes widened even further as they turned to examine each other in bewilderment. Their misfortune had been lifted, their pains concealed, and their nightmares erased. Icy stepped forward, closing her eyes before opening them again once more. She knelt beside the sisters still clinging to each other, her fingers brushing over tangled strands of hair. "It is done," she whispered quietly, receiving a nod from the bigger one. Icy's nodded in return, tilting her head as she observed her surroundings. The children, no longer oppressed in fear, moved out of the curtained shadows, their figure no longer bathed in dust and filth. The once quiet murmurs now turned into delightful sounds, joyful and excited cries, and movement. The once gloomy and cold place was now filled with warmth. To bring disaster and to lift disaster, a knight performs two duties. One guided by their morals, other guided by their predetermined actions. To where shall the misfortune be held, and to where it shall be lifted. Isis felt her night of misfortune potion slowly digesting by a bit, and her humanity ever so strengthened. Marianne. Chapter 42, Fascination. Beneath the vast sky, bathed in the eerie glow of the crimson moon, Isis and the children now stood outside the shattered remnants of the wooden building. The air was lighter, though the scent of blood and decay still lingered in the distance. The wind, subtle yet continuous, gently swayed the tattered fabric of their clothes. Among the group, a little girl clung to her sister's hand, her grip firm. Unlike her younger counterpart, the older sister remained stiff, her gaze locked onto Isis with hesitance and uncertainty. She had witnessed miracles, wounds vanishing, pain dissipating, but miracles were things distant, intangible. Isis, in contrast, stood before her, flesh and blood, a real being. Noting the wariness in the girl's stare, Isis tilted her head slightly, her veil shifting with the movement. A moment passed, then with the sway of the wind itself, she crouched to their level. A gloved hand reached forward, resting lightly atop the older sister's head. A gesture neither forceful nor fleeting, but one that sparked a sense of serenity. The girl, despite her wariness, didn't flinch and instead remained calm, surprising herself. The little sister giggled beside her, her small frame pressing against her sister's side as she beamed up at Isis with curiosity. "She's not scary," the girl declared with the certainty only a child could have, her small fingers curling into the cold fabric of her sister's sleeve. "She's nice." The older sister hesitated. Her breath stilled. Then, finally, she exhaled, her shoulders loosening ever so slightly as her fingers unwound from their tight grip. Isis' lips curled, the smile hidden beneath her veil, but present nonetheless. Her gaze then darted to the children surrounding them, noticing their skinny figure, the flesh of their skin sticking onto their bones, their big, curious and hesitant eyes. This caused a thought to cross her mind. They are malnourished. She closed her eyes and a sigh parted her lips. The two childs in front of her beamed with curiosity, giving innocent stares. A brief silence stretched between them, the wind carrying a distant hum. Then, as if struck by the same realization, the sisters turned to each other with widened eyes. "Wait, we haven't even gotten her name." Isis blinked. Her lips parted slightly before her thoughts clicked into place. "Oh, I haven't even introduced myself." For a moment, neither party moved, as if locked in a comical standstill. Then, with a slight shake of her head, Isis still crouched, placed a hand over her chest and offered a slight head bow as she calmly uttered with a smile. "I am Morgan Nix." She hummed a bit, closing her eyes, before tilting her head, before slightly parting her eyelids and asking, "And yours?" The two sisters grasped for a moment, and then the older one gulped slightly. She looked back at her younger counterpart, and then back at Morgan before speaking in a slight hum. "Ah, we don't have a name." As expected. Isis was not surprised. Usually children born into slavery are sold from place to place since birth, with only a few possessing an actual name. Their slavers, of course, could not be bothered to name them, merely denoting them based on specific physical features or by simple codes. She sighed internally, thinking to herself. Then, a small voice, hesitant, sounded from the group of children. Do you have water?" Isis turned, her gaze settling on a girl, her lips parched, her fingers twitching. At the mention of water, murmurs spread among the other children. Some looked at her expectantly, others shifted on their feet, their hunger and thirst evident. Yet, their actions and expressions showed wariness with slight traces of growing hope within. Isis hummed in thought, placing a gloved hand under her chin. Water, food. She glanced at the group, their expressions twisting desperate. I suppose that can be arranged. Excited whispers spread in the air, but before any celebration could begin, Isis added with a slight tilt of her head, though, I have someone far more suited for this task. The children blinked, the murmurs pausing. Someone else, the little sister perched, tilting her head in confusion. Isis nodded, her voice carrying the faintest trace of mischief. Yes, you see, I have this rather interesting magician, subordinate. A peculiar one at that. The moment she spoke, the children's expressions shifted into curiosity and confusion, for none of them even knew the meaning of a magician. To pretty much all, it was the first time they had even come to hear of this term. Thus, it caused their suppressed childish curiosity to flare as they tried to make sense of her words. However, just before their heads could fill itself with thoughts and speculations, a soft cough sounded. Isis did not turn, but couldn't help but smirk, her amusement growing. The children, however, froze. Their eyes widened, as if only now realizing a simple, yet large absurdity. There had been someone standing beside Isis this whole time. To her left stood a black-haired man with deep black eyes and a welcoming smile on his face. He donned a black, overhanging robe, with a red scarf draped around his neck, his pants had a checkered pattern of dark lines, and a classical hat adorned with red feathers rested on his head. Immediately, the older sister felt a chill run down her spine. Her eyes widened, her expression twisting into utter disbelief and fear. Memory suddenly flashed before her eyes. The first time she had met Morgan, while running from her persecutors. The lady helping her escape, weaving magic through the air, vanishing the two from the threads of reality. This very night when she had killed all those men, the slavers, the tormentors, for her sister, for all the children. Even when she had kept her utmost caution on the lady, remained wary of her at all times, somehow, she had completely failed to notice the man standing beside them this whole time, moving in absolute silence. He had been there. Always. A silent figure standing at the edge of sight, reflected into the shallow streams of fate. Watching everything. He was present in all points of time and history, a silent observer watching the deservant die a thousand death. The man tilted his head, smiling at the children, before redirecting his gaze to Isis. Subordinate. But aren't you my apprentice? Isis' lips twitched indescribably, as she shifted slightly to peer at Merlin, Klein, their eyes staying locked for a while as the latter kept his smile. He truly is a fool. Both by title and actions. Isis cursed in her mind and looked back at the children who now stood with dumbfounded expressions, their gazes constantly shifting from Isis and back to Klein. Though she noticed the sisters still had their gazes fixated on her, with the older one stealing some glances on Merlin. Their curious eyes shimmered with hope and reflected Isis' veiled figure. This caused her to regain her composure, forming a warm smile on her face as she addressed the children. Anyways, this is the magician I was talking about. Klein, maintaining his smile, tipped his hat and bowed like a gentleman. I am Merlin Hermes. An ordinary wandering magician. He spoke in an amiable tone, instantly attracting the attention of the crowd of children. Among them, after a bit of contemplation, one raised his hand and asked. What is a magician? His question earned a chuckle from both Klein and Isis, causing the two to glance at each other. Klein's smile remained, though it grew ever so slightly at the innocent question. He tapped his chin, humming thoughtfully before looking back at the now standing Isis, who merely crossed her arms, tilting her head at him expectantly. Well, my dear inquisitive friend, a magician is. Klein's voice trailed off as he flicked his wrist, snapping his fingers. Then, suddenly, out of thin air, a small shower of golden sparks erupted in between his fingertips. The children gasped in unison, as the golden light danced around Klein's fingertips, swirling and shifting like fireflies in the night, before taking the shape of a small golden bird, luminous and fluttering. It then flew and hovered above the boy who had asked the question. The child, his mouth slightly agape, reached out instinctively, but the golden bird dispersed into nothingness the moment his fingers made contact. He let out a sound, somewhere between a sigh and a laugh, before looking up at Klein with newfound wonder. A magician is someone who can do this, Klein finally finished, chuckling as he gave the boy a wink. The crowd of children immediately erupted into excited murmurs. If before they had only observed from a distance, now they closed the gap, forming a semicircle around the magician, their eyes sparkling with something they had long forgotten, hope. If you're really a magician, one of the bolder children spoke up, her arms crossed but her lips twitching upward with anticipation, can you make us food? At this, the other children quieted down, suddenly reminded of their gnawing hunger. Eyes turned toward Klein with a pleading gaze, their small hands instinctively clutching at their empty stomachs. Klein grinned, turning his head toward Isis. Oh dear, my esteemed apprentice, did you hear that? It appears the young ones wish for food. Isis' lips twitched. Apprentice, she echoed dryly, giving him an unimpressed stare. Is it really important to mention that point over? Klein placed a hand over his chest, feigning deep offense. Why? You should be proud, he sighed. Proud? I have been forced to be your apprentice for this role and now you want me to be proud too. Isis cursed him further in her mind. Klein's gaze flickered toward the children, twinkling with mischief. What do you think? Between the two of us, who looks more mysterious and enigmatic? Tick. One of the children in the crowd spelled out incorrectly, while tilting his head, causing a sigh to part from Klein and Isis. The children fell into deep contemplation, their gazes shifting between the two. Isis rolled her eyes, but a small smile tugged at her lips. Before the debate could grow further, she simply sighed and waved a hand. Just give them food already. Klein chuckled but did as he was told. Snapping his fingers, he spoke, granted. Golden light shimmered in the air before expanding outward in a soft pulse, followed by a thin layer of grayish-white fog. The fog expanded and enveloped their small hands and entire bodies. It then solidified and formed a wooden cup of water in one hand, and a soft sandwich in the other. At the same time, the fog surrounding their bodies reformed their tattered clothes, turning them pristine and isolating them from the slight cold. There was silence for a moment, as the children stared in disbelief. Then, as if the spell had finally broken, all instinctively moved, finishing their cups in one gulp, then hungrily and curiously examining the stuffed-filled bread in their other hand. Some managed to shake their heads as they realized that the cup of water they had all emptied had been filled again, causing a number to readily finish it once more, before it returned. While one group was starstruck, the other eagerly and curiously munched on their sandwich, before exploding with joy. They had never tasted something this good. In an instant, the surroundings turned lively as the children sat on the now cleaned ground, the dirt having been concealed by Isis and ate to their content. Some came close to choking, but were a bit surprised when the blockage suddenly vanished. Naturally, Klein and Isis, both wearing warm smiles, helped them. Isis sighed, knowing their habits were ingrained by suffering. But as the minutes passed, the children finally began to slow down their rapid munching, realizing it wasn't a dream as they slowly savored each bite. Then, Isis felt a tug on her sleeve. Turning, she met the eyes of the two sisters. The younger one, her mouth still full, beamed up at her, while the older one hesitated for a moment before placing her cup of water on the ground, and balancing her remaining sandwich on it. She, too, looked up at the Knight of Misfortune. Isis kneeled, leveling herself to them. What is it? The older girl shifted slightly, grasping at the soft fur coat that now covered her from the environment. Seeing this, Isis reached out again, placing a gentle hand on her head. You need names, Isis murmured in a soft, sweet voice. The two sisters stiffened. Isis smiled. Marianne. She turned to the older sister. And Ariana. She shifted her gaze to the younger one, watching as their eyes widened with heavy emotions. Marianne opened her mouth, but then closed it, her throat bobbing as she swallowed hard. Ariana, however, wasted no time. She lunged forward and into Isis' already stretched out and inviting embrace. This Knight of Misfortune then looked at Marianne with a smile, as the latter finally relented and leaned into Isis', her head resting on her chest. Isis' warmth spread as she tightly held them, making sure Ariana didn't spill her water and smear her body and hers with the sandwich. Behind her, Klein smiled at the sight, but his smirk soon returned as he quipped, I see how it is. I summon food, I summon clothes, and yet Morgan gets all the love and affection. Truly, fate is unfair. Isis shot him a side glance. You get what you deserve. Klein sighed dramatically. Woe is me. He spoke in English, causing Isis to let out a giggle while the few attentive kids tried to decipher his words. Then they giggled, the tension that had once clung to them now replaced by something lighter, something almost resembling peace. For the first time in their young lives, they were safe. And for the first time, they had something more than just survival, they had a future. A future bright, a future peaceful. The ground trembled. From the cracks, black liquid gushed forth, thick and writhing, twisting into grotesque shapes. It stretched, split, and reformed, birthing horrors with too many limbs, too many eyes. The air trembled with their guttural cries. Amidst the tide of shadow, a single speck of light emerged. Unlike the corruption around it, the light remained pure, flickering before descending onto an unassuming rock. Then, a burst of color. Gold, silver, crimson, azure, hues of reality itself surged outward, weaving through the darkness. It was neither blinding nor chaotic, but infinite. The rock quivered, ancient patterns carving themselves across its surface, black gems embedding along its edges. The environment surged with infinite knowledge. A mirror stood where the rock had been. Its surface reflecting the all-encompassing sea. The past, the present, the endless possibilities of what could be. Within its depths lay infinity, the beginning and the end entwined. A few steps before it stood a man clad in a clergyman's robe, his left hand idly tapping his chin. His golden eyes, bright and childlike, reflected the mirror laying on the ground. He observed it for a moment longer before stepping forward, reaching down as he grabbed the mirror, bringing it to his face. His fingers brushed against its cold surface, causing it to tremble before settling. A bright white light pulsed across the glass, condensing into a string of words. Greetings. I am a Rhodes. Chapter 43, First Angel. I am tired. The sky was filled with thick, rolling clouds, a dull expanse of gray stretching endlessly above and beyond with small cracks pouring light onto the desolate land. Towering trees loomed in every direction, their trunks twisted, roots crawling across the soil marking their territory. Their dense canopies rose, interweaving so tightly that only the faintest of rays could breach through. This caused the air to be thick with an earthy tang. Silence reigned, interrupted only by the occasional whisper of leaves shifting by the faint breeze. Even the small earthly creatures dwelling within the soil or hidden underneath the fallen tree leaves remained unseen, as if hiding. Hiding from an enormous shadow. Dwelling within the thick forest, a dark shadow loomed, its figure enormous, sporting 8 legs with short grayish-white fur on its forehead. The god of miracles, the one who used to be a subsidiary god under the annihilation demonic wolf Phlegria. Kotar. The demonic wolf's 8 legs carried him forward without so much as a sound. His thick fur gently moved, moist in certain places. Thorny vines and hanging moss swayed slightly in his passing. The damp soil didn't react nor even register his traces. How long have I been running for? The question rang in his mind, causing a groan to escape him. What even happened that day? After somehow escaping from the battlefield, Kotar immediately prioritized getting as far away from the chaos of the 3 races, demonic wolves, mutants, and sanguines, as possible. Thus, he began to move towards the eastern part of the continent, the single location where not a single soul took residence in. A place unrolled by any race, unexplored and uncharted. Kotar moved through the forest, having no particular aim other than to get as far away from anything as possible. As he moved, followed underneath the soil, the sky, and the spirit world, an enormous number of his marionettes, each chanting and praying to him every single moment. This was Kotar's way of keeping track of any possible pursuer through divination wish-granting, as well as keeping himself stable. Though he felt he could manage without doing the last one, his intuition still told him it wouldn't hurt to keep up. As Kotar walked ahead, suddenly, he felt a tug at his soul. In the next moment, his vision was engulfed by a crimson hue. The worst thing was, it wasn't his historical projection nor any of his disguised marionettes which were all moving through the forest through various means that were affected. Instead, it was his true body within the historical void. Alerted, Kotar immediately readied himself for the worst, his many legs tensing, his fangs baring slightly as he prepared to strike or flee. But as his vision cleared up, what lay ahead of him was a sight beyond all imagination. A vast expanse of thick, grayish-white fog stretched beyond the horizon, approaching infinity. From a singular point within the grayish infinite expanse, emerged or perhaps diverged, innumerable brightening door of lights, completely dissolving the environment. Pillars rose, one after the other, enormous in size, they support naught, yet everything. A corridor flashed by Kotar's vision, constantly shifting, ever-changing, it was dark, gloomy, and stretched in all directions. Kotar could not take a good look at the corridor as he felt his position constantly changing. His spiritual intuition was being triggered repeatedly, alerting him of a danger beyond his scope. Then, everything halted. Kotar felt his position finally settle in a spot, his head hanging high, his large pupils, upon gaining coherence, immediately constricted. Hung from the ceiling were frames, innumerable bright frames of door seemingly fixed at their position. They were each at an adequate distance from each other, casting their illumination on his figure as well as the surroundings that he had yet to examine. At a glance, these bright frames may appear suspended in mid-air, yet on a closer inspection, one would notice the thin, illusory black lines extending from their surface, and stretching to infinity. They ran parallel and close to each other, forming the pitch-black darkness of the sky dotted with the crimson specks like stars. Kotar let a deep breath escape him. Slowly, he turned his head, peering at his surroundings, at the majestic ancient castle he now sat within. It was enormous, as if built for giants towering the skies of the real world. Each pillar stood lofty, intricate reliefs and scriptures framing their surfaces. Kotar gulped. Every strand of his fur rising in alert, as he slowly turned around. While doing so, his gaze landed on the dark corridors that stretched ahead, often twisting and tangling with each other, forming complex labyrinthine forms. Then, his gaze landed on a lonely figure sitting on the only chair within the center of the ancient castle. A lone man draped in a black trench coat, with black pants and shoes. A yellow tie hung from his neck, gently resting at his chest, and on his head sat a black top hat. His features were concealed by a thick grayish-white fog, only revealing his black hair. His head rested in his left arm, which was leaned against the armrest of his chair. His gaze rested on Kotar. Instinctually the demonic wolf froze. His eyes reflected not only the men sitting at his chair, but also the innumerable dark black tentacle with mysterious golden engraving on their surface that gently swayed all around him, each a part of him. Suddenly an image surfaced in his mind. The annihilation demonic wolf. His deceased master. You have to be kidding me. At that moment he fully came to realize he was standing in front of a deity that was perhaps similar to his master. His successor. Or master in another form. Kotar's breath hitched, fear creaking in, his 8 legs trembling faintly as a terrifying thought formed in his many worms. Could this be the Sapphira Castle's proxy? After killing the master, he took away his authority and divinity. The unknown deity's gaze bore into him, the golden engraved tentacles swaying gently around him. Kotar was no fool. Provoking a deity meant death, and Kotar valued survival above all else. His mind raced, calculating, weighing every possible outcome. Running was suicide. Staying felt like a slow unraveling of his very being. Then the deity's voice cut through the silence, his voice calm and collected. You may refer to me as the fool. Kotar gulped, laid on all fours, his head hanging low as he spoke up. As you wish. Forgive me for my impudence, but may I know why my lowly self was brought into your divine kingdom? The answer was obvious, and Kotar knew it. Usually at the fall of a deity, it was common for their subsidiary gods to either perish with them or escape and turn to some other deity that was willing to take them in. And those that did not do either would naturally get hunted down and devoured. While he did not know of it in detail, Kotar had a relative idea of where his fellow subsidiary gods might have gone. Assuming they survived, Antigonus and Melinda likely are together and running far away from this continent. Salinger likely turned to the Phoenix ancestor. Amon Isis, I have no idea, but maybe she has allied with Sapphira Castle's proxy. As for himself, having opted to run away, it was only natural he had expected to be hunted down. Even if Kotar had employed several countermeasures against it, such as usage of anti-divination methods and concealment, getting away from the gaze of a deity was not something he could truly accomplish. But this situation was different than usual. Kotar was still alive, lying down, and having an audience with the very deity, the fool, that should have instantly devoured him. It meant a certain hope, perhaps a chance that his life could be spared, but it could also be a cruel jest. Silence stretched between them, thick and unmoving. The fool sat unmoving in his chair, his posture relaxed. Kotar did not dare to speak again. He knew better. His body remained still, his tail curled tightly against his 8 legs, his ears flicking ever so slightly, attuned to the silence that swallowed every breath, every thought. The fool faintly tilted his head, a motion so minute yet Kotar felt his muscles instinctively tense. The black tentacles wreathed in golden engraving swayed ever so slightly, their movement slow, deliberate. The god of miracle. The fool's voice was quiet, calm, yet it rang through the endless corridors, echoing in the entire divine kingdom. Kotar. Do you have any lingering loyalty to the annihilation demonic wolf? Kotar's breath remained steady, though the pounding of his heart betrayed him. He forced himself to think, weighing his response, before slowly responding. He has already perished, loyalty wouldn't matter anymore. He reflexively gulped saying this. The fool chuckled, good answer. Then shall I get to the point? The tension in Kotar's limbs did not ease, but the edges of his mind sharpened. The fool leaned forward slightly, resting his chin against his knuckles. Your kind has been annihilated. Your former allies have turned away from you. You stand here, neither hunted nor free, balancing on the edge of an unseen blade. Isn't fate cruel? Or perhaps misfortune? Kotar's jaw clenched. Amon Isis. How long do you think you'll be able to survive hiding? The fallacy of the old and bringer of a new era. A chill ran through Kotar's spine. It was a valid question. Someone as strong as him, a former subsidiary god having not turned to any, was bound to face innumerable danger and hunts. If not by mutant and sanguine then by other races. Your former master fell, the fool continued, his voice carrying no sorrow nor triumph. His authority was reclaimed, his throne destroyed. His children faced destruction due to no one but him. His subsidiary gods now lay scattered, all facing their own paths. Where does yours lead to? Kotar's throat felt dry. Here. The fool's gaze bore into him, and for a moment, the castle itself seemed to hold its breath. One must fall, another shall rise. For one fool met his demise, another took his place. Kotar swallowed. Become an angel under me. My subsidiary god. The fool said, his voice unwavering, his decree absolute. The words struck Kotar like a hammer against glass, shattering every pretense of control he thought he held. The room around him twisted, the luminous doors above flickered, their white glow pulsing in tandem. Kotor's claws scraped against the marble floor. His survival instinct screamed at him, demanding he flee somehow. Yet, his rational mind held firm. This was not a demand. This was an opportunity. A choice. To stand alone, drifting through a world that would inevitably erase him. Or to kneel, and secure a place where he would have a better chance of survival and perhaps thrive. His breath came slowly, measured, as he lowered his head. Then, with the weight of his fate pressing upon him, Kotor raised his head and bowed further, his nose touching the cold, ancient stone beneath him. I, Kotor, submit to the fool. The air shifted. The weight pressing against his soul did not lessen, if anything, it deepened, curling around him, seeping into his very core. The fool stood, his trench coat swaying, his figure still partially obscured by the endless, grayish-white fog. One of the golden-etched tendrils extended forward, drifting toward Kotor. Then rise, the fool uttered. Kotor obeyed, his limbs trembling as he lifted his head. In the real world, his marionette stirred, their once silent prayers now resuming, his connection to them had returned. The fool now stood a meter away from him. You are no longer a stray. No longer a remnant of a fallen god. From this moment forward, you are an angel of my domain. A servant of the fool. Kotor exhaled, his body steadying, his mind sharpening. I have nothing for you for now. You may return to the waking world until I summon you again. Kotor was dumbfounded. Before the demonic wolf could have uttered a word, his vision was engulfed by a crimson hue. The ancient castle dissolved, the thick forest took its place. Kotor stood rooted at his place in silence, his mouth slightly agape. No mission or anything for me. What am I supposed to do now? It was then, his mind was suddenly flooded with certain information and a command. Go to the northern continent and reach Tingen. And thus, I have gained my first angel. Klein let out a sigh, shaking his head. One of many to come. Having an angel under you is always worth it, unless you are a certain sun god. He lampooned while giggling to himself. Anyways, with Kotor around, I can relay some of my trickier tasks to him in future, as well as strengthen the Fool's Church for whenever that comes. Also, I would now have at least one angel to flaunt to the Tarot Club, while I would also have a goddess friend to flaunt to them as well. Klein suddenly realized just how messed up this timeline would be by the time of the fifth epoch. But that's a long way, let's not get too far ahead. He tapped the armrest of his chair and let out another sigh. He shifted his attention towards the ancient castle up front. In a singular moment, Klein's gaze absorbed its entirety, every labyrinthine corridor, every mural, and every single tampered object within the place. This was the fully realized divine kingdom of the Fool. Realm of mysteries. Indeed. The divine kingdom itself represents the authority and idea of a deity. It represents the core symbolism of the very pathway they possess. He slightly adjusted himself in his chair. But due to my connection with the Sapphira Castle, I can imbue its power and authority within the divine kingdom to strengthen its symbolism and concept. Firstly, every object within the realm of mysteries is tampered with various effects, making it extremely hard to brute force your way through. Well, I'll have to know more about what the Twilight Giant, Tyrant and Red Priest can do. Anyways, due to the error and door authorities, the castle's layout changes every instance, causing the already labyrinthine design to become even more complex and filled with traps. Trying to bring physical harm or use all sorts of abilities or authorities will likely backfire within this divine kingdom due to conceptual error applied in the place. Essentially, the place itself is equivalent to one large error and can introduce loopholes in any and all rules and concepts. Also, due to having been imbued with Sapphira Castle, this divine kingdom has the same level of concealment as that of the Darkness divine kingdom. Klein smirked. He lifted his hand, summoning the ancient copper-mottled long table, and the 21 high-backed chairs around it. Good. This shall be the new look of Sapphira Castle, until I get bored of it. He chuckled to himself and let out a deep breath. Lifting his hand, he massaged his temple. Now, where to next? Maybe we can head towards the eastern front like Kotor, or, before Klein could proceed further, he suddenly received a message from one of his avatars spread around the world. A message that made his eyes widen beyond beliefs. The fuck you mean literal beyonder characteristics are marching towards the Giant King's court. Chapter 44, Wrath. The battlefield was chaotic. The air reeked of blood, steel, and the acrid scent of burned flesh. The ground tore, displaying the carnage, on which stood two warring factions, elves and giants, locked in a struggle of utter annihilation. The elves, draped in loose robes that fluttered like tattered banners, moved like lightning. Their pointed ears twitched at the sound of clashing metal. They struck with precision, their blades and arrows carving through flesh and bone without pause. Then struck, bright, crackling light that radiated from the skies. It rained down on the battlefield, crackling and vibrating the air. The force scorched the ground beneath their feet as they unleashed their might upon their foes. With a mere gesture, they summoned high-speed wind blades, slicing through armor and severing flesh in an instant. The giants, towering figures clad in heavy metal armor, stood like moving fortresses. Twilight radiated from them, giving off a luminous glow that clashed violently against the wind currents and lightning strikes. They wielded massive long swords, hammers, and javelins, all weapons that could cleave through multiple opponents at once. A giant, standing at nearly 3 feet tall, swung his sword in a wide arc, cutting down 3 elves in one stroke. Another, a paladin, raised his hammer high, the twilight coalescing around it before bringing it down. The ground shattered, sending shockwaves that knocked several elves both on land and air off balance. Dusk emanated from their swords, a bright glow that quickly spun, twisting and coiling into an enormous hurricane of light blanketing the skies and engulfing the entire battlefield. It was unrelenting, shattering weapons, crumpling wind, and sent foes hurtling into their deaths. A giant, his armor tainted in crimson, brought his warhammer down upon a trio of elves, the impact sending massive shockwaves through the ground. 2 of them barely evaded, their robes fluttering as they twisted unnaturally fast, but the third was too slow. His body crumpled like dry parchment, bones splintering with an audible crunch. Yet the remaining elf did not retreat. They lunged, their hands gripping metal and engulfed by a whirlwind which pierced the giant's armored arm, sending electrical shock through his system. The metal reverberated, and then molted, severing the very arm from the giant. The giant bellowed, not in pain but rage, his severed limb still gushing sea of crimson blood. Twilight radiated from him, before he reached out with his other hand, and balled it into a fist. Suddenly, all elves around him numbering over 10, stood motionless, as if they had forgotten what to do. Then, the giant coalesced Twilight into his hand, forming it into a large javelin which he threw at the slowly recovering enemies. Before they could react, the projectile, which their eyes perceived as one, split into multiple ones, impaling a large number who were unprepared. A few elves were lucky enough as the spears missed them. To keep up the momentum, one in particular, with a mix of blue and red hair, conjured flames which were hurled at the giant, who pierced his dawn sword into the ground as he genuflected. Before him, a large barrier formed, but the elf simply grinned at this. His white flames joined as a singular arrow which went right through the barrier, and the giant's skull, killing him. Before the elves could breathe, stars manifested around them, melting and disintegrating most, while a few took the attack with little damage. From the surviving elves, a psychic storm emanated, sweeping through the surroundings at the giants featuring starlight and others protecting them with their barriers. Elsewhere, an elven warrior covered in steel and blue flames tore through a line of armored giants with ruthless efficiency. Halting just for a moment, he looked up at the sky and clapped his hand. At that moment, giants suddenly stumbled as the ground beneath them became unstable, shaking that only increased in magnitude, before cracks began to appear and the very earth began to be split apart. At the same time, veritable tsunamis were summoned as well as terrifying tornadoes that swept the giant army. However, most of the momentum of these natural disasters, filled with flames, was stolen. This gave an opportunity for the giants to recover, as a wide-scale theft attempt swept the elves. Most failed, due to the elves' insane luck. However, a few succeeded as some giant army commanders had predicted. Mysterious symbols materialized before the elves, turning into a maniacal aura, which made use of the connection between all elves, and filled them with a frenzied surge. Mystical reenactment of those bloody devils. An imposing elf discerned. He didn't plan to engage just yet, but he took on most of the burden of the aura, alleviating his army. After all, with the Queen's blessing, he could take care of this latent problem. The battle ensued, as blood, twilight, flames, steel, starlight, madness, and more washed the battlefield. This battle extended underground, in the sky, within the sea of the mind, and even in sea, though the elves had a large advantage in the latter scenarios. This war was just one of many consecutively fought by the elves and giants. A deep enmity which had formed years ago, in the battle which changed the world. The palace trembled as bolts of lightning crackled across the vast dome, illuminating the storm and flame-scarred murals with an eerie, flickering glow. The dark waters that surrounded the palace boiled and pressed against the coral walls like a restless tide, as if stirred by the violent fury within. Within the place, at the 9 steps that were inlaid with pearls, diamonds, emerald, and turquoise, sat 2 enormous thrones that seemed to be made purely out of lightning. On the central throne was a towering figure. His fingers curled tightly around the armrest as though barely restraining himself from hurling the divine lightning spear, covered in transparent and colorless flames rested against it. Saniathrim's piercing gaze burned like a storm in the depths of his eyes. His black and blue hair lifting slightly as electricity and flames coursed through his body. His pointed ears twitched as his breath came heavy, filled with barely contained wrath. Ormur. His voice sounded like a thunderstorm, deep and oppressive, shaking the palace to its foundation, causing multiple calamities to arise from naught. The name itself was spat like venom. That traitor. The spineless giant who abandoned us in the moment of reckoning. Who watched as Lilith fell. Lightning, steel, and flames flared violently around him, striking and melting most of the mural-covered walls, searing deep cracks into the depictions of the past battles. However, an interesting scene occurred, as a silvery light encircled the destroyed surroundings, causing the damage to be undone, as if rebooted. Seated at his side was a woman with pointed ears, deep brown eyes that seemed to contain a deep and calm sea within. She had black hair that was tied into a bun, her outline was soft, her features exquisite, the timeless beauty glowed from the electricity and the illumination of flames around her. Her complicated dress slightly fluttered from the cold breezes. The Queen of Calamity, Kohainam. She remained eerily still, her fingers lightly curled around the stem of a golden wine cup. Her raven black hair, bound in a high bun, remained undisturbed despite the tyrannical and conquering fury around her. Her sharp gaze remained fixed upon her husband, not in fear, nor in caution, but in calculated assessment. "Your rage is understandable," after a while she finally spoke. Her voice was calm and steady, as if the storm before her was but a distant breeze. "But indulging in it changes nothing. Lilith has perished. This fact cannot be undone." Saniathrim's knuckles whitened as his grip tightened further. He was not one for words before action. He was a force of nature, no, nature itself, given form. It sought retribution not through discussion but through obliteration. Yet, Kohainam spoke as though she was dissecting the very essence of his tyranny, reducing it to something manageable. "I will raise Ormur's kingdom to the ground." Saniathrim roared, his voice shaking the various realms. The violent crackle of lightning and blazing fire surrounding him intensified, turning him into a mixture of fire and lightning. For centuries, I believed that fool's pea-sized brain would grow to accommodate some sense. I greatly overestimated him. I was blind. Kohainam took a slow sip from her cup, her dark brown eyes unblinking as she watched her husband's rage surge and swirl. She placed the cup down with deliberate precision, tilting her head slightly as if listening to the deep meaning of his word, before responding. "No, you were not blind," she said. "You simply assumed loyalty, where there was none. Ormur was always a coward, a creature embodying self-preservation. I dare say even more so than the devil monarch. When the crossroad of choice came, he did what his kind really does, he ensured not only his survival, but also profited from the entire ordeal." Saniathrim's blazing electric form wavered as he returned to his typical form. A snarl formed on his face. "And for that, I will rip his court to shreds. I will reduce his wife, children, and people to naught. Not even as shall remain." Kohainam exhaled softly, as though weary of this inevitable storm. "And what will that accomplish? Will it bring Lilith back?" Saniathrim's breath hitched for the briefest moment. The storm around him faltered, but only slightly. Kohainam seized the moment, her voice turning colder, sharper. "If you destroy Ormur now, you give Ankwelt and Greg Race exactly what they desire, a war that weakens us, that divides us further. They will not move while your wrath is aimed elsewhere. They will wait, as they always do, and when you have spent your fury, they will strike. And it may be a foul play by Ankwelt, and maybe even Farbody, wherever he is. Ankwelt came to us at the exact moment when our allies needed help. Not only that, he didn't attack, and instead ensured we were fully distracted, in a reasonable manner. After all, wouldn't it make perfect sense for us to assume the giants would aid the Sanguines? And then there's that sun." The rage that burned within Saniathrim still roared, but Kohainam's words, her clarity, wove through the tempest like a thin blade piercing the heart of a storm. He knew she was right, she always was. He knew that his fury, while justified, would be used against him. His grip on the armrest loosened, the fiery storm that had filled the air dimmed. He leaned back, his chest rising and falling with deep, measured breaths. The lightning spear at his hand, covered with colorless and transparent flames, receded into him. Kohainam picked up her cup once more, taking another sip as she watched her husband's rage simmer into something more dangerous, cold, calculating intent. "Good," she whispered. "Now, let us speak of vengeance, not destruction." She got up from her seat, and laid down on his lap, and rested her head on his chest. Saniathrim exhaled, his grip finally releasing the armrest. The storm within him had not faded, it had simply changed shape. And that, Kohainam knew, was far more terrifying than unchecked fury. In another part of the Coral Palace, within a quiet room, save for the distant echoes of shifting tides beyond its walls. Seated upon a stone bench carved from deep-sea obsidian, Aurania let the silence envelop her. Her fingers traced the stem of a blood-red wine cup, idly rolling it between her palm. She had no desire to drink, nor did she seek comfort in anything so fleeting. No. Her thoughts were far from the present, drifting back to a time long gone. "My child." She could still hear her voice, smooth as silk. The most beautiful voice, from the most beautiful being. It had been a voice that spoke of affection, of love. Lilith had not merely been her mother, she had been the mother of all sanguines. And yet, she had perished, and the Blood Queen couldn't even recover her essence. Aurania closed her eyes, recalling the scent of blood thick in the air, the screams that had long since faded into memory, but never truly left her. The clash of the mutants, the sanguines, and the demonic wolves had shaken the world and the existing order. Betrayed. The word curled bitterly at the edges of her thoughts. Ormur, the giant king, had faltered. He had turned his back when it mattered most. He let Lilith face the annihilation demonic wolf and mutant king alone. He had left the sanguines in a battle they were bound to lose. The image, no, the words were burned into her mind, the moment Lilith had told her to leave. The crimson in the sky had died with her that day. The sanguines had suffered an irreversible blow. They had to leave their territory, they lost their ancestor, a subsidiary god, and countless sanguines. Again, worst of all, Aurania couldn't recover her mother's essence. A fact that made her restless. She instantly shattered her cup, letting blood and wine fall and mix on the ground. Her face, however, remained impassive, detached. The Coral Palace, with all its grandeur and brilliance, suddenly felt too hollow, too silent. What was the worth of all this beauty when the one who should have ruled it all was gone? In thought. Her head slowly looked up at the figure before her, a woman with sharp ears, deep brown eyes, wearing a complicated ancient dress. Queen of Calamity, Kohainum. Her ears twitched, her gaze calm as ever. She stepped forward and without hesitation, lowered herself onto the obsidian bench beside Aurania. Mind if I sit? Kohainum's voice was mature, smooth. It radiated a strange calm, instantly easing the storm composed of Aurania's emotions and thoughts. Aurania instantly took notice of the sudden relaxation of her mind and the wash of lightness. She opted not to answer, only shaking her head. A pause. A soft silence stretched between them. Then spoke Kohainum. Would you like to share your worries with me? Chapter 45, Cloaks. The silence between them stretched, unbroken save for the gentle murmur of shifting tides beyond the palace walls. The faint glow of bioluminescent corals bathed the room in hues of deep blue and silver, their rippling reflections dancing across the obsidian bench where the two queens sat. Aurania cradled a golden wine cup in her hands, rolling it absently between her fingers. Her lips parted as if to speak, but no words came. The weight of what she wished to say pressed heavily on her chest, louder than any sound. Kohainum waited. She did not press, her calm presence a quiet invitation for Aurania to unravel her thoughts in her own time. There was a stillness to her, a patience that often coaxed words from the hesitant. Finally, Aurania exhaled, her voice low and edged with weariness. The sanguine. What remains of them? Her grip tightened around the cup. More than half of our people were lost. Those who survived are scattered, without homes, without a mother. Her gaze fell, distant. When the crimson faded from the skies, we lost more than just our ancestor. We lost our strength, our guidance, our god. Even now, though we endure, we are but a shadow of what we once were. Kohainum's expression remained composed, her deep brown eyes unreadable. She understood grief, though it was not something she wore openly. You have endured, she said simply. Aurania let out a bitter laugh. Endured. Survived, perhaps. But to what end? What does survival mean if we are only waiting to fade? Kohainum studied her, noting the tension in her shoulders, the weight in her voice. You fear the future. I fear there isn't one. The words slipped out before Aurania could stop them. She had never voiced the doubt that gnawed at her, never admitted the fear that clawed at her mind. Kohainum paused, then spoke calmly. You think too much like a mortal. Aurania turned sharply, her brow furrowing. What do you mean? Kohainum met her gaze evenly. You mourn the past as if it defines you. As if the fall of your people has already decided what is to come. But your race still lives. They still walk this world. If you can see that, you will understand they are not lost. Aurania opened her mouth to retort but found no words. She looked away, her eyes tracing the dim glow of the coral-lit chamber. It isn't that simple. No, Kohainum agreed. But dwelling on what is gone will not shape what is to come. You speak of Lilith's legacy, of what she left behind. But tell me, Aurania, what will you leave behind? The question hung between them, heavy as the sea. For the first time, Aurania had no answer. She had always seen her people as remnants of a fading past, never as the seeds of something new. Could she be more than a keeper of memories? Could she be the one to shape the future? Kohainum let the silence linger, watching as realization flickered across Aurania's face. No further words were needed. Aurania would understand in time. After a long pause, Aurania sighed, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. She was still weary, still burdened, but something had shifted. You're infuriating, she muttered. Kohainem allowed the faintest hint of a smile. So I've been told. The silence returned, comfortable now, as their gazes met and held. But it was broken by the sound of urgent footsteps. My queen, it's an emergency. An elf stood at the entrance, breathless, his face tense with alarm. Kohainem turned, her poise unshaken. Speak. Cloaked figures, the elf said, his voice urgent. They're approaching the palace. The wind whispered across a land cherished by life, swaying the tall grasses, bending them toward the earth. The sun lingered far above, its golden bright light spilling over the horizon, lighting the plains in hues of amber and twilight. Amid this stillness, a lone figure moved onward, a vagabond, cloaked in tattered gray, his boots sinked into the soil with each weary step. His eyes, shadowed beneath a frayed hood, flickered upward, catching the shimmer of something unnatural ahead. Beyond the swaying grasses, from the edges of the earth itself, rose an enormous mass of black and brown cloaks, their edges fluttering like the wind. Each cloak outlined a human figure, tall, thin, yet beneath the fabric was nothing. No flesh, no bone, only a void. The vagabond halted, his breath sharp, his fingers tightening around the splintered staff in his hand. The cloaks drifted forward, soundless, their hems brushing against the ground, yet it did not disturb even a single blade of grass. Ahead loomed a mountain, its slopes adorned with countless palaces, spires, and city walls that spiraled upward in opulent rings touching the skies infinitely. The structures gleamed with marble and gold, their surfaces carved with intricate murals displaying scenes of combat, war, and towering giants. Yet one among them stood apart, a colossal edifice. It was too vast, its silhouette stretched beyond the skies as though it sought to pierce the thick membrane covering the whole planet. All of this together formed a scene of indescribable grandeur, a legend or a myth cast in stone and light, bathed in the frozen glow of a sunset that refused to fade. The vagabond's gaze lingered, his chest rising and falling with shallow breaths. The cloaks moved onward like a tide of emptiness, flowing towards the mountain. The court. The giant king's court. The vagabond's eyes narrowed, tracing the outlines of the cloaks as they ascended the lower slopes, their forms blurring against the radiant stone. He sighed, a weary sound. Beyond the plains, in a land blessed by the eternally flaring sun, plain, lively and golden, the mass of cloaks emerged. Before them stood a cathedral of white, its walls towering and pristine, supported by pitch-black stone columns that gleamed like obsidian under the illumination. Its arches and domes were embedded with bones, human skulls, elfin ribs, the jagged spines of giants, each fragment fused into the stone as though grown from it. Inside the cathedral, the air was cool, heavy with the scent of sanctity. The columns soared upward, their surfaces reflected a mosaic of corpses, yet the space shimmered with holiness. At the cathedral's center stood a cross, more than 100 meters tall, its surface rippling with faint light reflecting the countless souls that stirred within its frame. Before it was a figure cloaked in a clergyman robe, his golden childlike eyes gazing upon the world whole. The cloaks drifted, their helms brushing against the neatly arranged pews, and gathered before the cross. The man in the clergyman robe did not move, his gaze still lingered on the cross. Settlements sprawled beyond the cathedral's walls, human voices murmured in the distance, their lives unaffected by this, unaware of this. He sighed, his hand brushing the surface of the cross, feeling the symphony of cold and warmth beneath his fingertips. His lips parted, a whisper escaping into the air. To think. In the ocean, before an enormous palace of coral that rose from the depths of earth. The water shimmered, its surface reflecting the sun that hung high. The cloaks drifted above the waves, their hems trailing through the water without ripple, their forms mirrored in the clear sea. They appeared. At the outskirts of all civilization. The cloaks gathered, innumerable, a mass stretching across plains and seas, mountains and fog. Their source, one, beyond the horizons of all existence, situated at the central continent that connected north and south, emerged from nowhere a dark gloomy palace, its exterior pitch black, its grandeur casted a shadow reflecting order itself. Within the palace, at its very center, two thrones stood tall and gloomy, surrounded by a shimmer of golds, diamonds, emeralds, rubies, and various precious gems. On the two thrones sat a black crown and a brass book. Besides the throne, in a pile of gold and emerald, a gold lamp laid. At the outskirts of a land shrouded in thick grayish-white fog enveloped by a pitch-black inky darkness, a veil that devoured all sight, all sound, leaving only the faint rustle of wind. The cloaks emerged at the edges of the land. They attempted to cut through the fog and the gloomy dark veil, an attempt that resulted in utter failure. The darkness ahead pulsed, its edges rippling with faint distortions. The cloaks halted their movement, before swaying backwards making some distance. The ripples in the darkness grew, the grayish-white fog stirred, vibrating before extending outwards as numerous shadows emerged, long, thin, swaying gently. Black and white tentacles, with golden engravings of mysterious symbols. They emerged from a man with black hair, black eyes, a black and yellow windbreaker, white shirt, black pants with neatly polished black shoes, and a long top hat that strangely stood out from the rest of his attire. Beside him stood a tall woman, wearing a simple plain black dress with a hazy veil resting on her head. Her hands clasped together in front of her stomach, inky pitch-black darkness rippling at her feet, her dark serene gaze reflecting the innumerable cloaks that stood at front. A second of silence loomed. Then a voice penetrated the thick air. O at O asterisk, $and asterisk hashtag carat R. A second of silence stretched more. Excuse me, what? Both the man and the woman, their mouths agape, thought simultaneously. Chapter 46, God. O at O asterisk, $and asterisk hashtag carat R. What? Amon Isis narrowed her gaze, her concealed ears twitching in confusion and mild irritation. It was late. She had spent the day traversing from one village to another on foot with Merlin, as well as working tirelessly alongside her followers in Tingen. Now, all she wanted was to lay in her bed and drift into dreams. Even if she didn't require physical sleep, mental rest was another matter entirely. Maintaining her presence in two separate locations without overlap had begun to fray the edge of her psyche. Even a goddess deserves her beauty sleep. The thought echoed dryly through her mind. Carat Q asterisk $, carat asterisk and Q carat and $, carat dot. She turned her head toward Klein, who stood just beside her. He did not miss the glint of irritation in her eyes hidden underneath her thin veil. With a subtle gesture, he raised his hand and flicked his wrist toward one of the floating cloaks. The cloak jolted midair before settling once more. A ripple pulsed around it, barely visible. For a moment, Amon Isis caught sight of mysterious symbols flickering along the edge of Klein's irises. They shimmered, then vanished as if they'd never been. Then suddenly, foreign information flooded her thoughts, clean and structured. She remained still for a moment before turning her head towards the previously, seemingly speaking cloak. This time the words came clearly. Are you the masters of this land? Her gaze flickered back towards Klein. He stole the language comprehension from one of the cloaks, then replicated it in his mind before returning the theft, and then passed over that knowledge to me through our shared mental space. Amon Isis turned her head back, her gaze sharp but concealed underneath her veil. Klein stepped forward slightly, his expression neutral, voice neither warm nor cold. You may refer to us as such, he said, firm but unthreatening. But I wonder what purpose brings you here. The cloak stirred. One floated forward, its dark fabric moving without wind. There was a pause. Then, it spoke. We come from the divine nation at the center. A nation formed in the land connecting the two landmasses sprawled in chaos. Another cloak shifted behind the first, as if to affirm its words. The lead voice continued, unwavering. Our kingdom is forged upon law. Upon structure. Upon clarity. Each role is known, each soul has purpose. There is no chaos, no deviation, no meaningless suffering. We have created what your kind dreams of unity, peace, permanence. A second passed. Then the voice deepened in tone. And we offer you a place beside us. Join us, become part of the divine kingdom, or forge an alliance for mutual benefit. Your people, your power, your presence all be put to good use. A long, heavy silence stretched between them. The mere audacity of the offer struck Amon Isis as if she were being mocked outright. Her brows twitched, lips tightening. It was almost laughable. Beside her, Klein's fingers curled and then relaxed. He glanced toward her, catching the subtle irritation crossing her face, the way her brow shifted, the faint tension at the corner of her mouth, and the stiffness in her body. Klein sighed softly. This predicament was not something he had ever imagined. Not even in the farthest corners of his thoughts. Since you preach so much about law and order, Klein spoke, his tone laced with quiet amusement and a certain weariness, I suppose you wouldn't mind giving us time to contemplate, would you? The cloaks offered no response. They remained still, unnervingly so. The flow of their fabric had ceased entirely, no longer swaying like wind. The atmosphere tightened. Both the king of angels and the false fool inwardly braced themselves for any possible escalations. But it was for naught. One by one, the cloaks turned. No words. No gestures. Just silence, as each of them vanished into the darkness, dissolving like smoke into night. Amon Isis and Klein stood there a while longer, watching, up until the final silhouette disappeared into nothingness. They lingered in the moment, their heads shifting slightly towards each other, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. Then, together, they turned around, slipping back into the inky darkness and the grayish-white fog. Light is the meaning to everything. The Father of life, nourisher, blessing, guide, it grants illumination so none may lose their way in the tangled hurdles of life, nor be consumed by the primal dark that cloaks the entire cosmos. It shines without falter, lending meaning to every word, every breath, and every step forward in existence. It ignites the oceans, sparkling blue stretching endlessly. Gentle rays that slip through the cracks of heavy dark clouds, tracing the curve of the boundless sky, spilling over a solitary patch of green marooned amidst the sea. There, on that emerald isle, stood a lone figure. His cloak fluttered in the wind as he looked upward, unblinking. White pigeons took flight. He watched as the birds flew far and beyond, casting shadows on the surging sea below, whose waves loudly crashed over and over upon the mantle. And then, the golden rays began to swell. The gold poured down more fiercely now, like cascading rivers of fire from heaven. The sparkling blue of the ocean dimmed, the loud crashing of waves came to an abrupt halt. The heavy dark clouds scattered, fleeing like ash in a storm. The pigeons blurred into the sky, their wings dissolved into the gradient yellow, white, and gold until they became one with the radiance. The figure did not move. His golden eyes shimmered like twin suns, sparkling with brilliance in their depths, taking the whole of the blinding light. His gaze did not flicker. The light pulsed. It grew. And grew. It consumed the skies, devoured the sea, swallowed every shadow. There was no scream, no sound, only stillness. The golden blaze reached its crescendo, and in its final breath, the world turned white. And then his eyes fluttered open. Almost immediately, he shot up from his bed, his right hand flying to his chest as sharp, raspy breaths raked through him. It took him some moments to calm the storm dwelling inside him. He coughed, low and dry, rubbing his sternum as he dragged himself upright with the wall's support. Again, that dream. A constant. Ever since that fateful day. He further steadied his breathing, his blonde hair falling loose over his forehead, rising and falling with each breath. He cast his gaze across the modest room that belonged to him. White concrete walls, faintly polished floor, and an intricate chandelier suspended from above. Sparse in furniture, just a bed, a single table, and a small enclave at the far end set aside for prayer and meditation in solitude and privacy. One window lit the room. Its curtains were drawn, but the light still filtered from the fabric. He stepped towards it, slow but steady, his fingers brushed the fabric aside, letting the morning sun spill into the cold stillness of his room. He did not spare a glance outside. Instead he turned, pivoting towards the door, and opened it with practiced quiet. He stepped into the vast cathedral halls. His breath caught for a moment, but not from unease. The grandeur of the place always struck him. The towering pitch-dark stone columns looming like giants, and between them, the blinding white arches, their surface embedded with the bones of different races, humans, giants, sanguines, all equal in death beneath the grace of God. As he walked, a few of the faithful moved past him, heads bowed, murmuring his name in quiet, not pausing in their work. Their voices were low, still the reverence of their devotion echoed in the vast halls of the cathedral. Now and then, the arches revealed the view of the world outside. Lush greenery, beautiful blooming flowers, and streams of holy water weaving through the land like veins of light itself. All of it basked in the radiance of a dawn that felt eternal. His gaze softened, taking the beauty of the scenery that appeared more like a dream than the cold reality. Eventually, he approached the heart of the cathedral, the praying hall. His gaze immediately focused as he witnessed rows upon rows of devout followers seated with perfect discipline, bodies still, hands clasped together, their heads lowered. Their voices rose as one, a low chant humming like a beautiful choir, resonating with one another. The Lord that created everything. The omnipotent and omniscient, the source of everything great, the beginning and the end, the God of gods. Ruler of the vast astral world. At the very center, towering over all, the gigantic cross. It stood more than 100 meters tall. Its presence was not just sacred, it was divine. Carved into its great length were silhouettes of countless souls, their faces not twisted in pain but suspended in eternal calm. Eternal salvation. A monument of God's mercy, not his wrath. It wasn't just holy. It was beyond holy. It was his shape. The very essence of God sculpted into a form the mortal eye could perceive. The man took another step forward, and this time, he fell to his knees. He bowed his head, his golden eyes reflecting not the light, but the cross itself. He clasped his hands together and muttered the honorific name of God in complete reverence and devotion. But as he prayed and prayed, seemingly losing himself in reverie, a hand gently settled upon his left shoulder. He blinked. Slowly, he looked up and his yellowish golden eyes met the void of a familiar pitch-black iris. There, standing just behind him, was a tall figure cloaked in shadows. A dark robe enveloped his form, adorned with intricate silver threads that shimmered faintly, forming complex patterns like sigils only the divine could read on the fabric. His dark curly hair framed a pale face, and though much of it was hidden in shade, his presence alone was enough. Sasra. God's left hand. His first angel. Come. A single word, spoken with no urgency, no emotion. His voice was calm, calculated, steady, yet with an undercurrent of infinite stillness. Aucas's did not speak. He did not question the word of God. He simply rose, bowed his head, and cast a final gaze to the towering cross. One last prayer whispered beneath his breath. They begin to walk together, Aucas's following closely behind, and shortly they walk out of the cathedral. No words passed between them. There was no need. Occasus tilted his head slightly, looking up at the clear blue sky. The sun above bathed the earth in the brilliance of life. And as they moved forward, their shadows stretched long behind them, creating dark streaks across the land. Time passed, or perhaps it did not. Eventually, they reached a vast, open plain of grass. The landscape seemingly stretched forever, soft wind rustling the gentle grass. Occasus' gaze immediately befell upon multiple figures. A middle-aged man. His deep blue hair framed a sharp face, and his thick beard appeared like waves in a storm. His eyes were the color of deep oceans, beautiful. His clergyman robes fluttered faintly in the breeze, marked with intricacies of lightning bolts and dark clouds, as if depicting a storm. Beside him stood a younger handsome man. He had long deep crimson red hair that reached all the way up to his hips, his black metallic armor dyed with veins of blood, striking with his red hair. His facial expression did not attempt to conceal his complete lack of interest and boredom. And not far from them, another. A pale, tall figure draped in a pristine white robe that flowed with wind. His figure was slender, not overtly so, and his long silver hair cascaded beautifully with the sunlight. Occasus instinctively slowed, his eyes narrowing, as he inspected the figures before him. Some, Occasus recognized instantly. The Red Angel, Medici. He had often seen him at Sasra's side, close yet unbothered. After all, he was God's second angel. The Wind Angel stood to his left, arms folded behind his back. Occasus had only caught fleeting glimpses of him before, mostly from afar, but that presence was unmistakable, oppressive, weighing upon all those that stood close to him. But the one in the white robe? Nothing. A blank space in memory. Not even a name. Behind them, the Cathedral of Corpses stood not far, its towering frame glowing faintly, even in daylight. Holy and majestic. Sasra remained still, eyes drifting over the group before settling. Then he finally spoke. A new civilization has sprawled in the central continent. The Wind Angel furrowed his brows, hand raised slightly, stroking through his thick beard. Remnants of the demonic wolf. Or the sanguines. Or perhaps a previously undiscovered human settlement. A pause. A small shake of Sasra's head. None of that, no. It's something completely different. Sasra muttered, shifting his gaze to the far-stretched lands before him. Its characteristics. Sasra's voice lingered, his eyes in the shadows did not fail to notice the contorted expression of everyone present with the exception of Medici. Be under characteristics. Be under. A term coined by God addressing all those that consumed the divine fruits, obtaining mystical abilities and a new chance in life. Occasus stepped forward, eyes narrowing. You mean, a bunch of rogue beyonder characteristics are making there? His words were lost in their trail, as his head tilted slightly in confusion. Precise. Sasra interrupted, tone level. They even extended a warm neighboring gift to all the denizens across the northern and southern continents. Medici tilted his head slightly, eyes glinting with faint amusement. Was that what the figureless cloaks were all about? At this point, Medici finally decided to speak, voicing a question in nonchalance he fully knew the answer to. A small smirk etched on his face as if he was faintly trying to conceal his amusement. Yes. Those were actually characteristics. Sasra answered, eyeing Medici closely, softly muttering something under his breath, quite enough so no one else will hear it. He then averted his gaze to the Wind Angel. The Wind Angel, Leodoro, folded his arms, breath caught somewhere in irritation. He had often heard about rouge characteristics acting on their own, but for them to act in coordination, set up a whole civilization of themselves without the awareness of any other race and possess enough intelligence to extend warm greetings to their neighbors was all a little hard to go around. I don't even have words. A string of words escaped him as he took a step back looking elsewhere. Occasus glanced towards him and then to the horizons briefly, thinking. If they extended a warm greeting to all settlements and kingdoms then. He gently spoke, attracting everyone's attention. Except Medici who had, at some point, decided to lay down on the grassy plain and munch on a fine red apple, completely tuning the conversation out of his mind. It went about as good as you'd expect. Sasra responded with a faint breath. The giants attacked them on sight. The elves, too, initially, but it didn't escalate much further. The queen intervened before the situation got too troublesome. As for the underworld, I have no concrete words. But based on his foresight, they didn't touch the abyss. Then, a moment of silence stretched forth between them. They came to the Cathedral of Corpses as well, Sasra continued. Greeted by God himself, Accuse's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape. His eyes quickly darted around, catching a similar expression on the face of a Wind Angel and a somewhat mild confusion on the men in white robe. Based on that, neither of them seems to have been aware of this intrusion. But how? How could all of us have missed such an event? He neither extended hospitality nor hostility. Only choose to observe. A slight pause in Sassur's speech. And so shall we. The group nodded slightly in collective understanding. It made sense. These characteristics seemingly did not bear hostility, and in such a case, until any further deduction about them can be made, it was wise to tackle the matter with caution. Then Sassur turned slightly, his gaze resting on the man in the white robe. Ouroboros. The silver-haired figure, pale, silent all this time, lifting his head slightly. Go to Tinjin. Sassur's gaze slightly deflected for a moment. God has spoken. Ouroboros didn't ask for elaboration. He simply nodded once, though he also titled his head in slight confusion as he was not quite so aware of where Tinjin was. Leodoro. Observe the seas. Do not engage with elves. Leodoro immediately nodded, bowing his head down. Aucuses. Take some of your people to the southern continent. Avoid direct confrontations with phoenixes. He then turned towards the lazing red angel. And you, Medici hummed in response. He could not be bothered to spare him a glance. You are coming with me. We shall seek the underworld. Now that caught his interest. Almost immediately, he shot back to his 2 legs, his smirk growing to an unbelievable degree. As everything was settled and ready to put in effect, a question perked up Aucuses and he voiced out with slight hesitancy. But then who shall take care of the kingdom in the center? Sassur turned towards him, locking the shadow of his iris with the golden sun in Aucus's eyes. His gaze then slowly shifted towards the looming corpse cathedral and then at the bright blazing sun. That shall be God's will. Aucuses followed his gaze thoroughly and sighed to himself, muttering under his breath. God's will. God opened his eyes. Around him swirled the familiar grayish-white fog, thick and heavy, clouding his vision, dulling his foresight. The fog churned. Revealed before him was an ancient long copper-mottled table. Above, suspended from the towering ceilings of this vast palace seemingly carved for giants were countless radiant doorframes, casting illuminating down into the deathly still expanse of nothingness. God turned his head. Opposite him sat a woman, thinly veiled, arms folded neatly in her lap. Her eyes deep, dark, seemed to drown God's form within them, swallowing light around them, before they slowly shifted upward towards the far end of the table. God followed her gaze. There, seated calmly at the head, was a man clad in a long black coat, a crisp white shirt beneath, neatly pinned with a yellow tie. Atop his head rested an elegant top hat. In his hand were long and rectangular glass cards, each etched with intricate patterns and marked by large Roman numerals. He precisely shuffled the deck once more before flicking 2 cards outward. They sliced clean through the fog. 17, star. It landed in front of the veiled woman. 19, Sunday. It landed before God. Then, without hesitation, the man drew a single card for himself. The rest of the deck faded into the surging sea of grayish-white mist. 0, false fool. A false fool. There was a pause. A silence that wasn't just absence of sound, but the moment before a clock's pendulum swings. Shall the meeting commence? Chapter 47, A Chaotic Divination. Shall the meeting commence? As the words echoed in the vast majestic palace, each card on the table, the false fool, the star, and the sun, ignited in a deep crimson glow. Their glassy surfaces shimmered, reflecting the beautiful veiled woman Amon-Isis, the calm and steady god Grisha, and the men in the comically large top hat, Klein. Sapphira Castle churned faintly in response. The grayish-white fog stirred, vibrating, curling around and engulfing the ancient, copper-mottled table. Klein sighed, tapping his slender fingers on the armrest of his chair, the sound originating from it reverberated in the entire Sapphira Castle. Some rather interesting developments have taken place since our last gathering, he said, voice dipped in nonchalance and amusement. The grayish-white fog slowly peeled away from the table, revealing a lavish feast, roasted pheasant drizzled with golden honey, silver trays of spiced root vegetables, and goblets of wine that shimmered with stardust. Pastries and cakes, tea and juices, the table was adorned with perhaps any food and sweet and beverage man could conjure, it was overwhelming and baffling all the same. Klein casually speared a soft, dripping fig with the tip of his fork and took a short sip of his Dahong Pao. Wouldn't you agree, he added with a mischievous smile, his gaze lingering on the god Grisha. We were so busy cleaning up the aftermath of the fall of 3 gods, Grisha spoke, his voice calm and collected. He extended his hand and served himself some simple salad and a massander wine, that we might have left a few blind spots behind. The past is nothing to dwell upon, Amon-Isis murmured, lifting her own goblet, a delicate vessel made from obsidian glass poured with some simple English breakfast tea and taking a composed sip. Her veil shifted only slightly, but her voice carried a cold simplicity. The real question is, what do we do about these characteristics? Beyond her characteristics, Grisha corrected lightly. What? Isis turned her head just enough for the crimson glow of the star card to illuminate her half-lidded eyes. I coined the term not too long ago. He smiled with shameless pride, reaching for a slice of bread and tearing it in half with one hand. He dipped the bread in wine before chewing on it. Beyonder refers to those who've consumed a potion or characteristic and walk one of the paths of divine. Isis simply stared at him, her expression concealed behind the veil. For a moment, she said nothing. Then she sighed, shaking her head and taking another composed sip. I suppose we would have needed an umbrella term eventually. Turning back to the conversation, she rested her goblet down with a soft clink. What path are these Carrick? She clicked her tongue. Beyonder characteristics from. Her gaze shifted to Klein, though in her peripheral vision she caught the glimmer of happiness that curled Grisha's face for a moment. Klein glanced toward the crimson glowing cards and gave a slow nod. I am fairly certain it's Black Emperor and Justiciar. Their core authority gravitates around law and order, and their pathways are neighbors. Indeed it is, Grisha announced. His certainty attracted the attention of both Klein and Isis as they slowly turned towards him. Grisha leaned back, stretching slightly, his fingers laced over his cup. I might have taken a quick peek into their divine kingdom in the central continent, he said with a low laugh. It's big. A sprawling network of cities and settlements steadily growing united under the Black Emperor and Justiciar uniqueness. He popped a sugar-dusted grape into his mouth and continued, before the fall of those three, the central continent was a free land. Unclaimed by any one race, overrun by mindless Beyonder creatures. But when the three gods fell, a massive power gap formed causing even the disorder of the world to fracture and created a vacuum. The two uniquenesses possibly exploited just that. Wait, the kingdom is ruled by two uniquenesses. Isis narrowed her eyes, her voice soft but sharp. I'm just as baffled as you are, Grisha said, chuckling, wiping his fingers on a cloth napkin. I've never seen anything like this in all my existence. Klein set down his cup, now empty, and leaned forward slightly as Grisha continued, strictly speaking, Beyonder characteristics and uniquenesses shouldn't possess this kind of independent intelligence. Rogue characteristics might influence, corrupt, or even mimic sentience but organizing and ruling. This isn't corruption, Isis whispered, more to herself. No, Grisha confirmed, tapping a finger against the rim of his plate. I have seen a case of a characteristic gaining sentience and intelligence due to corruption, but this isn't that. This is something altogether different. The characteristics themselves are acting driven not by madness or instinct, but by order. It's the uniquenesses themselves that are issuing commands. Grisha tilted his head. I did wonder if someone was pulling the strings. But my foresight saw nothing. It shouldn't even be possible to manipulate an entire pathway's characteristics like that, not with mere uniqueness alone. Silence fell once more upon the colossal, majestic palace as Grisha halted all his motions and began to deeply ponder in himself. His golden eyes, pure filled with radiance, had dimmed ever so slightly. Across from him, Isis took another silent sip from her obsidian goblet before setting it down beside the softly glowing star card. Her gaze drifted into nothingness, as she too began to think over. This situation was unique. There were no visible loose ends, no seams in the tapestry to tug at. Or perhaps the thread simply lay beyond their perception. Klein, meanwhile, leaned back lazily in his chair, one leg crossed over the other. His eyes narrowed, his gaze drifting towards the distant gloom and darkness that one of many halls in this divine palace. Magic wishing lamp. His thoughts itched. Could it be? Genie. Now that I think about it, Genie has the ability to grant wishes, but the wish would always be distorted and come about in a twisted, horrible manner. While this in itself doesn't prove anything, as Genie has a sequence 2 miracle invoker characteristic, he also seems very clearly aligned with anarchy, and also that being is from the cosmos, an outer deity, and was sealed by the previous owner of Sapphira Castle, the Lord of Mysteries, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessing. Things get slightly tricky. A finger twitched at Klein's side. In the past, no, wait, the future. He blinked once. Previously. Yes, that works. Previously, I didn't have the leisure to examine the lamp due to that damned monocle. Klein snickered inwardly, shaking his head in annoyance. Genie is an outer deity, a great old one from the cosmos, and problematic enough for celestial worthy to seal him away. But why specifically him? There are so many other great old ones eyeing this planet, but why Genie, specifically? Why not the dozens others clawing at the edges of the barrier? What made this one worthy of that level of suppression? Also, what great old one is Genie? Suddenly, a name struck him. Son of Chaos. Without wasting a second, Klein straightened himself on his chair. In a smooth, practiced motion, he reached into the thick fog around him and drew out a gleaming gold coin. It danced effortlessly across his fingers, landing comfortably in the space between his thumb and the curled index finger. The motion snapped Grisha and Isis from their trance. Their brows furrowed in tandem, eyes narrowing observing the sudden shift in Klein's posture. The both of them felt a sudden buzz in the air, as if the fog was vibrating ever so slightly. But Klein didn't acknowledge his friends. A spark flickered in his eyes. The tiny hint of golden yellow shimmered in the pitch black became more intense. He felt a strange excitement, just like the one he felt when putting on a grand show as a magician, performing tricks for allies and friends. With that thought, Klein tossed the coin in the air. It soared, ascending, gaining a considerable height in just a second. At that exact instant, Klein's gaze hollowed, his pupils dilating into deep voids. His entire body went deathly still, with even his breathing coming to a halt. Grisha and Amon-Isis flinched. Their spirituality ignited their senses, alerting them. Suddenly their chairs jolted. Then the long, ancient, copper-mottled table trembled, spilling some of the content on it. The high domed ceiling above them creaked. The luminous doorframes suspended like stars began to sway. The grayish-white fog that cloaked the Sapphira Castle began to writhe. The entire Sapphira Castle began to tremble violently. Amon-Isis rose instantly, her veil whipping around on her head. Grisha followed suit, steadying himself on the table, his expression now grim and alert just as the 22 chairs began to topple to the ground. The palace buckled around them, trembling as if on the verge of collapse. Only two things remained unmoved. The fool's chair and the fool sitting upon it. And the gold coin above him ascending undisturbed in its arc. Grisha and Amon-Isis' head snapped towards Klein as both struggled to find a balance. A single, unspoken thought crossed in both of their minds. If this castle falls, we fall with it. Neither had the desire to test if they could tank the collapse of this spheroid, especially when their respective authorities were being heavily suppressed, and neither of them had a worry for Klein because they knew for a fact he could. But then their attention was caught by the coin landing into Klein's soft open palm and disappearing in grey mist. At once, all movement stopped. The trembling ceased, the fog calmed, the castle regained its previous serenity. Life flickered back into Klein's eyes. He blinked a few times, adjusting his vision again, and then his lips curled. A snicker escaped him. Then another. And another. His laughter began to roll, shaking loose and growing louder by the second. He lifted his hands to his temples, massaging them as the laughter turned into full-blown, unrestrained hysterics. He laughed like a fool. Or perhaps a clown. To think that's what happened to the son of chaos. Amon-Isis stared at him intensely, really intensely. For a hot moment, she genuinely wondered whether her best friend had gone truly insane. Grisha, on the other hand, leaned forward ever so slightly, his golden eyes gleaming with intrigue. Grisha could recognize that Klein had performed a divination so wild enough to shake the entirety of this spheroid. And now the fool was losing it over it. It was interesting. Klein eventually waved a hand in their direction, grinning like he'd just played the world's most ridiculous prank. "Sit down," he said casually. He tapped the armrest of his chair once, and without a moment's delay, the toppled chairs snapped back into position with a flicker. Neither questioned him. They obeyed, settling back into their seats without a word. Klein's laughter began to die down. He cleared his throat with exaggerated drama and leaned lazily against the arm of his throne-like seat, one leg draped over the other, grinning ear to ear. For a time, no one spoke. Amon-Isis simply stared at him, her lips twitching as if trying to form words and giving up repeatedly. Grisha, after letting the silence linger long enough and observing the both of them, finally coughed and raised a brow. "Is there something you might want to tell us?" Klein slowly turned his head toward him. His mischievous smile unchanged. "Nope." Grisha blinked. "Are you kidding me?" Klein, unbothered, added, "At least, not now." He tilted his head just enough to look unbothered by the growing frustration across from him. "Perhaps after this little mess is handled." He tapped his index and middle finger on the copper-mottled table as his eyes drifted to Amon-Isis. Her veil was still slightly disheveled from earlier, and her normally pristine posture was now a bit crooked with lingering tension. But what Klein truly noticed was the emotion stirring beneath her veil, in her beautiful dark eyes. Concern. For him. Klein blinked once. And in that moment, something soft bloomed in his chest, a feeling he hadn't expected. It rattled something deep. It was warm. His smile softened ever so slightly. He raised a hand and gave her a casual thumbs up. The nod she returned was small but genuine. Klein cleared his throat again. "Which brings me back to the matter at hand," he said, voice back to normal, though quieter now. He watched as Amon-Isis adjusted her veil again, her composure slowly knitting itself back together. Klein then turned toward Grisha. "You can resume your tasks without worry. Though, maybe send someone capable to Tingen to oversee things. Just make sure they don't start preaching about you." He leaned back again, this time shifting his eyes toward Amon-Isis, one brow rising. "Me and Amon-Isis will handle this issue." Amon-Isis blinked once. "Excuse me, what?" She stared deeply into the side of Klein's head. He, of course, turned with that same unchanging smirk and lipped the words, plain and deliberate, not attempting to hide them from Grisha. "Trust me on this." She gulped. But nodded all the same. She already regretted it. Classic Klein. And as always, trusting him meant bracing for the kind of chaos even outer deities would politely decline. Grisha watched the silent exchange unfold. His eyes narrowed slightly, a deep amusing thought stirred. Perhaps he had just come to notice something between Klein and Amon-Isis that neither had quite so picked up on yet. Interesting. Yes. They'll be perfect for. His internal monologue shattered as Klein looked straight at him. Any problems? Grisha raised a brow. Not necessarily, he said, resting a hand on his chin, but, are you sure you want to do this alone? It wasn't concern. But curiosity. He knew very well that Klein alone could handle two uniquenesses and a bunch of characteristics with or without backup, but that didn't mean he wanted to miss the show. Klein's answer was simple. I might call upon you toward the end. With a wave of his hand, the lavish meal, goblets, and trays vanished into the grayish-white fog, leaving behind not a faint trace of them. Grisha's gaze lingered, but only for a moment as Klein stood from his seat, prompting both Amon-Isis and Grisha to rise with him. No need to waste more time, Klein said coolly. If neither of you have anything urgent to raise, let's end this meeting. Amon-Isis nodded without hesitation. She was particularly eager for a private word with him. Grisha lingered for a moment longer, a thought tugging again at his tongue, but he decided against speaking it. He nodded in turn. Oh, and I'll keep your request in mind. I'll send someone trustworthy to Tingen. Klein gave a simple nod, smile lingering. Then he raised his fist and snapped his fingers. In an instant, Grisha's body burst into bright crimson flames, vanishing from the Sapphira Castle. Amon-Isis and Klein stared at the space he had occupied, their gaze lingering for some moment. Then, without warning, Klein's head snapped toward her, mischief already brewing behind his eyes. Get ready to meet a great old one, he said, voice far too casual than it should have. You, what? Amon-Isis's jaw practically hit the floor. Surely she'd misheard him. Maybe she hadn't yet fully recovered from the earlier tremors that had shaken the whole spherote. Or perhaps Klein was playing a prank to break the tension. But no. That smile. That damn wicked, knowing, mischievous smile curling on Klein's face told her he wasn't joking. Don't worry, he added with an exaggerated wave of reassurance, he won't bite, I promise. Oh yes, sure. He won't bite. He will just tear us apart limb by limb and water his garden with our blood. Amon-Isis lampooned while gritting her teeth, her hands curling around the fabric of her dress. Her mind was stormed with so many questions, and thoughts that Amon-Isis felt like her head would explode. One step at a time. One step at a time. She closed her eyes briefly, drawing in a deep breath, then invoked her authority of serenity. Instantly, a wave of serenity rippled through her chest like ice water. The chaos in her mind dulled and her thoughts regained clarity. Amon-Isis exhaled slowly, regaining her posture. She stepped back into her chair with calm, and offered Klein a silent, expectant look. Klein, sensing the shift in her demeanor, followed suit and sat down once more. He leaned forward slightly, knowing full well what was coming next. There was a wave of silence that washed over them. What exactly did you divine? Amon-Isis asked at last, her voice low and serious. Terror slipped from each word she spoke. Klein's grin faltered. Yep. She's not in the mood for jokes. His hand rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly, before settling on the table. The fate of a certain great old one. Amon-Isis's eyes widened. Her lips parted instinctively as she tried to speak something, but no words came out. Of course. No wonder the Sapphira Castle had shaken so violently. Klein continued before she could press him further. Don't worry. It wasn't too dangerous. He scratched his chin, hesitating. The shaking you felt was just a result of the entities involved in the divination. The Sapphira Castle has suffered the worst of it. Amon-Isis raised a single brow. He lifted his hands slightly in surrender. Seriously. I'm fine. Then his tone dipped, serious now. When Grisha said how merely the uniqueness, especially unaccommodated, wouldn't be enough to exert complete control of the pathway. I wondered if perhaps the primal will within all the characteristics could pull off such a feat. His fingers drummed against the table. Amon-Isis remained motionless, listening to him with full attention. Klein leaned back again, more cautious this time. The son of Chaos, the former great old one of Black Emperor and Justiciar, had actually disappeared sometime after the cataclysm with no trace. This in itself was very weird. The great old one should be eyeing this planet just like the other outer deities for the opportunity to reclaim their torn spherote. Yet, the seven lights stressed that they had instead seemingly vanished. This led to an increase in my suspicion, so I ran a divination to find out what happened to them. Amon Isis crossed one leg over the other slowly, arms folding neatly on her lap. And they were sealed away, Klein said, his voice returning to a whisper, by the Lord of Mysteries. Her shoulders tensed. Of course. Of course. Somehow, he was involved again, like a true puppeteer controlling unseen strings. Also, he sealed away a great old one. Amon Isis sighed, lifting one slender finger to rub at her temple. The strength of a pillar is beyond the grasp of my understanding. She didn't interrupt, knowing there was more. In the first epoch, Klein resumed, after having their spheroid torn and 2 pathways ripped from them. Son of Chaos tried to reclaim their fragments by using their unique symbolism to project their will into the nation of disorder, using their symbolism as the Black Emperor to anchor their consciousness. But as you know now, it didn't go well for him, Klein added simply. And the Lord of Mystery sealed their consciousness into a golden lamp. He laid his hands neatly on his lap, voice quiet but clear. A magic wishing lamp. And perhaps, it is this magic wishing lamp that is possibly influencing the 2 uniquenesses and using them as vessels to spread his control across the pathway. Amon Isis tapped her fingers in a slow, repetitive rhythm on the edge of her chair, her thoughts spiraling inward. Klein watched her expression carefully. She turned her head slightly, indicating to him that she needed some time to process. Well, he did too. I don't truly believe that. From the brief conversations I have had with Genie, that thing is not interested in ruling or control. He merely wishes to reclaim what is rightfully his and leave this planet forever. If that's accurate and not facade, then maybe it's the other way around. Maybe it's the uniqueness that are exploiting the magic wishing lamp. Klein released a quiet sigh. None of these hypotheses can be confirmed until I meet him myself. Of course, he could always divine more. Klein knew it would result in success. But where's the fun in that? And now we are going to the central continent to directly tackle these uniquenesses and potentially sort a matter involving a sealed great old one. Amon Isis voiced out, raising her head. Klein nodded in agreement and added, indeed. It's a simple task but one that could potentially help you digest your potion. Klein paused and released a chuckle, and helped me gain some fancy items to put in my collection. Klein was very specifically talking about the magic wishing lamp. He had little to zero interest in the Justiciar and Black Emperor uniqueness due to the need to maintain the natural flow of events. Though maybe I'll take some high sequence beyonder characteristics of Justiciar pathway from his judgment. The uniqueness can go to Grisha. Amon Isis stared at him blankly, slowly lifting her veil and draping it over her head. You truly crave chaos and unwanted trouble, don't you? I truly don't think I can express enough just how much I hate you, Klein. Amon Isis uttered, shaking her head albeit with a small smile. Her statement earned a laugh from Klein as he looked her straight in the eye and spoke up in a mischievous tone. I love you too, Amon Isis. Sapphira Castle returned to its original serenity. The grayish-white gently stirred in the vast endless expanse of nothingness as Klein and Amon Isis' gaze was intensely locked on one another. There was something that stirred deep in both of their hearts, a feeling that couldn't quite be named, a feeling so faint neither had even paid attention to it. After a while, they pulled their gazes away from each other and Klein gently spoke. We should prepare too. I propose we first send our avatars to gauge the situation before going with our main body. Amon Isis nodded indicating agreement. Klein smiled and then waved his hand in front of his face. Then let's return to the waking world. He snapped his fingers as both of their figures lit in deep crimson flames before dispersing into crimson dots of light. Crimson dots of light that gently rested onto the 2 cards placed at the long copper-mottled table. 0. False Fool. 17. Star. Chapter 48. Arrest. You seem to be in some deep thought. A cheery, colorful voice echoed aloud, a striking dismay to the monotone and damp atmosphere that clung around Morgan like mold. She blinked slowly, her eyes landing on the wandering magician who so loved to call her his apprentice. He was sitting with his back against the rough brick wall, one leg stretched out with just enough bend for Morgan to lie across it. His other leg was awkwardly folded and jammed between them, so much so that his foot was uncomfortably brushing up against her crotch. Morgan simply reached down and gripped his leg firmly with her left hand to stop him from moving. As for Morgan herself, one of her legs was resting along his body, foot pressed against the wall right beside his head. The other was folded close, her knee nudging his stomach, though not hard enough to actually hurt him. The whole setup was not ideal to say the least. Merlin's hat, adorned with beautiful red feathers, had ended up resting on her folded leg like it belonged there. His calm maintained and his facial expression looked perfectly at ease despite how cramped and uncomfortable their current predicament was. Moments like these made Morgan genuinely wonder what went on in his head. Her thoughts drifted back to his earlier question. I'm wondering how we even got here, she muttered. Right now, Morgan and Merlin, the knight and the wandering magician, were stuffed inside a jail cell smaller than a dressing room, definitely only meant for one person. From what Morgan could tell, they were probably 30 to 45 meters underground. Outside their cell laid a narrow corridor made of the same old bricks, slightly wider in proportions than the cell itself. A couple of torches were fixed to the walls, casting the fleeting illumination that didn't do much to erase the gloom. Sometimes things just happen, and you have to let them be, Merlin chirped back, tapping a few fingers gently on her relatively thick thigh. Morgan raised a brow, her lips twitching. This mess was partly thanks to one of Merlin's bright ideas, and partly because she hadn't stopped him. A fool's troop. Then, without meaning to, a series of memories began to resurface in her mind. A few hours ago. Is that it? Morgan lifted her hand and pointed toward the hazy outline of a distant settlement. From their vantage, sprawled across the horizon lay a massive city, one that seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction. How did it get so big? It's just as he said. This city grows by the day. As they seize control over more and more human settlements. Merlin stood beside her, one hand tucked neatly into the pocket of his black robe, the other tipping his classic hat adorned with red feathers. A small, amused smile tugged at his lips, while his gaze calm and serene took in the sight of the kingdom laid ahead of them with great interest. We should approach and observe quietly for the time being. The kingdom may be massive, but it's not like we're in any rush. Merlin suggested this with a mildly calm tone that felt far too reasonable. Morgan blinked slowly. A thought churned in her head. Quiet and sensible approach. Who are you, and what have you done with my Merlin? She suspiciously gazed at the mischievous magician, watching intently for signs of possession or imposter behavior. Merlin, naturally, either didn't notice or couldn't be bothered to acknowledge her suspicion. He had already begun walking forward. Morgan sighed and shook her head with an amused grin. TCH, she muttered under her breath, before catching up to him. It didn't take them long to reach the gates. Towering above them stood an enormous pair of blackened iron doors etched with intricate patterns of scales, balance beams, and law runes, all glimmering in the pale sunlight. 2 guards stood at the gate, one on either side, their armor dull silver, helmets cloaked their faces. As Merlin and Morgan approached, the guard to the left stepped forward. His voice was loud but measured, rehearsed, carrying no emotion. You must be here to seek refuge. Actually, no. Both Morgan and Merlin thought in silent unison. You need not concern yourselves with your past hardships, the guard continued, his voice unchanging. So long as you abide by the rules of this kingdom and remain upright citizens, the council will offer you food, shelter, and full protection. The other guard then stepped forward and spoke, his tone much lower, like a whisper, but sharp enough to cut through the air and land clearly in their ears. There is no need to fear. The rules are absolute. But they are fair. Taking everyone in, providing care, peace, and protection in return for obedience. That's not a bad trade. So what's the catch? Morgan narrowed her eyes ever so slightly, her gaze drifting sideways toward Merlin. Instantly she noticed something deep in his calm expression. The lack of smile and the brewing anticipation. He was waiting for something, but what? The first guard continued. Once you enter, you will walk straight ahead. 200 steps to the town center. There, you will be given a parchment listing all rules you are to follow. Housing and food will be assigned immediately after. Sounds simple enough. But Morgan had stopped trusting anything that sounded simple. Then the guard's tone sharpened. But before that, there are 3 absolute rules you must obey. Rule 1, you must walk in a straight line with other citizens. Rule 2, you must not speak in public or create any noise. Rule 3, your gaze shall remain fixed forward at all times. Do not wander. Morgan's eyes widened, her lips and brows twitched. Her whole face contorted, forming an expression that appeared something close to grim. Merlin, meanwhile, simply exhaled. Of course. Just as expected. Having previously dealt with the Trunsoist brass book, an artifact made from the Justicier's uniqueness, Merlin had anticipated this much. Let's just see where this goes. If the Justicier uniqueness works anything like the Trunsoist brass book, then this is only the beginning. The thought whispered in his head as he watched the guards turn around in perfect synchronization and place their hands on the gate handles. With a loud, scraping groan of iron against stone, the enormous doors swung open, revealing quite a spectacle to Morgan and Merlin. The first thing that struck the both of them was silence. Loud, deafening silence. Not a single sound echoed through the sprawling city despite the overwhelming number of people pacing through its pristine, white stone streets, clean to the point of feeling unnatural. There was not a single stain, not a pebble out of place. The buildings lining the road were elegant and simple, almost symmetrical in architecture, all painted in dull shades of gray and white. The people, men, women, and children alike, all dressed the same, plain gray tunics, black belts, polished boots, adhered strictly to Rule 1. They moved in perfect lines, heads bowed, faces devoid of any expression. None looked side to side. None muttered a word. Their pace was uniform, each step landing with uncanny precision. Their movements were almost reminiscent of ants. Morgan instinctively held her breath. What even is this? She questioned internally, sharing her thoughts with the replicated virtual persona of Merlin, created using the abilities of a Sequence 4 manipulator from the visionary pathway. A kingdom ruled by order and disorder, law and imbalance. The virtual persona replied in a calm and cold voice, contrary to Merlin's usual demeanor. Where freedom is not restricted, because it never existed in the first place. Morgan gulped. Of all the things she had expected, this was not it. She discreetly turned her gaze towards the Merlin in the real world. His expressions devoid of any emotions and his eyes narrowed with a slight tilt of his head. He took a step forward and walked in front of Morgan, motioning her to do the same as well and follow behind him. Come. Let's follow the rules for now. Morgan nodded after a moment's pause, slipping in behind him just as the gate slammed shut behind them. It seems the law didn't apply to these objects. Spotting a gap in the marching line, they quietly merged into it. Heads hung low and steps slowly and deliberately matching those around them with perfection. 200 steps. I doubt taking any less or any more won't result in something bad. It seems this thought didn't need to be voiced to Morgan, as she herself was mimicking the people around her without question, understanding non-compliance could result in unwanted trouble. Both Merlin and Morgan carefully counted each step they took, even as they looked around themselves and whispered to one another in hushed tones shrouded by concealment and illusions. What is this, a school? Morgan muttered, her eyes darted around, landing at one building after another as she took the sight in front of her. Each and every building appeared almost completely identical with very little distinctions that could be made. It made the whole city appear like a maze of white and gray, bright and monotone. It was heavily oppressive. Even she, a king of angels, felt the oppression sink into her bones. 67, 68, 69. Her gaze fell back on Merlin, the wandering magician walking in line in front of her, having maintained his silence. Merlin. Morgan extended her hand and nudged Merlin's shoulder. The man flicked his gaze back on her. Shoo, Mona. I'm thinking. Mona. She raised an eyebrow. Did he just give me a nickname? Merlin's thoughts were racing. Is this what the end result for Beltane City would have looked like? His attention snapped to the spire slowly rising in the distance. This immediately caught his interest as Merlin used his status, or more specifically, the Sequence 0 status of his true body, to expand his gaze and take an unseen look at the whole kingdom at once. 123, 124, 125. He held his breath for a moment. Beyond the spire right, laying at the heart of the whole kingdom, was an enormous dark gloomy palace, its exterior pitch black, its shadows casting order itself. Despite the bright sunlight, the palace seems to reject its illumination, as its gloomy dark is maintained without falter and the effects of its oppression wash over the entire city, drenching the city in its wake. An embryonic divine kingdom. Can uniqueness alone forge such a thing? But then again, there are two, and they seem to have at least some level of living characteristics within them, even if they might be in direct possession of genie. Merlin chirped in his head, a small smile curling on his face. 167, 168, 169. That erases the need to search for the target, not that there was ever a need for one. If an embryonic divine kingdom is being maintained in the real world, then the entity, or in this case entities, that it belongs to would highly likely be inside of it. The question is, how do we get inside? It isn't that simple to barge into a divine kingdom, even if incomplete, without making a ruckus. The last thing these people need is just that. Merlin's gaze wandered and landed on a poor, weakened man. His knees actively showed the signs of struggle with every forceful step he took. Eventually his body gave into his exhaustion as he collapsed on the ground, his legs badly shaking. Merlin flinched. It was bad, very. Without wasting a second, his eyes landed on Morgan, whom noticed his unusual reaction and turned towards him. They both stared into each other's eyes. There was no need for an exchange of words, only their mere gaze was enough to pass on the message to each other, such was their tacit understanding. She raised a hand, her gaze still entwined with that of Merlin, and with a flick, the man collapsed on the ground, vanished, erased like a scribble on a piece of paper. The people around him froze for an instant, fooled. Then resumed their marching as if nothing had happened. 192, 193, 194. Not good. What kind of work are the people doing here to result in that heavy exhaustion? Merlin pondered for a moment before forming a probable hypothesis. It's probably not the work itself, no, but the provided resting hours. Their lives must be dictated by rules down to the hour. This isn't exhaustion from labor but the lack of rest. Before he could have entertained this train of thought further, he realized they had arrived at the town center. There sat on the base of the towering spire, was a man cloaked in a brown robe, his face pale and his eyes distant and cold. He looked over at Merlin and Morgan, maintaining his gaze for some moments. Then, without speaking a word, the man reached into the bag that rested at his leg and pulled out two parchments from it, handing them over to Morgan and Merlin respectively. He then pointed at the streets towards the right of the spire and spoke, 500 steps. The two of them nodded before crafting an illusion and making it seem like they had left, when in reality they still stood in front of the spire. Merlin unrolled the parchment in his hands and swiftly began to read through it. His expression quickly mortified and his eyes bulged from their sockets. What are these rules? You must sleep when the moon is atop and wake up before the sun arises. You may not eat meat and only healthy vegetables. You may not sleep on your stomach. You must meditate for 1 hour after sleeping. You may not have sexual intercourse on that day. You may not have any physical relationships with animals. The more he read, the more specific the rules became, making Merlin wonder how the situation got to this point. If this works anything like the Book of Rules. Merlin gulped and wondered if these lives around him were as innocent as he initially thought. He sighed and glanced at Morgan, whom had pulled her hood upwards and turned away from him, but Merlin could notice her shaking hands that held the parchment and the twitching of her lips. He shook his head and looked back at his parchment, even though he did not want to read much of it anymore. One specific thing caught his eye. Offending the law will result in heavy punishments. Continuous offense will result in imprisonment within the palace and a proper trial will be held. Merlin read through that statement again. Oh. His grimace disappeared and a grin took form. This could be our entryway. Merlin had initially proposed to watch and observe, but after the previous spectacle with that exhausted man and reading this parchment, Merlin suffered a change of mind. He did not want to stay a second longer in this city. Wonderful. He looked back at Morgan, her gaze now fixated on him. It seems she has caught on to Merlin's line of thinking after reading through the parchment herself. Merlin. She spoke quietly and in a measured tone, narrowing her eyes. The wandering magician chuckled and responded. Mona, have you ever been whipped? Should I have been? She said in a flat tone before sighing. No. Well, the first time is for everything. As soon as Merlin said that, he dispelled his illusions and intently looked at Morgan, the latter hesitating with an incredulous expression. She gave in and dispelled her concealment. Not a part of the line anymore and their heads up and high, Merlin initiated a simple chatter with her, loud and clear. They were now certified lawbreakers. The men sitting at the entranceway to the spire, the one that had handed them the parchment, looked at them, his facial expression contorting for the slightest moment. But Morgan and Merlin paid no mind to it. Instead they stared into each other's eyes and continued talking. Then a sharp cut of air resounded in their ears. In a single instant, Merlin's cloak was torn down to his back, his bare flesh exposed as his skin had been completely mauled. Small maggots suddenly emerged from his exposed wound, completely repairing it as well as his torn clothes. Whereas Morgan's hooded robe only slightly rippled, absorbing the impact in its inky darkness. Neither of them paid any mind to this as they continued their chit and chatter. They didn't have to wait long before another whip came. Then another, and another. The intensity and frequency of them increased by every instance as Morgan and Merlin defied the law in continuance. And eventually they hit a breaking point. The whipping stopped and so did their chatter as a high sound suddenly pitched from behind Morgan. She turned around and watched as 3 men on the back of their horses loudly swirled through the air and stopped just beside Morgan and Merlin, nearly knocking the former off her feet. You both are under arrest. About time. Merlin and Morgan took each other's hand and flashed them a simple smile. And that's how we got here. Back in the present time, Morgan slightly shifted her body on Merlin's leg, completely missing the slight jolt that coursed through him. How long do we have to stay here? She asked, locking her eyes with Merlin's. Despite their ability to escape this predicament with no issues, Merlin had insisted on not making a move for the time being. His reasoning being a hunch. An intuition. Merlin was a seer, the best seer in this world at that. And a seer's intuition was not one to be ignored. Morgan herself had a strange feeling, like something great was about to happen, something misfortunous. Morgan drove herself into a deep wisp of thoughts, granting Merlin a rare moment to exhale and take back some level of control over his heavily palpitating heart. Just why? Despite the calm expression plastered on his face, Merlin was, in fact, heavily struggling to keep the blush from creeping up on his face. I have never been this physically involved with a woman. And a woman as beautiful as Morgan. Merlin inhaled deeply again and again while some of his worms of spirit quietly slithered, using the door authority to peek into the outside world. He was praying, quite literally to himself, that whatever ominous spiritual intuition that had been brewing would just happen already, because truth be told, he wasn't confident on how much longer he could keep up this fragile act of composure. Forget about keeping up with the calm act, this persona is on the verge of shattering. Even my main body sitting in Sapphira Castle is shifting uncomfortably in his chair. Merlin lampooned and silently cursed under his breath, squeezing his eyes shut. This wasn't just awkward. This was torture. The intimacy was suffocating, and the proximity unforgivable. If only I had the emotional numbness of a saint. Maybe turning into a woman would make this any less weird. He did consider it. Briefly. Then immediately dismissed it. The look Morgan would give me. He shook his head, dispelling the thought. One of his eyes crept open slightly, catching the elegant image of the beautiful Morgan stretched lazily across his leg, her dark eyes slightly narrowed, their pupils shifting faintly with some internal thought. Merlin wondered what she was thinking. And Merlin was better off not knowing it. Because Morgan's thoughts were a bunch of jumbled, scattered mixes. On one hand, her mind remained focused on surveilling the outside world through darkness, waiting for something to come up so they could finally take action. On the other hand, Morgan found herself almost shivering from how physically close she was to Merlin. His scent. He smells so nice. It's so different from Klein's too. Morgan felt another shiver curl up her spine. As a demonic wolf, her hearing and olfaction were far beyond that of most mythical creatures. Many times this gives her a slight advantage in terms of pure physical prowess. But right now, it was an active curse. She clenched her teeth, swallowing the saliva that dared flow in her mouth. This is torture. She, just like Merlin, too cursed under her breath, stealing a side glance at him, his eyes closed, his expression as calm and pragmatic as ever. How could he always stay so calm? Unbeknownst to either of them, neither was calm. Not even close. Both trapped in this uncomfortable, awkwardly intimate coil of limbs, silently begging for the situation to end. Fortunately, their salvation finally arrived. Both Morgan and Merlin abruptly straightened, instinctually attempting to stand up. But before Merlin's foot could shift an inch, Morgan's hand snapped around his leg like a vice. She was already spiraling in her intense emotions and did not need her crotch to be kicked by his foot. The surrounding darkness rippled as if pulsing to life. It thickened, growing in intensity, and began to surge gently like calm waves of ocean and swallowed Morgan's body as a whole, leaving only Merlin in the cold, damp cell. But that mattered not. Merlin's body abruptly began to contort. His chest tightened, his limbs drew in, and his expression twisted grotesquely. His eyes bulged, his flesh clung to his bones like wet parchment to stone. Then, with a grotesque hiss, his form unraveled. It dissolved into a cluster of small, curling, translucent maggots with a three-dimensional pattern etched into the surface of their writhing body. They twisted and tangled together, forming a strangely shaped mass of tentacles and flesh. The grotesque mass crawled on ground and effortlessly passed through the rusted metal bars. Once outside in the corridor, the abomination convulsed, collapsing as it bloated and began to take the shape of a human body. First came his long legs clad in neatly pressed, white checkered pants and polished brown shoes. Then the torso formed, draped in a crisp white shirt beneath a red vest, layered beneath a long coat and a black cloak. Finally, the head emerged. His face was unremarkable, painfully ordinary, but his neck bore a beautiful red scarf. Merlin blinked a few times, his eyes adjusting as he watched the darkness in front of him suddenly took form and revealed from within itself a beautiful woman. Her features sharp and her long hair flowed into the damp air gently, strands weaving and curling together into a neat, locked flock as if combed by invisible fingers. In her hands rested her neatly folded black hooded cloak with mysterious symbols draped over it. She took a step forward towards Merlin, the heel of her black polished shoes clanked against the brick floor making loud noises. Giants. Giants. That was Merlin's intuition alerting him of an incoming happening. Giants, an entire army of them marching towards the city of order and disorder, led by whom Merlin deduced to be the kin of Giant King Badhile. Morgan took another step, now standing only mere inches away from him. The previous awkwardness between them had dissolved almost instantly once the situation was over. I propose we use this opportunity to our advantage, she said softly. Advance through this castle and get to the two uniquenesses. The giants won't take long to breach the outer perimeter, and even less to draw attention away from the castle. The enforcers will be occupied with defense and containment. As for whatever guards are inside. A smile took form on her lips, plain, simple yet so pretty and serene. We could do this stealthy or we could hold a spectacular show like the fools we are. Your call. For a moment, Merlin was completely taken aback by this, but quickly composed himself as he came to reassess a point about Morgan. She can be both calm and serene and explosive and chaotic. Do I really need to say it? Merlin snorted and tipped his classic hat, chuckling and smiling as he narrowed his gaze at Morgan and slightly bowed down. Show me your best, my lady. He pointed straight ahead towards the exit to this floor as Morgan chuckled over his gestures and raised her hands, stretching her body as a few crackled sounds resounded in the air. Fine then, my prince, would you hold on to this for me? Morgan threw the cloak in her hand towards Merlin, whom skillfully caught it in his arms. Wait, prince. His brow twitched. He looked back at her and paused. Without hesitation, Morgan raised her arms and undid the first two buttons of her white shirt. She unbuttoned her sleeves before rolling them upwards just above her elbows, enough to see the muscles in her arms. She reached into the swirling inky dark and drew forth a blade. An obsidian longsword. Its design on the handle and on the blade made it appear like an inverted color version of the famous legendary sword from Arthurian legends, the Excalibur. Tale closes, my liege, Morgan said, voice proud, ceremonial. Let this night be the guiding path for this wonderful endeavor. She raised the sword high, its tip aimed directly at the path ahead. Then, with theatrical precision, she shifted into stance, feet angled, spine straight, every movement echoing the discipline of a knight. Her head turned sharply back to face Merlin, a wide grin tugging at her lips. And Merlin, in response, stood silently. Because as he had just come to understand, today was going to be the most interesting day of his life. Chapter 49, The Knight and Her Prince. Twilight. Bright and binding. It rose from the horizons bathing the crimson in decay and roars as the armies of giants marched forward, draped in silver and dawn armor plate and armed with great weapons of all kinds. Their roars shook crooked the wind and the weight of their steps shattered the ground, turning it into a mess of debris and decay. Leading this enormous giant armies and marching right in front was the god of dawn. The son of the king himself, wearing a shimmering silver armor that radiated the splendors of dawn, a bright dawn against the pale crimson moonlight, carrying heat behind his back a massive sword as large as his heavily muscular and gigantic build. Behind the visor of his silver helmet glowed pale blobs of light, their illumination decayed anything it landed upon. And currently they shined upon a massive city cloaked in black. It rejected the crimson moonlight, as the kingdom's walls rose high and mighty, and looking down from them were curly-haired baboons and cloaks that appeared unusually dark, as if actively eating away at light from their surroundings. The giants marching increased in pace as they got closer and closer to the sprawling kingdom that had appeared out of thin air. But no matter how much they walked, ran, or roared, the distance between them and the kingdom's wall never decreased, always staying the same. A distortion. The god of dawn, upon realizing this fact, raised his right hand and gripped on the sword behind his back before raising it up high. Its glow pulsated, giving out a signal to the giants behind him to halt their steps. The god of dawn then pointed his sword straight ahead. The twilight that enveloped it pulsated again before growing out, stretching across the land, enveloping it in dawn's glow. Then with a single twist of his sword, a loud boom shattered the air and the entire area flashed in black before the god of dawn roared and ran straight ahead, following behind him the entire armies of giants. He had enveloped the distortion of distance in twilight before decaying the use of authority away. The entire giants' army, at once, ran towards the kingdom's high and mighty walls and began to torn them down with minimal efforts. This was a war. About 30 to 45 meters underground, nestled within a narrow corridor, hovered three figureless cloaks, assigned with guarding the area and maintaining scrutiny. Beneath their current level lay the prison floor, with several cramped cells lined the cold stone halls. One of them now housed the latest transgressors, the newcomers to the city, captured mere hours ago. The cloaks drifted idly by, entranced in a stupor. There really was nothing to do for them except to guard this place. But what to guard against? It wasn't like their prisoners would attempt to escape, when they could barely make any futile attempts of resistance after breaking every law they were specifically told to follow. As for the giants' army approaching their kingdom, they would have to. Suddenly a foreign sound pierced the air, footsteps. Two distinct, deliberate steps. And following these footsteps came an aura so cold, so utterly merciless, that even the lifeless cloaks felt something crawl along their being. It was haunted. A terror beyond reason. So extremely heavy and razor-sharp, it pressed down on their very existence as though daring them to breathe. A knock on the door. Far from polite, it was a loud bang that brought these cloaks out of their momentary stupor. Their formless being turned towards the direction of the sound, the heavy door leading to the lower level, the jail cells. Before any of the cloaks could make a move, the door exploded off its hinges. It crashed through the narrow corridor, slamming into the ground beside one of the cloaks with explosive force. The footsteps from before resumed, and entering the narrow corridor a woman stepped into view. Her long black hair elegantly locked in a beautiful flock. Her pristine white shirt hung loose over matching white trousers. She moved with a knight's discipline, every step poised reflecting discipline but grace. In her hands was a long sword, its blade colored obsidian, and its handle carved with intricate patterns. The sword itself felt like an unnamed legend. For a moment, there was nothing but complete silence. The cloaks stared at the woman through their hollow visage, while the woman, tilting her head at a slight angle, stared back at them while taking deep measured breaths. Then she moved. In an instant, she closed the distance. The corridor thundered as the ground cracked beneath her step, her dash so incredibly fast to leave a blur of her moments. Her upper body leaned forward as she angled her sword and then cleaved through the nearest cloak in a single, brutal slice. The strike of her sword painted the entire corridor in pitch-black inky darkness. The force behind her swing was so immense that the very walls around crackled, trembling under its destructive force, as they were now etched with the ghostly scar of a single, flawless slash. Without missing the beat, the woman straightened her posture, her grip on the sword tightened as inky darkness slithered on its blade. Then, with swift precision, she performed a single slash in the air, in the direction of the other two cloaks. The darkness rippled for a single instant before translating the swing of her sword into a flurry of spectral slashes. Each arc was curved like a sharp blade that rained down on everything present in the corridor. The remaining cloaks, unable to react, let alone retaliate, were effortlessly cut down, undone in the blink of an eye. The woman straightened her posture once more, lowering the tip of her sword to the ground. From behind her, a man slowly approached. One hand rested over his chest, just above his heart, the other hovered near his mouth, as if trying to muffle the "or" written across his face. His eyes, wide and gleaming, were filled with nothing but amazement. That was. Before he could have finished his sentence, the woman, Morgan, snapped her head towards him and flashed him a sharp, amused grin. "Let's get moving, Merlin. Call it a hunch, but I've got a feeling things are only going to get more interesting. Or maybe just a bit more intense." Merlin gulped and gave a quick nod, trailing behind as Morgan's gaze lingered a moment longer before she turned and broke into a run, their footsteps echoing through the corridor. "I am assuming the monarch and the consul would be at the topmost floor of the castle," Morgan cried out as she kicked open the door ahead and began to ascend the stone steps 2 at a time. "Indeed. According to my estimation, this castle should contain a total of 23 floors combined underground and above. We're currently 9 floors beneath ground level. Once we reach it, the rest should be a relatively straightforward climb," Merlin answered, to which Morgan simply nodded, letting out a loud, amused chuckle. "About the giants? I have a feeling they won't pose much of a threat." "Indeed they won't." Morgan's voice remained calm, almost serene, yet beneath it lingered a subtle trace of amusement and unmistakable excitement that only grew wider as the door to the next underground floor, 8, entered her view. In an instant, she struck the door with the hilt of her sword, blasting it open with a resounding bang. 2 cloaks and 3 humans came into her view, their forms dimly lit by the dying glow of the wall-mounted torches. The cloaks turned their featureless visage displayed in odd awareness, while confusion and alarm twisted across the faces of the humans, as they instinctively reached for the swords and rapiers strapped to their hips. The 2 formless cloaks let out a low, distorted rattle before expanding and gigantifying in size, their shapes swelling until they nearly engulfed the narrow corridor, casting the space into an even deeper gloom. Morgan's expression emptied in an instant, any and all traces of emotion vanished from her face. Her eyes turned lusterless, cold, and vacant. Behind her, Merlin stepped back twice, staying within the shadows of the stairwell as he quietly observed the situation unfold. This was slightly more complicated as humans were mixed in the bunch now, unlike the encounter on the previous floor. Which meant Morgan couldn't unleash the same overwhelming display without endangering innocent lives most probably forced into their roles. Or at least that's how it seemed at first. But then Merlin noticed it. A grave mistake, one that had just been made. In their attempt to gigantify, the 2 formless figures had allowed the helms of their distorted forms to brush against the tightly knitted walls of the narrow but tall corridor. And in doing so, they had snuffed out the faintly burning torches, one by one, until the entire passage was swallowed by shadows. And that was the worst possible error, for they had just plunged themselves into darkness against a being who was southwest incredibly close to the being embodiment of darkness itself. Morgan exhaled softly, a silent breath escaping her lips, while her figure vanished, leaving no trace, not a sound made, not even the faintest shift in the air. The cloaks crept forward, cautious yet unaware, inching towards where she had stood just moments before. The humans, however, were far less composed. They staggered back a few steps, arms trembling under the weight of their weapons. Knuckles turned white from the deathly grip on the hilt, they held their breath tightly, eyes darting through the darkness, bracing for an impact they would never see coming. But it was all for naught. Morgan's figure materialized silently beside one of the 3, a man with a scruffy brown beard and unkempt hair. Before he could have registered the presence at his side, Morgan, with swift precision, swung the hilt of her sword into the side of his head. The blow landed clean. He crumpled instantly, hitting the ground with a dull, heavy thud. The sound alerted the remaining 2. But before either could so much as turn their heads, Morgan's body shifted, and in one fluid motion, she repositioned her stance, raised her leg, and launched a sharp kick. Her heel soared through the air and connected squarely with the second man's jaw, releasing an impact that was just enough to knock him unconscious, yet not enough to break his jaw. Without wasting a second, Morgan reached out and seized the last man by the collar and hurled him across the corridor. His body flung like a rag doll toward the 2 towering cloaks at the far end. As he flew across the corridor, Morgan used his airborne form as cover to mask her stance. She dropped low, upper torso tilted, eyes gleaming sharply in the dark. Her sword rested over her shoulder, blade angled waiting to strike. One leg braced forward, the other slammed back with such force that the stone beneath her heel cracked from the sheer pressure. Morgan took one singular, sharp breath. She launched her body into a blur, a flash of movement as she ducked low, sliding beneath one of the 2 cloaks. She rolled cleanly beneath its hollow, shapeless visage made of nothing but pure black, and as she passed under, her blade began to shimmer. Darkness rippled across its length. With a clean, precise swing, Morgan unleashed a wave of inky black mass, her blade carving through the formless figure in one flawless arc, severing it in half, undoing its very existence. Without waste, Morgan twisted herself, immediately turning her body toward the second cloak. Her sword snapped into position, angled to cleave it in two. But then her momentum faltered just slightly. A hitch. The fabric of her clothes clung heavier to her skin. The sword in her grasp suddenly felt denser, heavier. And her thoughts, sharp and ordered a moment ago, slightly fragmented, her mind fraying at the edge of a frenzy. But it lasted no longer than a moment. The surrounding darkness pulsed as if coming to life, and radiated from its depths a soft hum that carried with it a strange sense of peace, quiet, and serenity. It rippled outwards, halting the movements of the cloak in its tracks, and washed away the creeping frenzy that had begun to gnaw at Morgan's mind. She didn't miss a beat. In one seamless motion, Morgan lunged forward, driving her sword into the helm of the cloak. The inky black mass that veiled her blade thrummed, vibrating as it pierced through the entity, splitting it from within and pinning it firmly to the stone floor. The darkness around her stirred gently. Like calm waves rolling over the ocean's floor, it flowed toward the stricken cloak and swallowed it whole without a sound. Morgan rose back to her feet, lifting her sword with practiced ease before giving it a casual swing through the air. Suddenly, the torches lining the brick walls flared back to life, casting illumination across the ruined corridor. The passage now lay nearly crippled, walls fractured, etched with ghostly scars and scorched. The three humans were sprawled face down across the stone floor, each one unconscious, their weapons nowhere to be seen. A single clap echoed through the space. Merlin finally stepped in from the stairwell, his expression lit by quiet awe. A smile played on his lips, his eyes gleaming, and a faint blush tinged his cheeks. Amazing. He murmured in amazement and meant it. There was something undeniably exciting and magical about watching Morgan in motion, fighting not just like a knight, but as someone wielding the full breadth of her authority with precision, grace, and deadly control. Morgan smirked, tightening her grip on the sword as she turned without hesitation. Only the beginning. Her voice was soft, tender, slipping into the air like a whisper, yet it sent an inexplicable shiver crawling down Merlin's spine. Then she stepped forward, and with a snap of her fingers, the three unconscious men began to fade, bit by bit, erased from their spots. Her stride remained unbroken until she reached the door that would take them to the next floor. Morgan turned slowly, driving the tip of her sword into the stone floor. With quiet grace, she rested her one hand gently on the hilt while her upper body dipped into a theatrical bow. With her other arm, she extended a casual flourish toward the doorway, her gaze locked on Merlin. "Shall we, my prince?" Merlin couldn't have described the sensation he felt in that moment, even if his life depended on it. A shiver? Probably. Funny? Absolutely. Embarrassing? Most definitely, upon being called her prince. But he didn't let the thoughts wander any further. Instead, he stepped forward, placing one hand gently in hers while using the other to push open the door. "Sure," he said with a small smile and a blushed face. "My knight in the dark cloak." Morgan flashed him a cheeky grin, sharp and amused. This was stupid. All of it. There was no real need for any of this. They could have opened a door straight to the main hall, bypassing all obstacles, and seized the two uniquenesses with minimal to no effort. But. And this, Morgan had come to understand, this was the point. What fun would there be in that? If not, they could enjoy this life, together, after individually facing so many hardships. What was the point of living? If they couldn't be reckless, mischievous, stupid, even just for a moment, what was the point of being a human? To be a human is to be stupid. Sometimes embracing tomfoolery was maybe the real path to joy. With that thought lingering in the air, Morgan and Merlin began their ascent through the castle. Starting from underground floor 10, the jail floors, where their coup had first begun, the knight and her self-proclaimed prince had already cleared floor 9 and were now making their way past floor 8. Floors 7 through 3 posed little challenge. The layout remained largely familiar, with only slight differences in shape and size. The only real difference was the escalating intensity of more humans, more cloaks, each with slightly altered sequences and formations. But nothing Morgan couldn't handle with brutal efficiency. The one notable floor, however, was 5, not a single cloak but only 7 human enforcers. It was the one floor Merlin took the lead in, running straight ahead with Morgan trailing at his back, her sword ready to strike at moment notice. The 7 enforcers roared as one, raising their weapons high, prepared to cut down the odd-looking men. But just as their blades began to descend, Merlin raised his hands. And with a sudden, echoing clap, he brought them together right in front of their faces. Suddenly, a burst of brilliant, colorful light exploded, like fireworks igniting at point-blank range. Blinded, the 7 enforcers staggered back, groaning and crying out in disoriented agony. Merlin didn't stop smiling. He sidestepped gracefully and clapped again, another flash of vivid color erupting into their already overwhelmed vision. He rolled forward, clap. Ducked beneath a wild swing, clap. Leapt into the air with theatrical flair, clap. By the time he landed, All 7 men had collapsed to their knees, eyes buried behind trembling hands, their weapons scattered helplessly across the floor. Neither Merlin nor Morgan spared them more attention than necessary as they continued their ascent, unfaltering, as if it were all part of the performance. And finally, as they passed through the 3rd floor entering the empty second, a voiceless thought erupted in their head. A law decree. Absolute. A law had been invoked, enforced with such authority that even the King of Angels and the false sequence 0 would be bound beneath its weight. The act of sprinting is prohibited in this kingdom. Immediately, both Morgan's and Merlin's strides faltered, their steps forcefully reduced to a walking pace. Their individual vision expanded in its myriad ways as they gazed over the entire kingdom at once. The giants. They had managed to break into the kingdom. And they were approaching the castle at a dangerous pace. Even the forceful enforcement of the sprint law had only slightly slowed their advance. At this rate, they would reach the heart of the castle within moments. Hee hee. A soft chuckle escaped Merlin as he glanced up at the arched ceiling of the floor. His gaze lingered there, lost in thought for a few seconds, before he let out a quiet sigh and turned toward Morgan. We need to increase our pace, he murmured. If we wait any longer, more laws will be introduced, and each one will only make our task trickier. Morgan nodded slowly, her lips parting as her gaze locked with Merlin's. Her thoughts swirled like a storm beneath her calm exterior. The active sprint. She muttered. So we can't run or dash anymore. She tilted her head slightly, studying him with sharp intent. Then, a soft chuckle escaped her lips. Hee hee, it doesn't matter anyway. Without hesitation, she began walking toward the exit door, sword in hand, her pace casual with deliberate steps. Tell me, she asked, voice light, we can't just break the law by force. Nope, Merlin replied with a half-smile, already reaching for the door. This is a pseudo-divine kingdom, formed by the union of the Black Emperor and Justiciar uniqueness. Any law invoked here is absolute. Its effects get magnified, or distorted, in ways that benefit the castle. Morgan nodded again, taking in a slow, deep breath as the door creaked open. Then shall we humor them? Merlin did not reply, instead he flashed her a smile while holding the door for her. Morgan stared at him for some moments, then let out light, aloof laugh. With a flick of her wrist, she repositioned her sword and reassumed the stance of a knight, poised and unwavering. The first floor, like the second, was silent. Empty. Not a single entity in sight. But this time, neither Morgan nor Merlin was surprised. Gently, the two of them trod their way towards the stairwell leading to ground floor, out of the underground chambers. One step at a time, as they could no longer sprint, the knight and her prince heard screams and roars, the sound of banging and clashing metals as well as smashing and breaking. Morgan, walking ahead, light tapped the door before swinging it open to a brutal spectacle. The door led them to the foyer of the castle, a gigantic hall with royal steps leading to the upper floors bathed in bloods as giants thrashed the place, arms raised with weapons and clenched into fists striking down upon the human enforcers that attempted to stop them out of pure fear. One of the giants, upon spotting the pair, let out a thunderous roar. Without hesitation, he raised his massive warhammer and hurled it in their direction like a comet of silver and dawn. Neither Morgan nor Merlin so much as flinched. Merlin simply gave a small, dry cough and vanished from sight. Morgan, meanwhile, lowered her sword, then broke into a fluid sequence of athletic rolls, gracefully dodging the incoming weapon. Each movement brought her closer to the giant, her momentum building, the distance shrinking with every swift motion. Rising smoothly to her feet, Morgan angled her body into a perfect stance. With a twist of her wrist, she spun the sword once through the air before tightening her grip. The obsidian blade tingled, once more cloaked in a veil of inky black that seemed to drink in the light around it. The giant let out a bellowing roar and summoned forth the sword of dawn, its blade radiant with blinding brilliance. He raised it high, ready to bring it crashing down upon Morgan in a single decisive cleave. But then suddenly he froze. His massive hands began to tremble. A shudder ran through his towering frame as he instinctively staggered backward, step after clumsy step. The sword of dawn flickered, its radiance faltering almost completely fading as though smothered by an unseen force. His silver armor rattled violently, constricting around him like a cage. His expression twisted from pure bloodlust to terror. Not just fear. Not even dread. What filled his face was pure horror, raw in form, primal in nature. It wasn't just that giant. The entire battlefield fell deathly still. The screams, the roars, the clash of weapons, all of it halted in an instant. Every head turned. Every gaze snapped toward a single being. Morgan stood still, sword in hand, and from her being radiated a terrifying aura, so pitiless and merciless, that every entity in that room felt it bloom in the pit of their stomach, the most primal, most ancient instincts clawing to the surface. Horror. Utter terror. Morgan's sword trembled faintly as she took a few steps forward, stopping just at the threshold of the foyer, her presence now fully confronting the entire chamber. The once neatly locked flock of her hair unraveled, strands unfurling and whipping outward as though caught in an invisible storm. She lifted her right foot, placing it a step forward. Her spine straightened into a perfect line. Her eyes widened unblinking, eerily still. And her hands raised the legendary sword over her shoulder, its edge humming with inky dark. It had been consumed, utterly devoured, by darkness, its shape and length concealed beneath a churning shroud of inky black. That darkness grew, swelling outward like a living thing, warping into the form of a massive broadsword that stretched impossibly across the foyer, its sheer size engulfing a portion of the chamber. The giants stood frozen, unable to move. Their minds drowned in a tide of terror so vast and unrelenting they hadn't even noticed that every human in the room had vanished, leaving them to face their fate, their misfortune. Morgan waited for a dew point, and then, without the slightest flicker of unease, she swung her sword across the entire foyer. At that moment, nothing mattered. Not the silver armor of giants. Not the protective barriers of twilight. No level of defense could have withstand the colossal blade of darkness as it carved through the foyer in one clean, absolute cut. For a long time, near complete silence reigned. Not a speck of dust stirred. Not a breath was drawn. The air hung motionless, pressing down with an invisible weight. Only one sound remained, heard only by the night and her prince standing at the threshold of the foyer. Ringing. That exploded into a burst. In that instant, the giants' bodies became limp, separating in two halves before every body part burst into a stream of blood and light and rained upon the entire room. It was a blood rain, accompanied with liquid light while the entire foyer shook to its core, flashing in black before turning into a pale ghost of destruction and utter. The blood rain dyed the entire room in crimson red, yet not a single drop fell on Morgan's figure. She stood empty in the destroyed foyer looking at the scene she had just caused. Then her head slowly turned towards the magician standing at the entrance of the foyer looking intently at her, his smile slightly faltering for a moment before becoming a bit wider. Cruel and genocidal is inherent to her nature. Not affected by divinity or humanity, that is simply a quality of Ammonices or Evernight goddess. The thought made itself aware in his head and Merlin jolted it down in his memory. Quite a spectacle you have caused. Morgan smiled, turning completely towards him. Not a hint of remorse present in those eyes or that delighted expression. It's as I said, Merlin, we could do this stealthy or we could hold a spectacular show like the fools we are. Merlin giggled, bringing a hand to his mouth. He walked towards her, tipping his classical hat before pointing towards the utterly demolished staircase leading to the upper floors of the castle. We need to advance and do so quickly. The fact that no new law was introduced by now is concerning. Morgan nodded and tilted her head slightly, shifting her body weight to the hilt of her sword. We'll encounter more giants up the floor and perhaps even the son of King. What sequence would he be at most? Sequence 2. But that's besides the point. The giants are heavily in control of the... Merlin suffered through a pause before letting out a low chuckle and continued. Error pathway. Error? Morgan did not attempt to hide her confusion. She had never heard of this pathway even when Klein explained all 22 paths of the divine to the original body Ammonices. Merlin maintained his smile, his lips parted as he whispered in a low, mysterious tone. The Trojan horse of fate. The slug of time. The loopholes in rules. The manifestation of all errors. The sequence 0 of Marauder pathway and one of the paths of the divine Underlord of mysteries. It's the loopholes underlying all the rules of this universe. A bug in all existence. Morgan held her breath while the pupil of her eyes slightly contorted and expanded. Error. What an interesting name for a pathway. I don't think this is the original name considering the origin of that word. So perhaps he conceived it. I remember Klein once said that the giant in Twilight Giant likely came to be due to the possession and complete control giants had over the pathway rather than the actual name, which is supposedly only Twilight. Morgan shook her head in acknowledgement, prompting Merlin to wave his hand in front of his face and spoke out loudly. As you can probably guess from the loopholes in rules, the pathway is adept at breaking laws and even more so bending them and introducing new flaws. I can hear your line of thoughts. Let's hurry then, shall we? Keeping our keepers waiting isn't good courtesy, Merlin. Morgan voiced elegantly, overlooking the slight speck of red that crept on Merlin's ears. Aye, indeed. Merlin cleared his throat and lifted a hand, snapping his fingers. In the same instant, both their figures flickered, phasing out of existence and disappearing, reappearing atop the grand staircase that spiraled toward the upper floors of the castle. Merlin's worms of spirit began to churn, replicating distortion, the ability borrowed from the Black Emperor's pathway. This was done so every step they took from here would cover tenfold the distance. At the same time he reached into his coat and took out 6 cards from his inner pocket. He flicked his wrist as the cards soared through the air, planting themselves in various spots around the destroyed foyer. Stepping into the 12th floor, the stone walls shook as one giant emerged, nearly brushing the ceiling and the hanging chandeliers with his towering height. His entire body was clad in steel or dawn armor, and in there his grasp was a long sword that was embraced with twilight. The moment his eyes landed on them, he immediately stomped forward. The floor beneath his step ruptured, a loud roar crackled in the air. But Morgan was not slow. Her sword positioned perfectly, its obsidian blade coated in pure inky dark. With a single pivot of her foot, she vanished from her place only to reappear in the air, just above the giant's shoulder. She raised her sword high above her head, and the darkness that swirled at its blade tingled, growing in intensity, rippling outwards like waves in the ocean. With one effortless slash, her sword cleaved through the silver armor like a knife against butter. It didn't matter what protections or defenses were put in place, Morgan's slash was flawless. It undid the giant's very right to exist. With not so much a grunt, the giant toppled, his upper and lower body to separate halves, each falling away in slow, trembling collapse. Merlin planted another card right beside it, earning a raised brow from Morgan. Any destruction caused in the palace will result in strict punishment. Morgan chuckled upon the declaration of the new law. She knew how to be serene. On the next floor, 2 more giants awaited. One of them raised a tower-sized shield the moment he saw her, while the other raised his gigantic arm, condensing a silver rapier made of small specks of light. He unleashed the silver rapier towards Morgan, its fury torn through the air with explosive force, toppling the entire floor as even more silver rapiers followed after it. Yet Morgan did not change her pace. She gazed at Merlin for a moment, exchanging silent words before taking a single step forward, her sword dragging behind her, flaring with inky pitch black. The giant with the shield braced himself, grounding the metal deep into the floor. He never got the chance to lower it. As in a gentle, clean motion, Morgan swept past him, his shield still upright but his upper half was already falling sideways, bisected from the waist. In that same instant, she snapped her fingers, causing every rapier in the air to suddenly disappear bit by bit without a trace. The giant that had summoned them appeared momentarily stunned, yet before he could have scrambled to summon another, Morgan jumped upwards, thrusting her sword in the visor of his helmet. The giant screamed in pain, his hands launching to take hold of Morgan's airborne body, yet it was to no avail. The darkness that cloaked the obsidian blade bellowed, piercing through the tip of her sword as Morgan applied her body weight on the hilt, bringing the sword down completely, spilling the body of the giant in 2 perfect halves. She gracefully stepped back onto the carpeted floor, swinging her sword freely in the air. Just then more thumping noises resounded as more giants came into her view. Morgan sighed, shaking her head before reassuming the stance of a knight, holding her sword precisely and against the approaching army of giants. And in doing so she completely missed. The blissful expression on Merlin's face. You may not point the tip of your sword towards another entity. She can still slice without falter. They stepped into nothing. Floor 16th was no longer a floor. The walls were warped, corridors twisted into spirals, up and down and left and right ceased to exist. There was northwest geometry to this place. Merlin's body floated weightlessly beside Morgan's, limbs slightly swaying, the folds of his coat drifting like he was underwater. Dark, formless cloaks hovered in the disjointed void, their shapes barely holding together, flickering between frames of this room. One of them blinked, and suddenly gravity suffered from its effects. The entire room turned sideways. Morgan and Merlin were flung across a hallway that stretched like a void. Their bodies spun around wildly, to someone else it would have been impossible to tell where they were standing. But not to Morgan and Merlin, the latter simply making use of positioning authority of door while the former reverberated with the dark of her surroundings. Finding her bearings, her sword remained still. A single flash of black. The inky darkness of her blade pulsed once and then twice before expanding, like a ripple in space connecting to the darkness in the entire floor. It aimed directly towards every cloak hovering in the air, and then with a single twist of her sword the distortion shattered, the waves of darkness flattened entire corridors and consumed those darkened figureless without a sound, like a pit consuming its prey with no remorse. Merlin floated gently to the floor beside her, dusting himself off as he flicked even more cards out of his pocket. Your disdain for non-Euclidean design remains consistent. Morgan giggled, walking by his side. Annoying shapes, she chirped up, passing the sword to her other hand before putting the unoccupied one over Merlin's shoulder. In her laid-back and momentary relax, she had, once again, failed to notice the slight jolt that went through Merlin's body, and the shimmer in his eyes that was anything but natural. With each floor they advanced, the palace only got more relentless. Giants, shapeless cloaks, human beyonders, albeit the last one was far too easy to deal with. Yet Morgan did not falter, her sword relentlessly struck anything and everything, slicing and killing whatever wasn't human. Her aura exuded such coldness and ruthlessness, striking pure terror in its wake and delivered death, consuming in utter darkness anyone that dared cross their path. Jumping is prohibited. Morgan could kill without taking a step. You are to maintain a distance of 5 meters from another entity. She could kill without approach. Yet Merlin, he could not stop himself from finding something magical about it, admirable about it. The way her body moved, twisted without effort. The stance she took before slicing with her sword. That cold expression and emptiness that flickered with joy and smirk whenever her gaze landed on him. Him. This feeling. Even his real body sitting in Sapphira Castle could not shake off this feeling. It was warm, his face was warm. Had Morgan enchanted him with her odor? He was certain about it, one thing, actually two. This feeling, these feelings weren't normal. This warmth wasn't normal. And that he wanted to feel it even more. Even deeper. Before these thoughts could have rooted themselves any deeper, Merlin in the real world was brought out of his trance. Morgan stopped before the next staircase, her breathing calm, her blade humming faintly with residual dark. He walked up beside her, his hands behind his back, expression empty. Before them stood the final staircase, where the monarch and consul awaited. They slowly walked up the steps and entered the 23rd floor. Before them stood a gigantic door, carved from black and pale stone, its surface etched with patterns, intricate circles, angles, and fractals, shifting softly like ripples on still water. It was the symbol of order and disorder, locked in a perpetual balance. And serving at its backdrop was the silhouette of a nation cloaked under the shadow of the anarchy. Morgan stepped forward first, pressing her palm gently against the door's cold, textured surface. Merlin followed, his gaze locked on the silhouette of the nation with a wary furrow of the brow. Nation of disorder. Together, they pushed. The doors creaked open slowly, revealing behind it a lavish room painted in gold. Suddenly the palace shook. A violent tremor tore through the very bones of the structure. The torches lining the wall flickered. The air twisted, sharply swirling. The stairs behind them splintered in silence. A sharp, invisible weight was lifted from the air as if a crown had been stolen from the head of the world. A divine pressure dissipated and Merlin felt it in that instant. The grant of law had been revoked. His chest tightened. His eyes snapped open wider. Morgan, he whispered. I know. They both slammed the doors open. Inside awaited a throne room of colossal scale, walls gilded in gold and shadow, etched with streaks of pure starlight and hung in tapestries and luxurious grandeur and immeasurably large chandeliers. But it was not the throne that commanded attention but the figure standing before it. His frame was enormous in size and encased in silver metallic armor, polished to divine luster, his front covering the throne that stood several meters high from the ground. Strapped across his back was an enormous sword larger than any blade either of them had seen, its edges glowing faintly, bathed in twilight. Slowly, he turned towards them. The two small blobs of light under the visor of his helmet burned intensely, becoming slightly brighter once his gaze landed on Morgan. Something was off about this woman. But neither of them paid him any attention, instead their focus was on the throne behind him. No book. No lamp. No crown. Nothing Merlin was expecting when ascending this palace. The uniquenesses were gone. They had escaped and evaded their grasp. Morgan's eyes narrowed, but her stance didn't shift. Merlin stood frozen, realizing that their little fun had caused them to miss the monarch and the consul. TSK. TSK. No matter. For now we need to. Suddenly the god of dawn made a step, raising the sword of twilight, leveling its tip toward them. Since the consul was no longer present to enforce the rules, all laws introduced by it had suddenly lost their weight. And if that wasn't enough, innumerable giants rose from the shadows of the throne room, surrounding them, encircling Morgan and Merlin. 3 on their backs blocking the door. 5 in front of them. Standing a little further away from the son of King. And some to their right, where an enormous stained glass window stretched from floor to ceiling. The glass shimmered with artistry, letting the faint rays of crimson pour in different stained glass of red, blue, and violet. And the god of dawn began to walk towards them, and with each step he took, the giants around took too. Morgan held her breath once more. Her stance lowered, precise, one foot stepping forward, the other anchoring her in place. Her sword rose gracefully beside her, its tip angled downward as a slow, creeping pool of darkness began to unfurl from beneath her boots, cloaking her blade in inky black. Her eyes narrowed, gaze locked onto the advancing giants and the silver figure at the far end. Then a low chuckle sounded. Mischievous and familiar. Morgan's head snapped to the side, brows furrowing slightly. Merlin's lips curled into a playful smirk. His posture was relaxed, almost lazy. One hand dipped casually into the inner pocket of his coat, while the other reached up and tipped his classical hat. In a single flick of his wrist, a total of 7 cards were launched in the air, slicing clean and pinning themselves in various spots around the grand throne room. The giants around immediately scrambled to pounce on them, including the god of dawn, but their actions suffered an indefinite pause. The blob of light radiating from their visors dimmed to an almost extinguish. Blind stupidity. At the same time, he turned, grabbing Morgan by the wrist, and whispered to her in a mischievous tone. Time to leave. The look on Merlin's face, that smirk planted by his lips, those eyes filled with nothing but mischief, told Morgan everything she needed to know. What would a grand show of fools be if not without a ridiculous ending? This truly was utterly stupid. Copy. Throwing her sword away into a pool of darkness, Morgan, now smirking like an idiot, and Merlin, maintaining his smile, began to run on to their right, towards the stained glass window. They jumped over the giants up front, landing back on the ground with grace. Hands in hands, both holding back a snicker as their steps slowed down upon reaching the stained glass window. Merlin turned around on his heel right in front of Morgan as he took a few steps backwards, tightening his grip on her hand just as the God of Dawn recovered from the effects of blind stupidity. His head snapped in all directions, and, his gaze now burning more brightly, landed on the knight and her prince witnessing. Her fell in his arms, burying her head in his chest, entwining the fingers of her one hand with his, while the other gently wrapped around his waist. Merlin and Badhile's gaze momentarily locked. And now, the curtain shall fall. Merlin snapped his fingers. Every card exploded. Planted all across the palace by Merlin during their ascend, a bright stream of colors exploded throughout the entire castle, blasting the structure into ruins, including even this grand throne room. While the massive stream of fireworks and color blinded the God of Dawn, the force of explosion was just enough to knock Merlin and Morgan out through the stained glass window. Their entwined figures soared through the air, while the two began to laugh like idiots. They were idiots. Crazy idiots. Morgan's face rose up from his cheek, her delighted blushing face cupped against Merlin's similar exposition. The crimson moon served as their backdrops while the falling castle crumbled underneath the destruction caused by them. This was the best of their life. Chapter 50, There is something wrong with him. There is something wrong with Klein. And her. Pondered Amon-Isis. When did the line begin to become so thin? Blood rushed to her cheeks, a crimson faint glowing softly against the pale white. It always was. There is something wrong with Merlin. A legendary coup and a grand escape later, the knight and her magician, as she would return to calling him, were now over tens of kilometers from the kingdom. Its high and mighty walls painted in black and shined by crimson were now nothing more than a mess of falling debris. The monotonicity shattered with the fall of buildings. The shadow of order casted by the castle in black now crumbling in ruins. Yet in all that chaos, not a single human life was laid down. Even amidst the bouts of tomfoolery and utter stupidity displayed by Merlin and Morgan, they had still taken great care into making sure no innocent life was lost in the incident, no innocent human life was lost in the incident. It was at times like these that Morgan really felt how valuable Merlin's abilities were. Even if she could have concealed all of the denizens of the kingdom and then used darkness for displacement, teleporting them across an entire continent was not something she felt the abilities of her pathway were capable of. Merlin, on the other hand, possessed the authority of the one pathway that was adept at such things. With that thought, her gaze lingered on the chaos lighting the night in amber twilight. Besides her stood her magician, equally entranced by the sight. Neither of them exchanged words about their little adventure, however both of them felt it to be the best of their life and its effects still lingered. That being the soft hold on each other's hand. Their slender fingers gently entwined with each other. Morgan's thumb gently pressed and caressed Merlin's smooth skin out of pure instinct. She leaned into his touch without thought, their arms brushed against each other while her head tilted almost to rest itself on his shoulder. We lost the two uniquenesses. She spoke quietly, almost whispering to him while watching the chaos unfold further and further. Shall we track them down, Merlin? Hee, no need. His response only served to confuse Morgan. Before she could have voiced her question, though, Merlin gently averted his sparkling gaze towards her and spoke in an equally hushed tone. I wasn't planning on catching those uniquenesses anyway. Why that? She turned her head towards him, locking her dark eyes with his. Their surface shimmered with bright colors as a sudden burst of fireworks began to go off in the distance. It was silly, watching as the giants, once came here to rule and destroy, now desperately flee the barren kingdom with their tail tucked in between their legs. It seems every step gives birth to a new explosion. You remember the door leading to the throne room? The mysterious engravings etched onto the surface of the black door reflecting order and disorder, and the silhouette of the city casting a shadow over all. Merlin tilted his head, his lips curling up further as he waited for Morgan to make a connection. And he was not disappointed. Nation of disorder. Morgan gently pointed out, watching as Merlin nodded in affirmation. Correct. I presume that my previous hypothesis that the uniquenesses were controlled by the magic wishing lamp was incorrect. Instead it may be the Spherote's seeping influence that is further reinforced by the presence of the Son of Chaos. Spherote's seeping influence. Morgan was momentarily stunned by this revelation but quickly composed herself. It makes sense. Even if the Lord of Mysteries had sealed all 7 Spherotes, sealing their influence over their pathway should be something beyond even his grasp, its convergence itself after all. Besides, as time marches forward and a new Lord of Mysteries doesn't come to be, the seal present over the western continent would naturally degrade under the influence of the 7 relics of the original creator. She stopped thinking further, not wanting to even consider the day the seal would perhaps be broken and the 7th Spherote would descend upon the rest of the world. Let's just hope we have a Lord of Mysteries by that point. That sounds so wrong. Her attention was brought back by Merlin's soft hum. If that is the case, I would actually like to observe what these uniquenesses do next, of course while maintaining the scrutiny that they do no further harm. Morgan stared at his face for some moments before nodding, choosing to trust whatever twisted plan he had in his mind. And what will we tell him? Merlin raised a hand and shook it in front of her face. Leave that to me. A sigh parted her lips. Choosing to leave these worries behind, a mischievous thought made itself aware in her head, causing her small smile to widen into a cheeky grin. Did thou like mine performance today, oh dear magician? She whispered in archaic English, still finding the whole situation to be quite amusing. Her expression dawned over a bright glee and held laughter. Beyond like, I fell in love. This, absolutely, was not the answer Morgan had expected of him, or more precisely she had not expected her magician to be so blunt. Love. Her dark eyes gently twinkled, her lips slightly parted forming agape, her expression softened while her breath slowly hitched. It was amazing to see you move and slice like a knight. Merlin's voice carried an unusual amazement. But more than that. He stepped forward, his usual theatrics subdued now, his hat tipped just slightly. There was this grace to you, a kind of cruel beauty. The way your blade moved, the way the darkness curled around you yet maintained its serenity. The way you stood, your posture, your dash, your focus, it was all spectacular to see. I couldn't take my eyes off of you. Morgan's eyes were far wider than they had ever been, and for the faintest of moments she felt the very persona on the verge of breaking. I only ask that as a joke, but his tone displays a genuine response. She gazed at Merlin's face. Deeply gazed at Merlin's face. And took note of the excitement and happiness that was, otherwise, foreign to the ordinary calm wandering magician. And it was then she realized his persona was broken long ago. A moment passed. Then Morgan, lips curling upward just slightly, turned her head to the side to hide her smile. But she didn't respond right away. Instead, she stepped forward, closing any distance the two of them had, her voice low, threaded with playfulness and something deeper. Thou art far too bold for a magician with fragile bones. Merlin's grin returned, brighter than before. And thou art far too divine for a mere knight in black. They stood there, amid the quiet aftermath of battle, sharing their moments together in stillness and quiet. There is something wrong with Klein. There is always something wrong with Klein. Icy sighed and tilted her head with a perplexed expression. Standing at the porch of their house, she witnessed Klein carry metal boxes filled with some unknown material to the back open area, away from Icy's garden under the lady's scrutinizing gaze. He threw the boxes down with a loud thud, uncaring of the material inside of them. Then with a turn he walked away and looped around the house out of Icy's sight, but that wasn't for long as she witnessed him coming back around from the corner, this time with even more metal boxes with unknown materials. They appear heavy. She thought, watching as Klein threw these boxes among the pile of many, creating a loud bang that caused Icy's ears to uncontrollably twitch. She instinctively raised her hand and covered her ears while her expressions contorted further. Deciding not to bear the curiosity anymore, Icy stepped off from the porch of their house, her heels gently digging in the grass as she took slow measured steps and advanced towards Klein. As if sensing her approach, Klein straightened himself and raised his hand and ran his palm across his forehead, performing a wiping motion to clear the sweat that had never formed in the first place. Icy's lightly giggled upon seeing this and shook her head with a low smile. You seem quite busy. She began with a tease, crossing her leg and leaning her upper body forward just a little. Might I ask what is all of this? Icy's eyes slowly turned towards the pile of metal boxes, her vision picking up the sight of a purple-reddish pus leaking from the hinges. At the same time her nose picked up a pleasantly sour and yeast aroma. Klein shook his head and raised his hands in the air. Fermented grapes. I am preparing to make some wine. Icy's blinked a few times. You know how to make wine? Klein flashed a simple smile at that question. Remember? The Attendant of Mysteries ritual. The ritual is to build a town consisting only of marionettes, with each having their own unique trajectory of fate. As these marionettes interact with each other, they will act as a sufficiently real-life painting and create a corresponding area in the spirit world. The requirement of the ritual surfaced in Icy's mind, prompting her to nod her head. At the same time it clicked in her mind that Klein knew many more life skills than she does. Making wine doesn't count. Not everyone needs to know that. She silently lampooned in her head and turned her attention back towards Klein and the pile of metal boxes containing fermented grapes. She stared emptily for some moments, eliciting a confused brow and a tilt of head from Klein as he crossed his arms and stared at her pretty face. Slowly an idea surfaced in her head, one that reminded herself of her previous profession as a woman in the business field. We can sell these later. Huh. Icy's cleared her throat and straightened her tilted posture. Klein, do you think humanity will one day reach our times? They will, yeah. Klein had to actively hold back from continuing his statement and say, albeit it will take them until the 5th or 6th epoch. Icy's repeatedly nodded and raised a finger in the air. And do you think they will love alcoholic beverages? Klein could now see the thread that was knitting in Amon-Icy's head. His eyes dilated and his face displayed enlightenment. That was all Amon-Icy's needed. Now if the wine is over epochs old. Klein blinked. Wait, are you suggesting? Amon-Icy's leaned forward, her eyes glinting with perfectly calculated ambition. We create our own wine brand. A collection so rare, and so unfathomably aged, it would fetch a price beyond reason in the future. She spun her finger in the air, drawing an invisible spiral as if already tracing the logo in her mind. A blend brewed through time itself, yet maintaining its peak taste by the blessings of the worm of time and the goddess of concealment. Klein rubbed his temples. The print of money etched in his mind. I can become rich in the future. Amon-Icy's clapped her hands once, delighted by her own idea. He could already see it, her conjuring up entire cellars beneath moonlight, bottles corked with starlight, each label etched with names like Tears of the Second Epoch, Full Swine No. 8, Sun's Last Sip. They'd market them with riddles and encrypted dreams, and the upper echelons of future society and beyonders would kill to own a bottle. Klein sighed, partially regretting not keeping his mouth shut earlier and partially thinking of the amount of money they could earn with this little business and what he could buy Benson and Melissa with it in future. You're serious about this, aren't you? As serious as a god and a knight who's bored and wants to become a vintner, she said proudly, conjuring a small floating bottle that shimmered with swirling dark hues. And besides, it would be fun. Klein could only groan, hand covering his face, before muttering, if the Lord of the Mysteries ends up as a glorified wine merchant in the annals of history, I'm haunting you. Good. We'll name a flavor after that. Amon-Icy's winked. Spectre's gripe. Goes great with dried starfruit. Coming to an agreement, the two new business partners shook hands and nodded to each other before turning their attention towards the metal boxes. They surely do look fine and plenty and quite heavy too. Klein shook his head in agreement and muttered. That they are. Suddenly his gaze landed towards Amon-Icy's, his eyes narrowing and a mischievous smile took shape in his face and a string of words escaped his mouth without control. Actually, I wonder how heavy you are. Amon-Icy's blinked a few times before her expression contorted into a provoked woman. Now that's just rude. She bitterly spoke, narrowing her gaze and crossing her arms, giving Klein an angry glare. This caused the men to burst into a low laughter. He deeply gazed at her, finding her posture unbearably cute, which caused his heart to flutter and beat faster, and somehow the false fool did not take a notice of this, or perhaps he merely wished to ignore. Another thought took form in his mind and Klein decided better than his instincts to act on it. He rolled up his sleeves and slowly approached her with a smile that strangely calmed the provoked woman. Then as he got closer to her, Klein leaned downwards and gave Amon-Icy's a look that asked her permission. Oh. Contemplating for a few seconds, she tilted her head and gave him a look of approval. He flashed back a beautiful smile before turning his gaze towards her waist. Klein leaned forward and put his arms around her hips, then slowly he picked up the woman in his arms, as she rested her hands firmly on his shoulder and evenly distributed her weight. Klein adjusted her in his arms for a few seconds before looking up at her and smiling sweetly. Not that heavy. Amon-Icy's raised one of her hands from his shoulder and cupped his crimson cheek before pinching them lightly. There is absolutely no need to mention that. She displayed a small level of provoke in her tone before letting the smile dawn to her face while she continued to pinch his cheek. They are soft and smooth. She did not voice this thought as she let Klein hold her up in his arms for some while. Their gaze locked with each other intensely, a slight tinge of red on both of their faces. Amon-Icy's ran her fingers in his hair, slightly dishevelling them, earning a hum of dejection from Klein that only brought her more joy. After a while Klein gently rested her down, back on her feet. Despite it, Amon-Icy's kept her hands firmly on his shoulders while holding a small smile that only served to confuse Klein further. Before he could have asked her anything, though, Amon-Icy's pushed Klein, leaned forward and brought her arms down, putting them around his thighs and his back before firmly pulling them back up, causing Klein to fall into her arms. Amon-Icy's took a firm hold before shifting Klein a little and carried him bridal style. What the? Klein found himself too perplexed to even finish his statement as Amon-Icy's lightly giggled and snuggled him closer to her. Payback. I might parade you around the entire house like this. With that, Amon-Icy's turned around and began to walk away towards her garden while carrying Klein bridal style in her arms, rejecting all his pleas to be put down. Well, they were half-hearted pleas anyway, even if Amon-Icy's didn't fully catch on to that. Besides, who would even see them like this? And that was a firm mistake, as in their fun, they had quite so forgot about the massive sun that loomed over their head, always watching, and the two extra heads that were currently in their house, now standing on the porch. Two young teenagers, their looks normal and near completely identical save for the shade of dark in their eyes and hair. One's darker, the other's not so much. They wore a simple linen dress, one cloaked in black, the other in a mix of brown and red. I am genuinely surprised that those two aren't married, whispered Marianne to her twin sister Ariana that stood beside her. Even if the both of them didn't completely know how a married relationship was, they could tell that Miss Amani and Mr. Klein's relationship definitely qualified as one. I know, right? Maybe they are keeping it a secret. Marianne pondered over her sister's statement quietly before nodding in brief affirmation. Maybe, but to us too. She crossed her arms and lightly pouted. Ariana, seeing this, put her hand on her sister's shoulder. It's okay, it's okay. Besides, it doesn't actually seem like it. You remember, Mr. Klein once told us married couples wear a ring on their ring finger to signify their marriage. And neither of them wore a ring. Marianne chose to believe her sister's explanation that completely contradicts her previous statement. They both continued to stare at Klein and Amani from afar, choosing between when to interject and whether they should. And the latter won, as it quickly became apparent that Miss Amani had no intention of putting down Mr. Klein, and at that point even the men had given up, simply choosing to embrace his predicament with a bright glee and a sparkling yellow in his eyes that reflected the crimson face of Amani full of entranced joy. Petals of moon flowers and vanilla extract flew by. It was a beautiful scene. Marianne and Ariana simply shook their heads and turned away, choosing to leave the couple as they had come to their conclusions, alone. And they left with a quiet giggle to themselves and a smile like no other. There is something wrong with him. That much, Kotar had come to understand after coming to Tinjin, that there was something particularly wrong with his new master. He had somehow been given a leisure place to stay in the massive town under the veil of misfortune, a number of dedicated anchors that he was sure were not human, and an innumerable amount of parchments that had all sorts of mysticism knowledge as well as a job: teach mysticism to kids. Teach mysticism to kids. I used to be one of the subsidiary gods of annihilation, demonic wolf Flegria. A worshipped god of one of the most brutal and bloodthirsty races, one of the most feared beings among a dozen few, and now I am a teacher. To the others, this might have been the biggest mockery and the most embarrassing way to humiliate them. After all, what mythical creature would want to pamper kids to study weird knowledge only a rare number were going to make use of? But to Kotar, this was an ideal life. The kids in Tinjin showed keen interest in learning, so teaching them proved no issue. The environment around him was radiant and serene, which did take him some time to get used to, but eventually he could handle the quiet and calm. A simple work and then back to feasting, although not of humans, but Kotar couldn't care less. No tension. No fear. And absolutely no worries over his very life. He let out a deep sigh, pondering over his luck of serving the most cruel bloodthirsty being to perhaps the most peaceful one. Maintaining his illusion of a man in grayish-white attire, with black hair fading into grayish-white towards his forehead. His skin was bronze in color and a mole pointed on his cheek. In his hands, the man held a number of parchments and a chalk. Kotar entered the town's palace. It was a massive building situated at the heart of Tinjin, built from black. Beyond its imposing doors stretched a sprawling carpet, deep crimson in hue, splitting off into countless halls and winding corridors leading to various rooms, all designed to function for different purposes: uphold order, serve justice, and educate the public, as had been decreed by her angel. Helping those newly arrived souls saved by the holy night of the goddess of misfortune. They were given shelter, aid, and hope within these hallowed walls. I have a feeling the holy night is actually the goddess of misfortune herself. Ruminating over it but not daring to think any further, Kotar slowly walked towards the small library situated at the third block of the enormous palace. The palace itself had a total of 4 blocks laid out in a square, with an open area in the middle that had an attractive fountain and a beautiful garden of moonflower and vanilla extracts, as the believers of the goddess come to know of her particular liking of those sweet-smelling flowers. Kotar passed by the garden, taking a deep breath, before turning toward the third block and taking nimble steps towards his location, and it didn't take him long to see the silhouette of 2 giant doors, with one of them ever so slightly open. Advancing towards them, Kotar, nonchalantly, controlled his illusion to push open the door fully so that he could enter the library, but before his illusion's hand could have grasped onto the frame of the door, 4 hands took hold of his shirt and flung him back, away from the door. For a moment he was stunned. Kotar had gone lazy enough not to pay much attention to his surroundings anymore, as there really wasn't a need to do so. Yet he, of course, still maintained the basic caution of going outside with a historical projection should anything bad come up. Clearing his mind, he quickly shifted his gaze towards the 2 girls that had taken hold of his illusion. Marianne and Ariana. What's the meaning of this? Kotar controlled his illusion and spoke out quietly as he released himself from their grasp and turned his whole body towards them, covering the slight crack from the partially opened doors. The 2 sisters lightly hushed him, earning a scrutinizing brow from Kotar, and then bowed down in apology. We are sorry, teacher, but we had our reasons. Ariane voiced out their combined thoughts before turning towards her sister and then raising a finger towards Kotar. It was meant behind Kotar. He narrowed his gaze and turned around, peering inside the slightly open door. To witness a sight he had not expected to see today. Ah! Inside the library, resting on one of the tables was Morgan, her legs crossed and her dark cloak gently rested in her lap. In front of her was the famous wandering magician Merlin Hermes, someone Kotar had come to realize was in fact another angel of the fool and not that of goddess of misfortune. But he had also come to realize that it mattered not as the relationship between the two existence appeared, quite close to say the least. Merlin rested a parchment book on the table, before raising his arms and stretching his body. He turned his head towards Morgan, whose gaze rested on his figure for too long, prompting him to snap his fingers in front of her face and ask with a giggle. "Something the matter? You have been staring at me for prolong. It's not necessarily that I have been staring at you but more so." Her words trailed off towards the end and so did her dark gaze, becoming distant and quiet. To Merlin, Morgan's face begins to morph and twist, turning into that of Amon-Isis, eliciting him to change his appearance to that of Klein too. But to the three people that stood outside, not out of either of their gaze or attention, their appearance remained same and their words quiet like a whisper, concealed that even the god of wishes could not hear them. "I actually have some close memories with libraries." Amon-Isis whispered quietly to Klein, lifting her head and darting her eyes around in the relatively small room. The library had an arching ceiling, its walls lined with towering shelves stacked with books, while about 10 sets of tables and chairs were neatly arranged across the floor, each placed for the quiet comfort of reading. "My grandmother used to own a small personal library," Amon-Isis muttered, her voice barely a whisper. "I spent much of my early childhood there with her. She taught me alphabets, numbers, some plays, and rhymes. She also taught me how to dance there." "Yes, dance, in a library." She dryly chuckled to herself while her eyes twinkled from surfacing memories. Klein leaned his cheek on one hand, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips as Amon-Isis continued her ramble with unrelenting enthusiasm. "Seems she really had quite a fondness for you," Amon-Isis mused with a few thoughtful nods, her voice soft but light with amusement. "Only me, actually. Never paid much mind to my brother or sister, for reasons I never quite understood." She let out a tiny laugh, shaking her head. "It even sparked a rather dramatic argument between me and my brother back in elementary school. He was so convinced she played favorites, and maybe she did." Amon-Isis trailed off for only a breath before continuing, her tone growing more casual, her hands gesturing animatedly now as she launched into story after story, blabbering without pause about her grandmother's strange hobbies, her brother's tantrums, and all the little cherished moments tucked deep within those early years. Eventually her stride came to a stop and she propped one of her legs on the edge of the table, pressing her knee against her chest. "As I grew older, visits became less, talk became occasional, even me and my brother stopped fighting for her affections." She took a few seconds to reminiscence before sighing and speaking in a dejected tone. "When I entered high school, she passed away. It only took me so many years until now to fully realize what was lost to me." With a quiet sigh, Amon-Isis leaned back, resting her weight on her arms as she let her eyes fall shut. There were countless memories flashing through her mind, some as vivid as day and others now only a flicker. She had once believed that learning the truth of this world would dull the ache in her chest. That perhaps her longing would dissolve, her greatest wish reduced to something once held dear. But she was wrong. Because even now, even after all this time, Amon-Isis still wished to go home. Even if, by all definitions, she already was. For the longest time only silence remained as Amon-Isis took some time to quell the storm brewing inside her. Then she leaned forward once again, opening her eyes to see a hand extended to her. She blinked multiple times. A hand that was extended, to her, belonging to whom else but the men she had just vented to. Klein's upper body was bowed down, his one hand wide open towards her and the other pressing the right of his chest. A small smile tucked at his lips, not of mischief, but comfort and stillness. Amon-Isis stared at him for a long time, then averted her gaze back to the open fair palm in front of her. Without hesitation, she reached out, placing her fingers softly in his. He gently guided her down from the table she had been perched upon, her shoe clicking faintly against the floor as she settled on her feet. Klein straightened, and without breaking eye contact, reached for her other hand, his fingers brushing against her skin like a feather. He took hold, his grip careful. They stood like that for a breath. Then he moved. There was no music, yet there might as well have been. Klein stepped forward, slow and deliberate, guiding Amon-Isis into a waltz meant for no audience. Her feet followed without thoughts, as though this had been rehearsed in dreams. His steps were elegant, smooth, each motion winding them in a soft, gentle circle in the center of the quiet library. Amon-Isis let out a breath, quiet and steady, and allowed herself to lean in just a little closer, her arms finding natural places around his shoulders. Her hair swayed with their movement, and Klein's hand shifted delicately to her waist. "I suppose I should thank you," she murmured, barely above a whisper. "For what?" he asked, voice just as soft. "For not laughing." Klein tilted his head slightly, the ghost of his smile returning. "You should have seen my emotional tantrums. Besides, for you, I'd rather dance than laugh." A blush threatened to creep across her pale cheeks, but she hid it well, unlike Klein whose face was now painted in red. She pressed herself just a bit closer, her head resting for a moment near his shoulder. Their pace slowed, though neither made the choice to stop. The silence between was beautiful and full. Heavy with things neither needed to say. For in that moment, they weren't gods. Nor beyonders. They were simply two souls, dancing in the quiet corners of a library. And suddenly, Amon-Isis realized. There was something wrong with her too. Chapter 51, Our Anchors. Another day, another morning. Birds chirped outside, soft and melodious, as the sun began its slow ascent over the horizon. Its gentle rays cast a warm radiance upon the earth, calmly sweeping over rooftops and treetops alike. That light crept toward a modest home, slipping through an uncurtained window, and fell upon the figure of a man sleeping peacefully in his bed. His hair was black and tousled, his eyes, shut in rest, were framed by faintly furrowed brows. Draped in a simple black and gray nightwear beneath pristine white sheets, his lean frame rose and fell with steady breath. His features were sharp, but not overly so, composed in a calm, resting stillness. The creeping sunlight spilled across his face, stirring the faintest twitch beneath his eyelids. The man, Klein, shifted slightly, his limbs beginning to stir as the grip of sleep loosened at the morning's call. He groaned softly and rolled over, brows lifting halfway as a hand rose to rub the sleep from his eyes. His body stirred again, this time more fully, as birdsong reached his ears, mingled with the gentle thrumming of wind against his window panes. After taking one last indulgent breath of stillness, Klein sat up in bed. His left hand gathered the sheets and pulled them aside, while his right propped him up as he swung his legs over the side. With a soft grunt, he stretched his arms wide, several joints cracking in protest. Then, with slow steps, he made his way to the window, opening it to invite the morning breeze into the room. The air whispered across his face, brushing against his skin with a touch both brisk and familiar. A faint smile tugged at his lips. His gaze fell on the small garden below, the soft greens, the open expanse beyond, and for a brief moment, he allowed himself to breathe in the quiet. But then, almost inevitably, the thought of today's tasks rose in his mind. He sighed faintly, shoulders dropping, before shaking his head with a rueful smirk. Better than just slugging around all day anyway. With that musing lingering in his thoughts, Klein stood quietly for a moment longer, the morning silence occasionally broken by birds overhead and the low howl of the passing wind. Then, straightening his posture, he turned from the window. His hands ran through his hair, taming the disheveled strands, as he stepped toward the door. Time to begin the day. Klein stepped through the door of his room and into the narrow hallway, where the wooden floor creaked faintly beneath his feet. The air was cool, tinged with that morning stillness only found in places yet undisturbed by the waking world. He walked quietly, passing a row of shut doors, one of which belonged to Amon-Isis. Klein's eyes lingered on it for only a moment before he continued, descending the stairs with light, measured steps. Once downstairs, he made his way to the kitchen and pulled a slim rectangular device out from the historical void. The cordless kettle was sleek, black, and battery-powered. He filled it with water and set it to boil. As the device clicked softly and warmed up, Klein reached into a wooden drawer for his usual blend of dark leaf tea. Moments passed. Steam curled from the spout, and he poured the hot water into a porcelain cup, letting the tea steep. He brought it to his lips, breathed in the sharp, earthy aroma, then took a slow sip. The warmth soothed the last tug of sleep from his body. Then, setting the cup aside, he began his first chore of the day. He started from the top of the house, methodically sweeping and wiping each room. His movements were efficient and practiced as he wiped down shelves, dusting the corners, straightening out rugs and blankets. His mind drifted as he worked, his expression calm and empty. Once the top floor was done, he carried the bucket down, emptied and refilled it, and mopped the lower floor until the wood gleamed softly under the growing daylight. Once inside was done, he stepped out the front door and into the open area just before the garden. Autumn had shed its colors generously, orange and amber leaves strewn across the stone path. Klein grabbed a rake from the side of the house and began gathering them into neat little piles. Occasionally, the wind scattered a few just as he finished a pile, and he sighed, not in frustration, but in quiet amusement. The leaves dealt with, he went back inside and peeled off his shirt, heading straight to the bathroom and took a cold shower, the icy droplets chasing away the tiredness from labor. Klein felt extremely relaxed. Clean and refreshed, he dried himself, threw on a fresh shirt, and returned to the kitchen. He stood still for a moment, tapping his chin with his slender fingers thinking about what to make for breakfast before eventually settling on making some Chinese noodles, one of Amon-Isis' liking. He fetched a cutting board, pulled out a few vegetables from the pantry, onions, scallions, carrots, a lone tomato, and began chopping. The knife thudded rhythmically against the board. He boiled water in a larger pot, added seasoning, and let the vegetables simmer gently. Then came the noodles, added with care, stirred precisely so they wouldn't stick. Once it reached the consistency he liked, he poured the steaming broth into 2 ceramic bowls, garnished them with greens and a drizzle of oil. The aroma of noodles filled the house, warm and savory. Klein exhaled softly, glancing toward the stairwell. One bowl for him, the other for the one behind the closed door upstairs. He picked up a spoon and took a taste from his bowl, nodding in quiet approval. Settling the two bowls down on the dining table, Klein untied his apron and laid it neatly aside. He took a step back, arms folding as he admired his completed work with a small, satisfied smile. Well, not all the morning tasks. He sighed softly, already turning toward the staircase, mentally preparing himself for the possibility of having to knock, or worse, drag, a certain someone out of bed. But fortune, it seemed, favored him today. Soft thuds reached his ears, followed by the slow appearance of a figure descending the stairs. Isis. The tall woman moved with all the grace of someone only half aware of her own presence. Her long, silky black hair flowed down her back, catching faint streaks of morning light. Half-lidded eyes of deep pitch barely acknowledged the world around her, their calmness marred only by the evident haze of sleep still clinging to her expression. A plain, dark dress draped elegantly over her form, swaying subtly with each sluggish step. A loose nightcap covered part of her head, lazily perched to one side, and over one of her wolf ears, currently curved in a drooping angle that clearly broadcasted, "Not awake yet." Her nose twitched. Then twitched again. In the next second, her whole body shifted course like a compass pulled by magnetism. The scent of freshly cooked noodles had locked in her attention. With a slow turn, she shuffled directly toward the dining table, plopping herself onto the nearest seat with the same deliberate grace of a sleepwalking noble. She picked up the closest fork, clearly unconcerned with etiquette or tool choice, and began to eat without sparing a single glance at Klein. Klein blinked. Then chuckled under his breath. "Good morning to you too," he said, shaking his head with a smile. "Morning." Isis passed over a single word before continuing to eat, eyelids still half shut, her focus entirely devoted to the bowl before her. "Are we sure she doesn't have narcolepsy again? How come the sleepless angel be the sleepiest angel?" Klein silently lampooned in his head, observing her before feeling satisfied enough. He took his seat across from her, picked up his own bowl, and began to eat as well, sharing breakfast in quiet harmony. Finishing their breakfast in silence, the both of them leaned back on their respective seats, silently musing to themselves. Isis' sleep had drowned by now, the woman fully awake as she rested her gaze on Klein and yawned once more. His gaze also fell on her, his black eyes locking with her dark pool. And shared between them, they did, a silence that was neither too loud nor too quiet. It was peaceful, a type of peace only they could gain from each other's presence and their respective lack of words. Then slowly, Klein breathed out and pushed himself back on his chair as he spoke with a sly smile. "There is a mass at the church today hours before midnight." Isis rested her head on her arms, her eyes tugging on Klein's figure as she mentally processed his words. "I am aware." She was, for a matter of fact, not aware of it, or more so she had completely forgotten about it. "My memory has worsened since I have awakened in this body." She lampooned while her ears perked up at her head. Klein lightly chuckled, the act of deception unsuccessful against the senior mentor of deceit, for he knew Isis all too well. The smile kept tucked on his lips as he spoke out nonchalantly with a shake of head, "Hee, I'll choose to believe you." "As you should, Klein." Isis lightly puffed her cheeks and massaged, eyes closed, and an expression held that made Klein's skin curl. Too cute. He couldn't help but admire her beauty and cuteness at times, be it in the disheveled state from sleep or the well-posed lady she usually was. Taking some moments, he calmed his heart and spoke out once more with a smile. "Hee, it goes without saying, but you must be present for the mass, be it in the shape of Morgan, the knight of misfortune, or the goddess, the lady of misfortune." Isis seized her motions and presented a slightly bothered expression. "Being a god is tiresome," she expressed with a shake of head, though only meaning it half-jokingly. Klein chuckled at her antics. Perhaps the goddess had learned a thing or two from her mischief magician. It may be, but anchors are much needed for stability. They are also what tethers us to our human part, as their pleas can carve our divinity. At times they may be just another head of belief among countless others, or someone we cherish close by. Klein habitually elaborated with reason and slicked back on his seat lazily, his head held upwards. Isis bore her gaze into him, a question surfaced in her mind that she almost hesitated to ask. "Actually, I wonder what are your anchors? You don't seem to have any believers." But regardless, she voiced her thought. It was a question she held from as long as her first travel with Klein, ever since getting to know her human deity friend and getting to know of a lack of faith in him. It was weird, Isis admitted, if not outright suspicious. How was this being alive without any anchors to steer his resolve? And at some point, this question died. Perhaps it was out of the hopelessness of finding an answer, or perhaps releasing that Klein was built different. After all, what candidate could be for the divine throne of mysteries without secrets of his own? Klein remained silent for long, his body unmoving. But then, he leaned forward and straightened his posture, locking his eyes with Isis, and whispered just loudly enough for the both of them to hear it clearly. "You. Wah. You are my anchor, my greatest anchor." His lips curled up and his face flashed a beautiful smile that made Icy's heart flutter. They stayed locked and entwined in each other's gaze for long, before eventually Icy's broke into a chuckle, a slick chuckle accompanied by the crimson that flowed into her cheek. "Flattering, aren't you?" she said with a smile tugging at her lips. She lifted one of her arms and took off the sleeping cap, resting it on a nearby cushion while her other hand extended outwards, fingers grasping Klein's bowl much to the man's confusion. "Greatest anchor. You are equally deserving of the title," Icy stated, putting his bowl on top of hers. "I laugh, I cry, I eat, I sleep. I walk, I talk, I see, I know. I love and hate, and cherish and glee. There is only one man to blame." And with that, she stood up from her chair, holding the two bowls and walked towards the kitchen, passing a small wink to Klein. He had made breakfast for her. The least she could do was wash the dishes. The man's gaze followed her through her motions before her figure disappeared behind the kitchen's door. He did not like it. Instantly he got up from his chair and rushed into the kitchen, both out of the sheer unwillingness to have her anywhere near it, for if she burned the house down from her misfortune presence. And because his eyes wanted to reflect her figure for a long one man to love. Marianne and Ariana moved in silence through the enormous palace hall of the town. Not a single word passed between them, their thoughts restless, caught in a haze of contemplation. Today was the day. Well, it was supposed to have happened earlier, but their respective masters, Klein and Icy's, had found themselves preoccupied in their own little indulgences and, as a result, couldn't attend to the matter until now. Neither sister minded, of course. Today was the day they would become beyonders. Their steps echoed gently across the wide marble corridor, neither fast nor slow, yet marked with an unmistakable hesitation. Ariana clutched her robe tighter around her frame, while Marianne kept her gaze forward, her hand occasionally brushing the tips of her fingers together out of nervous habit. They did not look at each other because neither wanted to break the fragile silence. Then came the split. At the fork of the corridor, the two sisters stopped. They looked at each other and passed a simple nod before parting, Marianne to the left, Ariana to the right, each toward their designated room. Ariane walked through her corridor with measured, poised steps. She stopped at a lone door, slightly ajar, and pushed it open. The room inside was curtained with pure darkness. Even the light descending from the corridor made no effort. She entered, and the door shut behind her with a gentle click. But she could move. Somehow, despite the pitch black, she could walk as though guided by the inky veil draped over her skin. Ariana stepped forward until her feet halted in the very center of the room. Then a single candle sparked to life. A small, steady flame burned atop a table she hadn't even known was there. Scrolls and parchments lay scattered on its surface, the light casting twisted shadows upon them. At the center stood a large iron cauldron, its surface blackened and scuffed. Beside it, inside a glass container, rested an eye gleaming with streaks of starlight etched into its iris. And next to it a small iron crate. Across the table, seated with folded hands and a gaze unreadable, was Morgan. For a moment followed a pure silence devoured by the flickers of candle and the inky black darkness. "Have you made your choice?" "Yes." Ariane nodded in affirmation, having thought this through countless times already. Her gaze poised at the iron crate up front as Morgan lifted her hands, her finger gently brushed the metal surface of the crate before lifting the top with a click. The light of candle seeped into the opening, revealing vials of glass filled with unknown liquid and curled leaves towards the bottom. Morgan extended her hand and retrieved a small vial, its surface fogged slightly from the chilled contents. With her other hand, she gave a soft snap, igniting the base of the iron cauldron with a pale blue flame. Ariane watched in stillness, her eyes locked, curiosity stitched with unease. Morgan uncorked the vial and, without hesitation, poured its contents into the cauldron. 80 milliliters of hard liquor, she announced softly, like a priestess invoking a rite rather than a recipe. Another vial followed. This one she handled with extra care, tilting it with steady patience. 1 drop, 2, 10, each one falling with a slight pause. 10 drops of ancient well water. From the iron crate, she then pulled a bundle of curled leaves. Their texture, dark purple with veins of silver running through them like ghost veins. Morgan inspected each carefully before setting exactly 3 into the bubbling mix. 3 leaves of midnight beauty. Then came the eye. Nestled within its glass, the orb shimmered faintly, streaks of starlight swimming just beneath its surface like constellations under frost. Morgan turned it in her fingers once, before letting it drop with a soft plop into the cauldron. And lastly, she murmured, almost fondly, the characteristic of a sleepless. The cauldron rumbled. The mixture began to boil, reaching up with claw-like bubbles before it slowly settled, its surface now a thick, pitch-black liquid that reeked of foul. The odor hit Ariane like a slap. She recoiled instantly, pinching her nose as she took several cautious steps back. Morgan, on the other hand, remained perfectly composed. Her smile was still as calm and knowing as it had been from the start, her eyes never leaving Ariane. Then abruptly, with no context, she tilted her head and asked, "Do you prefer tea or coffee?" Ariane blinked. Huh. But her mouth answered before her brain could process. "I drink both." Her mysticism teacher, Kotar, had introduced her to them. Kotar had learned from Merlin. The lineage of caffeine addicts ran deep. Morgan smiled again. A little wider this time. "Let me rephrase it," she said, voice dipped in amusement. "Which one do you like more?" Ariane opened her mouth, then hesitated. Her brow furrowed in deep internal crisis. After a moment of squinting at her own soul, she exhaled and offered a nervous shrug. "Tea." Morgan nodded slowly. Then, without a single word of protest, turned to a high shelf and took down a sealed jar. She opened it, reached in, and pulled out a handful of green tea leaves. Ariane tilted her head. With a firm crunch, Morgan crushed the tea leaves in her palm and scattered the grains into the cauldron. "Why is this so?" Ariane muttered under her breath. "For flavor." Morgan answered nonchalantly. They stood in silence as the mixture darkened further, almost velvety in how it clung to the edges. Then, with another snap, the flame beneath the cauldron vanished. Morgan opened the spout at the base and poured the concoction into a small, translucent glass. She stirred a few times with a thin silver spoon before turning to Ariane and offering it in both hands. "And this," she said with a gentle, final lilt, "is the potion of sleepless." Ariane stared at it. A single gulp rippled the back of her throat as her eyes met the thick, black liquid now only inches from her face. "I'm supposed to drink that." She didn't say it out loud, but her face didn't need to. A quick glance at Morgan's expectant gaze was all it took to make her gulp. Her eyes returned to the potion, its black, thick, and still steaming like something torn out of a nightmare. The smell curled in her nose like rot left to boil. "It can't be that bad, right?" Ariane steeled herself, fingers brushing the cool surface of the glass. She pinched her nose with the other hand and stared deep into the obsidian swirl. She'd already made the decision. Backing out now wasn't an option. She took several deep breaths and then closed her eyes, lifted the glass to her lips, and drank in a single motion. A cold sensation curled through her body as the black liquid entered her mouth, splashing against her gums and tongue before pouring down her throat, entering her being. Ariane could almost feel it slither within her, could feel it settling in her stomach and assimilating into her body at an inconceivable pace. The glass fell from her hands, smashing against the floor with a loud bang. Ariane, on the other hand, felt several shivers curl up her spine. Her head dropped forward, arms clutched tight against her chest as her body convulsed from the potion's effects. She shook uncontrollably, a strange blend of exhaustion and unnatural energy battling within her. Her hair began to grow out in wild lengths, swaying like tendrils in the petals of darkness that slowly began pooling around her as Ariane felt herself melting into the dark. And perhaps she was. Several black patches bloomed on her skin, like ink bleeding through parchment, like shadows clawing to the surface. Her head felt like a split organ, torn in two, one side flooded with maddened murmurs and unknown voices, and the other barely clinging to rationality, to sanity, to self. She dropped down on one knee, clutching her head in both arms, nails nearly digging into her skin. She could feel herself slipping, could feel the rational side peeling away, dissolving into the chorus of whispers clawing at her mind. But before they could claim her, a voice cut through the storm. A whisper, a hum. Serene, quiet and dreamy. Beautiful. Melodious. And in a single instant, Ariane felt better, more in control. Her breath came easier. Her grip on herself steadier. She wasted no time. Drawing in a deep breath, she grounded herself, forcing focus into every corner of her being. The hum, gentle and distant, lingered, anchoring her, and she used it, steadying her thoughts with its rhythm as she began to reclaim control. Imagine something that is found everywhere. Wood. Ariane immediately conjured the image in her mind. Now something that does not exist. A shape bent in a curve, yet remaining perfectly straight. No angles. No corners. Put all of your focus on it. Keep repeating until you feel better. Ariane took the advice to heart. She focused on wood, on that impossible shape, on anything to anchor her mind. She conjured images, scenes, some that had once been real, others that never were. One after another, again and again. Time blurred without acknowledgement. Eventually her breathing steadied. The darkness slowly peeled away from her skin. Her hair receded back to its normal length. The tension in her body remained, but the wild convulsions subsided, replaced by a stiffened calm, her limbs heavy, held steady as if the very darkness around her were lending her strength. She rose slowly to her feet. Arms loose at her side. Breath low and controlled. Her gaze met Morgan's, who held that same gentle smile. "Congratulations," she said softly. "You've succeeded. You are now a Sequence 9, sleepless." Ariane took some measured breath, continuing to cogitate in her mind but also letting the sigh escape her lips and an ease drown her face. It was not an ideal experience to say the least. The murmurs in her mind had been put to sleep by the hum and Ariane absolutely did not wish for them to ever wake up again. Focus on stabilizing yourself. What you faced was the physical manifestation of the potion's power seeping in. Morgan spoke softly, her voice laced with a calm that further settled Ariane's nerves. She paused briefly, then continued. The key to absorbing a potion's power lies in digestion. Drinking is only the beginning. All you've done is assimilated the potion and introduced the power into your body. But until you digest it, the power can't be called truly yours. Ariane listened closely, her mind beginning to make notes of every word. The more you digest, Morgan went on, the stronger your grasp over the potion's power and its influence. That's crucial for maintaining stability and for when you'll advance to the next sequence. Ariane nodded slightly, processing it all before asking the obvious, how do I digest the potion? Morgan smiled, soft and knowing. Acting. Ariane did not attempt to hide her confusion. Acting. As in acting like a sleepless person. Morgan's smile ever so slightly gleamed as if finding some hidden enjoyment in Ariane's confusion. She was. It feels good to be on the other side for once. She mused to herself, recalling every instance of utter confusion when Klein explained the hidden wonders of this world to her. Mentally sighing, she parted her lips and repeated what Klein had said before, the key thing about potions is not about grasping them, but digesting them. About acting them. The acting method is a process of acting in accordance with the potion's name in order to fully digest the potion. It is the key through which one can truly tap into the potion's strength and also grasp their pathway step by step. Morgan slowly explained, keeping her tone measured and savoring Ariane's enlightened expression. The key to acting is the potion's name itself. This is not something I or anyone can fully explain but something that'll have to be learned by yourself. Explore the potion, lay out your acting principle and act on them. But remember, at the end of the day, you are still acting. She spoke the last words with heavy firm, putting weight behind the statement. Because otherwise you'll risk losing yourself in acting. She did not voice this thought out for obvious reasons. It was also when her attention was suddenly caught by a distant that lingered in her mind without rest. Ariana understood and repeatedly nodded in affirmation. Acting like a sleepless, before Ariane could have continued her thought, Morgan spoke once again, this time a bit distantly. There is another thing. Ariane refocused her attention on her. While this may not be relevant to your sequence, it may be crucial to maintaining yourself. Morgan softly voiced out, thinking back to something distant, a statement that revered in her mind without pause. You. You are my anchor, my greatest anchor. Anchor. Morgan uttered, her tone now draped in affection, and something deeper that Ariane couldn't fully grasp. An anchor is someone or something that can remind us as to who we truly are. What makes the you in yourself. Ariane deeply listened, almost able to feel the emotional weight of every word. It may be our feelings or people that we care about. Or a vow that seizes our focus, or a distant promise drowned in the ever-marching time. The feelings that are strongest to us are what anchors our humanity and sanity. It is that fear of losing and that wantingness to be that carves our path and helps us tread on the paths of divine. Of course, the nature of your feelings can be different. With each word Morgan spoke, Amon-Icy spoke, her breath was caught further and further, not out of suffocation but of memories and weight behind them. The memories of an era now buried in ruins. And the memories she had made in this life, that held the most important weight in her heart mixed with insuppressible emotions that crawled and clung tighter and tighter. For some, it is the lust of power. That desire to be the strongest and the overwhelming surge to rule. To others it may be to protect themselves or to destroy everything that makes up existence. Sometimes it may be to better their lives through the supernatural and others it is simply their instinct. And in one very special case, it is their vow to guard a world they chose to remain in, because to him, those things matter more than anything else. Morgan discreetly closed her eyes, hiding her face in dark. Unbeknownst to her, a small smile had formed on her face. A small, tired, loving smile. What are your feelings then? The question caught her off guard. Morgan snapped her eyes open, keeping her movements to a minimum. My feelings. She felt her entire body stiffen with this single thought. Her heart drummed in her chest and her eyes widened not with shock but with something indescribable, something even she couldn't put in words. Ariane, witnessing her silence, felt a sliver of panic. I mean. Reliance, and trust and. A word that was swallowed by her throat. I do not want him to be alone, nor do I wish to suffer from loneliness ever again. I wish to fill in the gap he did in my life. Morgan lowered her head, her smile maintained. Ariane looked at her with eccentricity. It was not the answer she had expected at all. But, she felt it was the only true and correct answer. Reliance, trust and. Love. It reminded her of her Marianne, her sister, though their love may only be familial. She knew certainly that was not the case with the lady and the fool, the knight and the magician. They stood still in silence for a while, before Morgan her head once more and gazed at Ariane with an unreliable expression. You should leave now. Rest easy for the day and keep thinking about the acting principle. Also spent time with your sister, her advancement has also yielded success. Marianne was handled by Merlin, for reasons she didn't fully understand but regardless allowed him to do as he pleases. Ariane nodded in affirmation and turned around, leaving the room without a word. She found herself capable of navigating the dark now. As the door closed, Morgan took a deep breath, letting her body settle and her mind to calm. She caressed his chin and her crimson cheeks, her gaze distantly lowered to the floor. And imagined herself falling deeper and deeper into a spiral she had not realized off. Falling too deep to crawl out. A chuckle parted her lips. There was something wrong with her. Chapter 52, So Stupid to Fall. Too deep to crawl out. What is wrong with me? A question. A statement. A feeling. A thought. One that had plagued their mind, crawled in their psyche and overwhelmed their beings. Something that had passed the threshold of just being felt and ignored. It was, surging, warm and beautiful. The nature of those feelings that had shifted from mere friendship to perhaps something far more intimate. Neither of them truly understood it, how could they? The rational part wanted to make reason, yet the human side. It was wordless. What both of them perfectly understood was that there was something wrong with us. And the both of them needed to think over it. And thus, sitting on the customary seat of the fool at an infinite height above the spirit world, Klein rested one arm on the armrest of his chair and the other on his thigh, his head leaned back, one leg propped on the other, mind ruminating over his own activities from past several months, or years. And so did Isis, not in Sapphira Castle but resting in the spirit world, drowned in the inky darkness that concealed not just her body from the unknown and inconceivable but also her thoughts from any prying gaze or prying sun. Her chest heaved up and down while her mind, she drowned in serenity and clarity. Let's straighten some things out, a thought that reverberated in both of their heads. Klein took a deep breath in from his nostrils and out from his mouth. I have been acting weirdly. My attraction towards Isis is unusual. She is my best friend, my only anchor and the person that I have perhaps been closest with even in my previous life, but these feelings. I have never felt them for anyone else in my life. It's a strange warmth and attraction. Klein sighed. The face of Isis flashing in front of his eyes followed by every moment spared with her. From the first time they had met to mere moments ago. Every thought, every sensation, every word, every laugh, every cry, every bicker and those sweet moments of stares, innumerable sensations begin to surface on Klein's psyche and body as if pulled out from history, not forcefully but purely out of instinct. Her every word feels like a thread wrapping around something delicate inside me. Her voice almost instinctively draws my attention like it's meant for me alone. Haha, that softness to it, a softness that presses into the silence we share and makes it feel fuller somehow. His eyes twinkled with yellow, shimmering against the crimson stars that floated all around the realm of mysteries within Sapphira Castle. When we work together, even the brush of her fingers against mine feels unreal. Not in the sense that it surprises me, but in the way I begin to anticipate it, almost craving it. Those small, incidental moments when our hands reach for the same page, when our shoulders brush against each other. Those moments stay with me longer than they should. He lifted the hand that rested on his thigh and massaged his temples, letting out another sigh. And then there are things like that dance. That dangerously close moment, far too intimate for what we are or what we were supposed to be. I still don't know why I initiated it, just that it felt right at that moment. And after it was over, how long did I keep thinking about it? The memory resurfaced. The way she looked at me then. How close her breath was. How, just for that moment, I wondered what would happen if we didn't draw the line again. And in that moment it hit him, prompting his eyes to widen and his breath to hitch in his throat. When did it begin? When did we start drawing a line? On the other hand, Isis was going through a similar turmoil, perhaps an even deeper turmoil. Her heart was drumming in her chest, louder than she had ever cared to take notice. Since that day. Isis muttered inwardly. A cold breath escaped the grasp of her lips while the inky darkness swirled around her, more thickly and slowly as if an inner window to her thoughts. The day I gained my human body, also the day I got to know of Klein's actual motivation for everything. Even if at that time, I didn't fully grasp why he would choose to stay behind in a world that he did not belong to. A part of me gained an impeccable trust in him, a faith in him. That he won't take a path that would hurt others or put people in danger, that would put me in danger. I gained trust in my life. Isis let out a deep sigh, her fingers curling and releasing. It was a selfish reason. She full well accepted. I can't help it, one needs to be selfish to survive in this world. And for a time, I thought that was the end of it. Just trust. Reliance. Familiarity. A growing comfort with a man who, despite everything, still grumbled about tea going cold and made faces when the wind blew the wrong way. It should have ended there. But it didn't. I didn't notice it, not truly, in those little absurdities. In the smiles and the quieter silences. In the subtle joy and mundane struggles of living alongside a fool bored out of his mind. But I had gained something else in those days, a friend. And a worry. Klein was always my friend. From our very first meeting, I had called him that, even if not aloud. But sometimes I wonder, was it true friendship? If not for Klein being a higher sequence existence and someone with much knowledge, would I have really taken care to forge such a relationship? If our roles were reversed that day, would I have done the same? She did not know the answer to that question. For a long while, Amon-Isi's thoughts lulled into silence. I am worried for him. I am worried for Klein. Ever since knowing the fate he had chosen to trot upon, I had always tried to be closer to him. To understand him better, out of curiosity and out of my own worriedness. Her breath hitched in her throat. One day he shall ascend to an infinite height beyond any of us could ever imagine or hope to reach with our fragile sanity. He will sit upon the divine throne of mysteries and become a pillar of bizarre and mystery. And I wonder. Would he feel lonely? Will he be lonely? When time itself fades, when whatever is left of his humanity is thinned to a memory, will he look back and smile? Will he relive some moments, any of them? Will he still be able to cherish it? Will he talk to anyone? Laugh with someone? Rest? Will he remember the time we spent? The laughter? The silences? Or will it all become pointless? Will it all fade into that distant unreachable? Despite everything he's done, everything he's given up, will he still find himself alone at the very end? No one by his side. No one to mourn him. He won't mind. Amon-Isis knew that. But she did. I don't want that to happen. I wish to accompany him, till the end of time and till the end of me. I had chosen to advance because that is the only way to have any control of this world. Is that all? Isn't it truly that's the only way for me to meaningfully be at his side? Amon-Isis closed her eyes, a breath out and a smile that curled instinctively. Isn't it truly that I have come to? Her lips parted. She mouthed a word that felt like an illusory dream tugged by a thin black thread, both of spirit and light of fate that had brought too close. Above the spirit world, in the palace made for giants of incomprehensible height, Klein shifted slightly in his chair. That day. I told her the truth. That the world she so dearly wished to return to was no longer ours. Why did it hurt to keep that truth? I have lied countless times, deceived and fooled every person I have come across. Sometimes I felt bad, others not so much. But why did this one particularly sting? Why did the weight of another felt so heavy? Was it the lie itself? Or the person I was keeping it from? Klein's thoughts fell in silence, his hands rested on his legs. She mourned. A deep breath. If not openly, I could still feel it. Was I afraid of what our relationship would become? Yes. Somewhere in me, I feared it would all fall apart. That everything between us would go stale, or worse, end entirely, once the truth was out. And honestly, I wouldn't have blamed her. But beneath that, deeper than guilt or shame, I was scared. Scared of being alone again. Scared of losing the only person who had ever seen all of me, not Klein, not Gehrman, not Sherlock, not Merlin. Just me. Everything I was. Everything that made me. I've always kept relationships at a careful distance. Not because I didn't care but because I cared too much. I didn't want to hurt anyone. I didn't want to leave regrets behind when I'd eventually disappear, hopefully, back to my own world. There was always someone I played for the sake of others, Klein for the Nighthawks. Sherlock for Emlyn. Gehrman for the world. Donnie for justice. Mr. Fool for the Tarot Club. By the time I learned the truth about everything, it was already too late to build anything real. I could not return anymore. Had I always felt guilty about that? Has some part of me always regretted it? Maybe. When Amon-Isis came, that blank was filled. I had gained a true friend. Albeit out of selfishness. I helped her and her presence helped me. But that day I opened my eyes and saw her mourning, saw the pain etched in her stillness. The ache in my heart had gained meaning. Klein's breathing was the most uneven it had been. The emotions curled through every worm of spirit on his body was incomprehensible. No amount of deciphering could have revealed the secrets to him. A mockery. His face crunched. He let out a snicker and then a laugh. I had wanted to be closer to her. It was perhaps that moment she became something more for me. Not the future Evernight goddess, the sequence zero of darkness. Not an existence that would be beneficiary for me in the future. Not even just a friend, my best friend. But the woman I came to. His lips parted, mouthing the word. Not capable of voicing in his thoughts. It was true. A hand raised covering his agape mouth. A flicker in his eyes was indescribable. His cheeks burned brighter and brighter, almost burning to touch. He had fallen. He was so stupid to fall. And below, Amon-Isis came to a similar conclusion. She had fallen. Fallen too deep to crawl out. Was this the true name given to such feelings and care? Neither of them knew. Neither of them knew if it was right to feel that way for each other. But, as it is, they are selfish. In an instant, both of them rise, Klein from his chair, Sapphira Castle far quieter and serene than it had ever been. Amon-Isis from her concealed state, the dark releasing her from its grasp without resistance. The both of them took a deep breath. And walked out to the waking world. It was bright and clear, the sun hung above the blue, clear, unconcealed by clouds and mist. Amon-Isis emerged in the middle of her garden. The mute colors of moonflower and the white vanilla extract swayed with the wind, their petals releasing from the grasp of the flower, flowing and flying through the wind. Some got on her silky black hair that swayed with gentleness, others touched her soft skin and went by. She closed her eyes, a deep breath escaped her. And in that moment, a presence loomed a distance away. She didn't have to turn out to tell who it was. She could feel it. It was instinctual to her. Yet her body turned, her eyes spreading over her garden and then at the figure that stood at its edge. Klein. His hair messily swayed with the wind, forming bangs on his foreheads. His eyes locked onto her, the pupils dilating and contracting, twinkling and shimmering. She was beautiful. A large wisp of flowers fluttered in the air in between them. The only real way to know their answer was to explore such feelings. Not to push them back, or to bury them deep somewhere even they won't ever find. But to act on them. Explore and experience them to the fullest so that neither shall have any regrets. Only the beauty and quiet hum of life. They were selfish. It was the only way to live. The sun's glow slightly dimmed. As if it had averted its gaze. I love you. The both of them wondered. A smile raised on their face out of pure instinct. And Amon-Isis raised a hand, waving towards Klein, motioning him to come join her. And Klein without hesitance took a step forward. Towards a brighter, beautiful future with her. Chapter 53, A Stupid Relationship. She was hungry. Very hungry, for that matter. Head resting on the dining table, arms sprawled over it, Amon-Isis grumbled under her breath. Her ears drooped low, eyes shut tight, silky hair spilling over to hide her mild annoyance. It had been over 2 hours since their usual dining time and yet Klein, her personal chef, had not brought dinner to the table. For a brief moment, she considered rising from her seat and marching into the kitchen to see what he was doing. But alas, she had been bound by a rather unreasonable promise to neither enter the kitchen nor so much as sneak a glance inside. Anyways. The last time she tried, Klein had concealed the kitchen in a thick veil of fog of history. The attempt to breach it had gone poorly. Her location had been gently displaced to somewhere outside Tingen. It was a long, long walk back. Thus, after repeated failures, she'd resigned herself to defeat. Klein knew her far too well. Amon-Isis let out a deep sigh, ever so slightly shaking her head. This charlatan, he has been more annoying than ever. Of course, Amon-Isis didn't mean it to heart, in fact, she herself found these little playful moments quite amusing. How could she not? They were by someone she cherished the most. Besides, Klein had definitely suffered some noticeable changes, perhaps a bit more playful, a bit more quiet, a bit more shy. His hair just slightly messier, his eyes just slightly more alluring. Was he trying to look good? Since when has the fool bothered with his looks? This was also not the first time Klein had barred her from entering the kitchen, but in the past it was more out of a joke than anything. Nowadays, he seemed to find a strange amusement in keeping the king of angels of darkness in dark about her own meals. Was his smile always curling so much when he looked at her? Perhaps Amon-Isis had been staring at him far too long to notice everything that the excellent clown didn't even attempt to hide. It's not a lie, a guy you like can really make your head go fuzzy. This is so stupid, she lampooned with a sigh. Then a soft creak of a door hinge pulled her from her sulk. She straightened instinctively, ears perking, eyes snapping open. Klein emerged from the kitchen at last, his expression maddeningly calm, carrying 2 covered platters in his arms. The aroma that trailed him was nothing short of divine, curling into the air reaching into Amon-Isis' nostrils. Without a word, he set one platter in front of her, the other across the table for himself. The silver lids gleamed faintly under the light, and from their seams at the bottom escaped an aroma strong and delicious. Amon-Isis eyed him for a long second before flicking her gaze to the covered dish. This had better be worth my exile, she muttered. Klein only smiled faintly, fingers poised on the lid of his platter. Why don't you see for yourself? Amon-Isis's fingers curled around the delicate handle of the silver lid. The faint clink of metal on porcelain, and as she lifted it, a small swirl of fragrant steam escaped, warm, golden, and laced with aromas that wrapped around the senses like a silk ribbon. Beneath was a sight so divine it could have been an oil painting in some royal gallery. A perfectly roasted duck, its lacquered skin shimmering with a deep mahogany glaze, sat atop a bed of buttery truffle-infused mashed potatoes. The skin was crisp, taut, and whisper-thin, yet beneath it glistened tender meat, still carrying the faint blush of slow roasting. A drizzle of thick, ruby-red pomegranate reduction traced along the edge of the plate, jeweled droplets catching the candlelight. Around the duck lay a careful scatter of caramelized baby carrots, blistered pearl onions, and slender green beans. The scent was maddening. Icy's eyes were locked dead on the plate. The second plate mirrored the first, though Klein's portion was ever so slightly larger, a subtle boast hidden under his usual calm expression. Icy's stomach growled audibly. She didn't even bother with words at first. She only exhaled a slow breath, her dark eyes narrowing slightly. "This is," she murmured. Klein only smirked, settling into his seat. "I've been perfecting it." Her fork twitched in her hand. Icy slid the fork into the meat, the skin giving way with a delicate, audible crack. A thread of steam rose as the tender flesh parted, juices spilling over. She didn't waste time and brought the bite to her lips. The moment it touched her tongue, her eyes half-lidded, and without so much as a pause, she carved into the next piece. Another bite. Then another. Klein didn't touch his own plate right away. He just leaned back slightly, watching her. The flicker of the candlelight caught on his eyes, lighting the softness in them. His gaze lingered, reflecting her figure surrounded by his warmth, and as she kept eating in silence, a small, unforced smile curled at the corner of his mouth. It stayed there, as if her quiet enjoyment alone was enough to fill him. Slowly, Klein lifted his fork, the motion unhurried, as though matching her pace. The first bite was taken without flourish, his attention split between the food and the woman across from him. They ate in silence, still, an easy sort that seemed to stretch and settle between them like a shared blanket. Every so often, their eyes met. No words were spoken, but the brief acknowledgement of the other's presence was simply enough. The soft clink of cutlery, the faint simmer of the candle, the steady breathing of two people content to simply exist in the same moment. When the last bite was gone, they both leaned back into their chairs almost in unison. A sigh slipped from Icy's, light and satisfied, the kind that only followed a truly scrumptious meal. Klein's sigh was quieter, his expression carried a different kind of joy, one born not from the food, but from watching her. "Have I satisfied you, my lady?" Klein's voice carried a coy edge, his gaze fixed on Icy's. She lifted a hand, brushing a stray lock of hair away from her beautiful face. "Indeed you have." Her leg crossed over the other, hands resting elegantly on her lap, posture composed like a refined lady. "It was an amazing meal, Klein," she continued, voice soft but brimming with quiet sincerity. His smile rose just enough to betray his delight. "I can't be more glad to know that." Icy's nodded, then tapped a finger lightly against her lips, eyes narrowing in playful thought. "Was there some special occasion for such a grand meal?" A brief pause. Klein leaned forward, resting his chin on his steepled hands. "I had a realization." Her gaze locked on his, searching. For a second, her expression grew distant, then her lips parted in a small curve. "Actually, same." Her words lingered in the air, suspended in a still silence. Neither spoke further. The quiet stretched until Icy's exhaled, her sigh soft and feather-light. She reached forward, collecting her plate then his with an unhurried grace. "I'll wash these," she said, already standing. Klein rose without argument. "I'll help. I have a bit of cleanup to do myself." They walked to the kitchen, their footsteps the only sound in the quiet house. The warm lamplight fell over them as they worked side by side at the counter, Icy's at the sink, Klein nearby clearing scraps and wiping the tableware. Every so often, their shoulders brushed, not enough to be deliberate, yet enough to stir a current between them. It was, if they were truly honest with themselves, hard to work like this, hard to focus with that faint proximity and the attention that was placed on the other. They settled onto the couch, the fabric still faintly cool against them. Without speaking, they leaned side by side, without words or even their own acknowledgement, almost completely instinctual. Icy's hair brushed lightly against Klein's shoulder, her faint scent of serenity and quiet still lingering despite the work in the kitchen. The room was steeped in a comfortable quiet with only the low hum of the distant clock filling the air. Klein's gaze remained forward, but every now and then, his eyes flickered toward her, catching the gentle rise and fall of her breathing. Icy's, though still, seemed to soften further with each passing second, legs tucked under her. "This is so stupid." It wasn't that Klein or Icy's were feeling awkward, far from it. They were stretching the silence on purpose, both too comfortable and too wordless to break it. Time ticked on, the quiet thinning along with the final moments before awakening. Icy's yawned. Klein still had no idea how a king of angels could even do that. Sleep after a scrumptious meal, she murmured, raising her arms for a long stretch. She rose from the couch, joints popping softly as she smoothed her hair into place. Klein stayed where he was, quietly watching her prepare to drift off to her room. And then a thought slid into his mind. His lips curled. Hee, where's my payment for that? Icy's half-turned, eyes locking with his. A moment of silence passed between them. Then she tilted her head and whispered, payment, you say? She stepped back to the couch, leaned down over him, one hand resting lightly on his chest as she brought her face close enough for him to feel her breath. A soft peck. Her lips pressed gently to his cheek, warm, perfectly shaped, lingering just long enough to leave the faintest ache when they parted. Then, without a backward glance, she murmured, night, and headed for the stairs. Klein stayed on the couch, letting out a slow breath. His cheek was burning red, and the clown didn't bother hiding it. The tingle still ran through him. This is so stupid. After a few more deep breaths, he slouched until he was almost melting into the cushions, feeling too lazy to go to his room, and too human to just blink there. What a conundrum. He closed his eyes, head on the armrest, legs dangling off the couch, and let himself drift. I really have been transmigrated into a rom-com, Klein mused, letting his mind drift back to that single day that had overturned everything. A sigh slipped out, followed by a quiet laugh. He summoned a fragment of his divine kingdom within his mind, sealing his thoughts away from any wandering gaze or intrusive will. Of all the things I thought could happen, falling in love wasn't one of them. And with Isis, of all people, the Evernight goddess. No. The Evernight goddess isn't Isis, or not completely. She's Sequence Zero, a deity eroded by divinity. Isis is, my most cherished friend. Or, his thoughts stalled, my crush. Which is it? Friend, or crush? He shook his head with a soft huff, a wry grin tugging at his lips. I wonder what the lady would think of this. I wonder what I would think, if I'd known that day where it would lead. Regardless, if that truly is the case, then I'll cherish it and leave no regrets behind. A quiet chuckle escaped him. Perhaps this whole business of me traveling back in time is nothing more than an unknown opportunity, one handed to me by some higher existence. Klein wasn't sure how to feel about that. On one hand, he was genuinely content with how everything had unfolded, on the other, there lingered that familiar, unsettling fear of the unknown. A price is always exacted for what fate bestows. What would that price be? When would it be claimed, and in what form? He had his theory, a name for the hidden existence capable of sealing the primal will of mysteries and sending him back in time. But he also knew there would be no confirming it, not for a long while. Better to let it rest than ruin the moment. Klein etched that into his thoughts. For now, I should focus on untangling my feelings, and on Isis. And, of course, planning for the future. In the days ahead, the tides of time would shift again, this time more violently than ever before. Gods would fall. Disorder would break apart. And the era of humanity would march forward in full force. And God will become mad. Klein lingered on that thought, rubbing at his temple. Which reminds me, I should go to the Kingdom of Silver. He shifted in his seat, straightening a little. Yes. My love story aside, I need to get back to my own affairs. Isis can't come since this is the divine kingdom of a neighboring pathways deity, and there's something else I must investigate. Something she shouldn't be exposed to, not yet. Not until we meet Lilith. I should also hunt down the two uniquenesses and the magic wishing lamp. Letting them slip away wasn't exactly in my plan, but I'd rather Grisha not keep them until I can confirm the corruption theory surrounding those uniquenesses. Klein's leg swung idly as he exhaled another sigh. It's remarkable, so much turbulence in what should be a relatively simple era. Then, as if on cue, the historical void began to stir. The ripples spread. The fog of history from the Second Epoch thinned further. Klein suffered a pause, then facepalmed. And I'm supposed to be the god of this pathway. He chuckled to himself before settling back down. I suppose grasping history and living through it are completely different things. You can explore, decrypt, and read through the buried pages all your life, yet some secrets will always remain beyond your grasp and comprehension. Because such is mystery. And in that moment, better than ever, Klein understood why history was an authority of the fool, and, in turn, of the Lord of Mysteries. Nodding to himself a few times, Klein finally pushed off the couch, forcing his body upright. His gaze drifted across the small, cozy living room, lingering for some time. A sigh escaped him, followed by a faint chuckle, and he started toward the stairs. Then he froze. Klein's eyes widened, a cold crawling down his spine. Sapphira Castle had just been faintly stirred. And in that same heartbeat, his spiritual intuition flared not with warning of danger, but with the peculiar, sharp pull of something else. An opening. An opportunity. Or perhaps danger in a different form. Almost without thinking, Klein reached into the historical void and withdrew a gold coin, flipping it into the air. It caught the light for a brief second before landing in his palm and dissolving into grey mist. He remained perfectly still. Above, the faint creak of a door reached his ears, followed by quickened footsteps. Amon Isis appeared at the landing, her expression a mix of seriousness and quiet bewilderment. I just felt something, it's hard to put into words. Like my soul rattled for an instant. Her eyes locked on Klein's, blank, distant, the look of a man that was far too deep in his thoughts. Then, abruptly, a snicker broke his stillness and a wide grin spread across his cheeks. Klein said, his voice carrying that strange, bright edge. River of eternal darkness. Huh. The Spherote, he said, smile sharpening, has seeped out of the western continent. Chapter 54, What is a Guardian? The town palace loomed ahead of the shrine, its high arches and stone pillars casting long shadows that merged seamlessly with the dark concrete. The air hung serene with incense and the faint chill of dusk, as the sun slowly descended and the crimson moon rose up in the sky. The entire town had gathered. The city guards stood in precise ranks along the stairs and walls, clad in pitch-black armor polished to an uncanny sheen, their visors down, spears aligned with perfection. Behind them, the civilians pressed together, caught in their own little discussion. Merchants still in their work clothes, mothers clutching children close, men some dressed full while others only half displaying their type of work. Further ahead, flanking the shrine's entryway, the palace workers had assembled, robed in attire of modest luxury, silks trimmed with muted silver and dark sashes. Closer still to the shrine, the priests and devotees of the goddess of misfortune had taken their places. Dressed in pitch-black hooded robes, their prayers had not fully ceased, their lips run without falter, not a sound escaped their breath yet their words reached only to the lady. At the very front, before the carved shrine doors, a wooden podium reinforced with stone stood tall and upon it stood a single figure. Morgan. She wore a black hooded cloak that shadowed her whole body. The hood shadowed half her face, concealing her dark serene eyes that glimmered faintly beneath it. One hand rested firmly upon the pommel of her intricate obsidian black blade, carved with design that spoke of a legend. The weapon's sharp tip touched the podium floor. She witnessed the crowd gather and finally as it seemed that every person had come, Morgan tapped the hilt of her sword once. Just once. And that was enough. The murmurs, the shifting of feet, the rustle of robes all fell away. Every gaze, whether from noble, priest, or commoner, fixed upon her at once. Everyone's attention was caught by the knight in a single tap. For Morgan was the deliverer. She had a message to convey, the very words of the goddess herself that ought be heard by her devotes and followers. The air hung heavy with silence for long until Morgan tapped the hilt of her sword once more. Followed a cold breath as the crimson in the sky drowned the last bit of dawn from this world. Years ago, on this very day, the goddess of misfortune bestowed her first blessings upon this land and its people. The oppressed, the cast aside, those deemed unworthy of life, mere playthings for the creatures that plagued these forsaken soils abandoned by the Creator. All things were His creation, yet only some were permitted to live in comfort, to flourish in luxury. Her words seemed to settle over the crowd. The guards stood sharper. The priests bowed their heads. The civilians dared not move. They soared in the sky, walked the land, sang in the sea, crawled in shadows, consumed blood, and basked in the glory of dawn, creatures born far beyond the reach of humankind, while men and women were left powerless and unequal. Upon that twisted board, countless innocent lives were scattered and devoured, their fate little more than a cruel game. She shifted her hand slightly along the obsidian blade. Then came the dark of night. It rippled across existence, and the arms of the goddess opened for the forsaken. Countless lives were gathered, sheltered, and guarded from further torment. Such is the tale of Tinjin. A quiet murmur passed among the crowd filled with reverence and recognition. Morgan's hooded gaze swept over them. You have heard this tale countless times, under the groves, taught in classrooms, uttered amidst the prayers of the church. It is as true as truth may be. Her arms extended outward, her cloak folding like wings in the torchlight. Tinjin prospered amidst chaos. It grew in number, in size, in strength. Its people lived richly, worked diligently, and walked in step with the prophets and angels of the goddess. And today, we gather not only to commemorate this day, but to pay respect to the countless who could not shed a tear before death, and to those who could not live to share in our present. Morgan's voice softened, yet carried the same force. Their silence echoes in our breath. Their loss binds us together. And their memory sanctifies this day. She let her hands fall back to the sword, gripping it steady, her hood tilting slightly downwards. Morgan let the quiet hang once more, letting the gravitas of her words steep into every heart gathered before the shrine. Then she lifted her gaze from the blade, her voice deepening, as if the night itself spoke through her. Yet we are not here for remembrance alone. We are here because the goddess still walks with us. Her embrace has never waned, her gaze never strayed. She who took the broken and the cast aside into her arms, she who carved sanctuary where there was only ruin has not ceased to guide, nor ceased to shelter. The priest stirred with reverence, heads bowing lower. The guards shifted their grips upon blackened spears. A hush rippled through the crowd as the weight of her words pressed deeper. She has willed it so, Morgan continued, her tone unwavering. That her name, spoken in prayer, must not be bound to just misfortune any longer. For misfortune she bestows only to cruel and bloodthirsty. Not to her devotes, the innocents, the children's. A faint breath, almost disbelief, shivered across the assembly. She has watched Tinjin prosper. She has watched you, her faithful, endure. And now, she offers not only protection in the night, but strength within it. She calls you not cursed, but chosen. Not broken, but whole. She would have her people know her not as the goddess of misfortune, but as the Evernight goddess. As those words released from her grasp, the toll of a bell resounded from afar and unknown, resonant and inescapable. The night is vast, eternal, and mysterious. It is her veil, her grasp, her boundless strength. And so, today, by her will, we set aside the old name. From this day forth, we call her Evernight, and in that name, we live beneath her eternal embrace. Morgan raised her obsidian blade upright, its edge catching the pale light of the shrine in crimson. Praise the Lady. The crowd, trembling with awe and fervor, seemed to breathe as one, and repeated after her. Praise the Lady. Praise the Lady. Praise the Lady. Again and again, they repeated, voice in perfect harmony giving birth to a reverie choir that murmured in the stillness of the night. The darkness rippled and from it seems the crimson descended brighter than ever though as if the moon itself was grasped by the Lady above. Enormous in size, entwined with countless stars, it felt as if the moon fixed ever so close to the ground as if almost touching it. Standing a distance away from the podium, under the veil of dark and crimson, Marianne, Ariane, Kotar and of course Merlin observed the grandeur of the night of misfortune, the aforementioned lady herself. The twin sisters had an indescribable shine in their eyes, utterly awed by the goddess-come-night's speech. Their hands entwined with each other, grasping the fair palm firmly as they too once had experienced the cruelty and evil of others, may it not be mythical races but of their own kind. Yet they were saved, protected, and loved by the goddess with no malice. Kotar, on the other hand, stood partially dumbfounded and partially trying to make sense of all this. Was she making a jab of us? He rubbed his forehead. Also the embrace part, was that the day-out feast was stolen from us and former master's divine kingdom was attacked. His eyes widened from realization. Fraud. He glanced toward Merlin. The wandering magician stood leaned against a wall, his classic hat adorned with red feather rested in his crossed arms and his one leg slightly curled, foot stood angled at the wall. His bangs swayed lightly with the night's wind and an indescribable smirk enriched his face. His gaze fixated towards Morgan and Morgan alone. It was impossible to tell what the envoy of the goddess was thinking. Kotar breathed a sigh and praised the fool in his mind. Why am I here again? He assumed his poised stance once more, having no interest in using his mind any longer. As for Merlin, suffer. That was his dominant thought. To the others Morgan seemed rather composed and confident. But only Merlin could see under the facade that the night put well together to hide the mild cringe and embarrassment that bit her tongue. How did Klein manage all this time? She could almost feel a shiver. Merlin giggled in his thoughts, his smirk only growing wider. I am actually quite surprised, the name of Evernight came before her accession to Sequence 0. He let out a snicker before finally moving towards composure. But it makes sense nonetheless, the cult of Evernight was formed nearly 3,000 years before my transmigration but the church is said to have tales dating even before that. He internally nodded in his head. Evernight goddess. Not the Evernight I know. The name originated from the Evernight demonic wolf and was likely adopted by Amon Isis to fully distinguish herself from the goddess of misfortune of Phlegria's subsidiary gods. It is one of those things that are simply inherent to her, just like her cruelness and selfishness. And yet he loved. Merlin let out a low chuckle, the periphery of his vision caught the approach of Marianne in that instant. He composed himself well and turned his head slightly towards her. How have you been doing? Marianne drew up beside him, nodding at his question with a smile. Well. And so is Ariane. Merlin nodded and smiled at her. Have the initial effects of your advancement worn off? Marianne gazed over the night and spoke, mostly yes. I only feel a slight bit of headache from overload at times but there haven't been a serious issue. I have also been communicating about my condition with Ariane and teacher. We are also slowly discovering the acting principles for sleepless by staying up the night to help the watch guards and assisting in the town palace when majority of people are asleep. Marianne slightly cleared her throat. There are many wonders in the night that simply can't be experienced in the day, whether that be the slight tingle of cold, the stillness and quietness of the night, or those pretty stars that adorn the night's crimson sky. Her gaze wandered towards the sky on her own. The giant crimson moon took most of her vision, but the surrounding beautiful silver and yellow dots embellish her eyes. She held her breath for a moment. There are way too many things worth staying up through the night for. She muttered under her breath, turning her eyes back toward Merlin. The wandering magician observed the teenager with a quiet and a smile that spoke for him. His expression displayed, to Marianne, happiness. Genuine happiness. And that was true. But Merlin's thoughts were also captivated by another feeling. Nostalgia. Those memories of staying up through the night flooded him, the nights he would spend gaming on his computer, sometimes get a midnight snack, or when he was a child and would sneak out of his bedroom and quietly watch whatever his parents had put on TV from a crack, though the result may have been a lifelong fear of snakes. There was also that distant memory of stargazing when they would visit his uncle's house. The view was really nice from there. Merlin or Klein could never look at the night sky same ever again, for every look spared at it would give him a grim reminder of what was to come and what laid beyond those pretty edges. What was the truth of such pretty stars and that crimson abomination that hung in the sky, waiting to devour what rightfully belonged to her? Would a hug from Amon Isis be equivalent to enjoying the night? The thought suddenly popped in his head. Merlin discreetly, slightly slapped himself. His lips twitched and his facial expression begged to break the control of clown. Thankfully, Marianne did not notice any of that. Instead, her mind was focused on something else. A distinct thought. She measured Merlin for a moment, the wandering magician noticing it instantly causing him to elicit a confused bearing. Ariane told me about something. Continue. Merlin voiced, giving her the confirmation she needed. She said that Miss Morgan mentioned a certain man to her on the topic of anchors, something or someone that would always remind us of what we truly are. Merlin's smile slightly dropped, the pupil in his eye slightly contorting. To Miss Morgan, that man is her greatest anchor and someone she wished to accompany through all hurdles. To rely and trust on him and to fill the void he did in her life. Merlin straightened his posture, arms dropping down as the smile depleted from his face more and more. She relied one more thing to me, about the vow the man has taken, and ever since I have had a question, no. More like a thought. Their conversation slowly dissolved to stillness. The only sound heard was the reverentious prayers to the Evernight goddess. What is a guardian? It was a question born out of curiosity and perhaps somewhat haze. Of course, it wasn't a literal question, there were several meanings in that case. It was a question meant only for Merlin or Mr. Klein that laid beneath him, only to gain his answer and insight. Merlin remained quiet for a moment and then broke into a chuckle. Lifting his hand, he steadied his classic hat on his head and slowly sighed. A memory surfaced in his mind that only caused his smile to brighten. We are guardians, but also a bunch of miserable wretches that are constantly fighting against dangers and madness. Indeed we are, Captain. Indeed we are. He looked straight into Marianne's eyes and uttered only a single sentence before turning around and leaving, sparing a look at Morgan that now stood quiet on the podium with a smile while gazing over her believers. Those that have protected us. Yet their name only one among countless many. The sea rippled beneath his feet, blues and reds, purples and blacks, colors known and colors unknown, bleeding into each other in an indescribable chaos. They did not attempt to submerge, instead they painted a scene that could not be truly conceived. God's gaze lowered, sweeping across the fragile world suspended below him. Where once stood the city of Sanguine, only a remnant remained. Its people had gathered near the colossal barrier, the wall of grey fog that shrouded and severed the western continent. Their village stretched just shy of that oppressive mist, its looming presence drawing uneasy parallels to Sapphira Castle. Further south, Moon City stirred in quiet of the day. Wood and stone houses cradled the architecture they had attempted to make similar to the city of Sanguines. Some toiled in construction, arms rising with tool and falling heavy on debris and wood. Others prayed, voices rising into a chorus that spoke of the omnipotent and omniscient. From the town hall, Red Angel Medici emerged, his figure bored but slack in posture. Behind him came Dark Angel Sassurer, his steps were slower, his gaze tilting faintly upward, toward the figure in the astral world, as if acknowledging the gaze of God. Grisha's attention lingered. The corners of his lips shifted into the faintest smile. A breath escaped him, threaded with a low sound of question. Why? His voice unfurled across both worlds. Do you wish to be an envoy? Call it, sounded a half-reply. Grisha averted his gaze and turned his figure towards the man standing behind him. Black hair, black eyes, wearing a formal black long coat with pants and polished shoes of same color. His pristine white shirt hung tight to his lean figure and his comically large top hat rested easy on his head. His figure leaned on his silver cane. Curiosity. Klein completed his answer and flashed Grisha a simple deceiving smile. In most cases, the god would have seen through his half-return and cognize his intentions through words and expressions. But this was not such a case. The fool that stood before him was partially immune to such tricks. He was not only a professional swindler but also a clown adept at hiding his intentions. All of this further backed by the authority of concealment from a spherote. Grisha wanted to pry further, but he also knew that the attempt would be meaningless. Wasting his or Klein's time was not ideal. Thus he released a low breath from his lips and uttered, "I am assuming you would not go with this body, would you? The king possess a characteristic of error and would converge onto you if left unrestrained by his consort." Klein nodded and snickered. "Right. Bless whoever steps in the edge of dawn light." Grisha squinted slightly and joined in his laughter. "Don't worry, I do not doubt your abilities to fight off the giant. Just that's not the goal." Klein finished his statement and lingered in the moment. He and Grisha stood still for a while, the former due to having an intuition that God wanted to say more and the latter pondering his words. "How do you maintain yourself?" "Ah." Klein blinked twice. Grisha looked like he had no intention of elaborating any further. Klein shook his head and tilted at an angle. "Wake up, on time and work around the house. I also exercise occasionally." Klein rubbed his chin, thinking. Grisha's face crunched for a moment and an almost disappointed sigh escaped him. "I mean your humanity." Grisha sighed, turning his gaze towards Tinjin. "Of all the things I had foreseen on my awakening, you were a total blind spot. Incapable of being divined or correctly prophesied. Capable of love and affection nonetheless. What exactly are you?" Grisha muttered. Not asked but muttered. A laughter sounded from the man up front. And as his gaze retreated from the real world, the fool had already disappeared, leaving behind only one linger in God's mind. A linger, he mumbled. A mystery. Klein found himself once again upon the rugged pathway. To his left stretched a sheer cliff face, jagged and unyielding, to his right yawned a sun-soaked abyss, clouds rolling in endless depths that seemed bottomless under the afternoon light. Though subtle, wraiths of impossible size stirred under amidst the glory of dawn. He advanced. At the heart of the wall that split the city stood a colossal door, tens of meters tall, its surface a grey-blue hammered with golden nails that glimmered faintly in warm light. Before it stood two silver knights, their oppressive aura pressing down like a weight even from a glance. They alone guarded the threshold into the royal court. Klein's steps carried him closer, his figure slowly deforming. His black coat changed color, taking shade of a dark purple. His vest underneath changed hues into gray, and so did his pants. His shoes now boots, a gun holster rested on his hip. His facial features contorted, becoming cold and sharper, gold-rimmed glasses rested on his brown eyes. He lifted his hand, adjusting his neat black hair before resting the half-top hat back on his head. His mind wandered elsewhere, back over the series of events and questions that had brought him here, and inevitably toward the river of eternal darkness. He had no real way of obtaining or even interacting with it at the moment due to the churning river of darkness, death, and twilight having already fallen under Gregis' dominion. She had already almost completed forging her divine kingdom on top of it. If Klein were to confront her now, the outcome was certain. Defeat. Not only did the ancient gods wield an unnatural advantage due to grasping multiple pathways at once, but the Phoenix ancestor was further anchored by the authority of the corresponding Spherode of Death. Klein himself possessed the other, Sapphira Castle belonging to Dor. He had absolutely no intention of testing what calamity might arise if the two Spherodes clashed together in such unstable environment. It was far better to wait. Let the Phoenix ancestor meet her inevitable end, and only then move to claim the river of eternal darkness. That thought had barely settled when the giant king court rose into view, vast and austere. The two giants clad entirely in burnished metal armor, their forms towering, blades poised in readiness. The moment they noticed the lone figure of a human drawing near, both lifted their swords as if to strike down an unworthy insect. But twilight descended. It spilled from the divine court, folding the world in hues neither day nor night. Within it shimmered countless runes and symbols, intricate engravings that flickered and almost glitched. Klein instinctively understood each character to convey a message, a declaration. Bathed in that twilight, the giants froze, their swords lowering, their hostility dissolving back into stillness. Klein stepped forward with measured calm. Before the gates of the court, he bowed slightly, lifted his hat in his usual manner, and with a half-smile introduced himself to the kingdom of twilight. Gehrman Sparrow.